Protective Alphas. Possessive Billionaire's Romance Box Set. By Michelle Love. Book 1. The Dom Next Door. Chapter 1. Emmeline.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Sorry, I haven't visited in a while. My coat is too thin for this weather. The chilly breeze blows across the hillside and rustles the flattened dead grass before cutting through the wool. It's the only black coat I have, however, and I've been using it exclusively for a year for just that reason. Mom and Dad had insisted in their living will on a burial on the same low hill where our ancestors' graves have sat for centuries. The small mausoleum, a plain filing box for 2 coffins, sits before me as I crouch down with the icy wind at my back. It's snowing again. Second time this winter. It's crazy. Cars are piling up on the highways, and over in Florida, the iguanas are falling out of trees from the cold. Can you imagine? My laugh is small, awkward, and hollow, and the wind carries it away quickly. This doesn't feel like New Orleans. There shouldn't be snow here. This winter feels wrong. But things have felt wrong for months now. None of it makes sense, but I'm not all that surprised. My whole world has felt crazy ever since my parents died. I'm not going to the convent after all. I know, I said I was doing that right after junior college, but I'm realizing more and more that after what happened to you, my faith just didn't end up being my rock like I thought it was. My voice breaks and I go silent, cold tears tracking down my cheeks. The Mother Superior of the convent I had been seeking membership with was very sympathetic, but she didn't understand. But she'd also never seen her parents blown up right in front of her. Seen? No, felt. My whole vision had been whited out by the fireball. One moment I was walking to the car, my dad talking to me from the driver's side, teasing me gently for forgetting my phone while my mother hid a smile. The next, a tremendous blast of heat hit me and hurtled me backward, my own awkward smile barely having time to die before I landed in our hedge. After that, everything went black. I spent last January in the hospital, first for burns and cracked ribs and then for post-traumatic stress. They released me with a clean bill of health, but they were dead wrong. Mom and Dad have been in their grave a year, and I haven't felt right or healthy in all that time. I can function day to day now, I can manage my money, and I have my own house. But part of me died that day with my parents. I woke up in the hospital without it, and haven't been able to find it since. I'm sorry, Mom. I know you were proud when I decided to devote myself to God. But I can't join a religious order without faith. The faith that had sustained me since I was 6 years old, which I had turned to over and over again when my sister Shayla wreaked havoc in my life, crumbled like sand in the face of that explosion. The arsonist hasn't been caught. Shayla is 3 times worse without my parents' disapproval to restrain her, and every comforting word from a priest or the Bible no longer comforts. The tears won't stop. In the time since my parents have been gone, I've slowly been able to cut down on the public sobbing fits, hating to embarrass myself like that. But right now, I can forgive myself for breaking down a little. I'm going back to college. I'll finish my degree and then, well, I'm not sure. But I'll try to find some way to make you proud of me. I hope. Lucky for me that my half of the inheritance will carry me my whole life, even if I were never able to handle a job again. I still can't get along with Shayla, I mumble, wiping my cheeks again. She pushed me into leaving home. I could only turn the other cheek so many times, so I left. I'm sure she planned it that way. I think you would like my new house though. It's not very big, but it's well restored, it's clean, and it's mine. The neighborhood isn't as nice as ours, but one of the neighbors, well, he's very nice. The thought of Carl, the single dad next door, makes me smile enough that my tears dry for a while. I can't even fully explain how much the thought of him comforts me. Watching him play with his cute little daughter, his huge powerful form moving so gently around her, always makes me happy. Then there are the dreams I have about him, but I'm not going to go dwelling on them in front of my parents' grave. Still, I giggle a little. I think you would like him. Like who? Snaps a voice behind me and I freeze. The voice is a little distant, and I hear the shuffle of feet coming up through the dead grass. Shayla. I shudder and clench my fists to calm myself, glad at least that she wasn't standing behind me listening the whole time I was lost in my talk with the dead. None of your business, I say as firmly as I can, cursing the tiny shake I can hear in my voice as she stalks around me and dumps an enormous bouquet atop the mausoleum. Purple monkshood clashes gaudily with orange lilies, hot pink snapdragons and blood-colored rhododendron, crowding out my simple garland of white roses. I can't believe you're up here talking to a couple of corpses in a marble box. They're dead, you melodramatic twit. Life after death is a myth, just like your God. I hold myself very still, the anger and resentment I've felt for as long as I can remember burning inside of me like an ember. I won't give her the satisfaction of breaking down in front of her, or of losing my temper. Either reaction will leave that narcissistic cow thinking she's in control. Emmeline, can you hear me, or did your shrink put you on more tranquilizers? Her voice is a mocking whine as she turns to confront me. I straighten, lifting my head and meet her sharp dark gaze with my own. My sister looks older and crueler every time I see her. Her mouth is a narrow dry slit thinly lined in dark red, her eyes are sunken and hold a greedy gleam, and her straight russet bronze hair, so like my own, has been clipped to her jawline and streaked with gold. She wears a silk suit the exact color of her lipstick with no blouse underneath, her silicone-enhanced cleavage tastelessly exposed. On the whole, she's wearing too much musky perfume and too much gold, too many jewels, and not one single indication of grief or loss. That's my big sister, making wealthy, trampy sociopathy fashionable again. She seems absolutely stunned by my mute, expressionless examination of her. She doesn't understand how done I am with her. She has never been able to understand boundaries. Even when my father would shout at her at the top of his lungs for her latest round of household thefts, she'd always claim he was overreacting. She's immune from guilt. But she's absolutely unused to my standing up to her. Shayla, I've put up with a lot of your crap over the years, but I refuse to do it at our parents' grave. Knock it off or we're done for good. She's blinking very rapidly now, her vain, narrow little mind struggling to process where my show of backbone came from. The thing is, I always had a backbone. I just wasn't confrontational. I was shy and kind instead. Instead of punching my sister in the face when she stole my clothes and ruined them or was cruel to me at school, I turned the other cheek, prayed, and felt better. I listened to my apologetic parents, trying to explain to me that Shayla was sick, that she couldn't help herself, and that I had to be strong. I did as they asked, for the sake of family harmony. But then my parents' car exploded with them in it, and I just stepped away from joining them. If I hadn't gone back for my phone, I would have died with them. Shayla didn't visit me in the hospital. She greeted me without warmth or sympathy when I returned. Instead, upon hearing that I wasn't going to join a convent as I had planned, she drove me out of our family home, claiming it for herself. Her ways of driving me out had been very effective, making sure that I couldn't stay no matter how much I wanted to. Banging on my door at all hours of the night. Breaking into my room. Stealing and breaking my things. Screaming at me and lecturing me every day, sometimes for hours. I left as soon as I could gather enough of my inheritance together to pay for my new home in cash. That was months ago, and the venom still hasn't left my veins. Instead, it's killed my ability to give a single damn about being nice to Shayla. I can't believe you. How rude can you be? Telling me to shut up. I'm only saying these things for your own good. You came into this conversation being the biggest complainer you could be, and now you're hurt that I'm not happy to see you? I snort, tucking a few strands of hair behind my ear that have escaped my braid. Drop the act. Nobody's ever happy to see you, Shayla, because you're a soulless tramp. When in the hell did the aspiring nun take up swearing? She finally manages to mumble. She sounds incredulous, as if I've suddenly sprouted a pair of devil horns. I'm not an aspiring nun anymore, I growl, scooping up my shoulder bag and turning to go. Wait. We have to talk about finances. She starts to move to intercept me, but I step quickly away from her and stalk off down the hill. My Doc Martens have better purchase on the slippery hillside than her stiletto heels, and I hear her yelp with dismay as she falls behind. "Come back here, you rude little skank." I'm cold all over by the time I reach my pickup, but I refuse to let the tears fall. My grief curdles my stomach, but I won't take even the slightest chance that Shayla might catch me crying. If she finds me in tears, she will laugh. Through the rage, I feel an unexpected surge of pride in how I'm handling this. I actually stood up to her. It was bitter, mean, and clumsy, but I did it. I don't even let myself wonder why she's trying to talk to me about money, except of course, that it's the thing she loves best in the world. Maybe she's after my half of the inheritance. She's always been jealous of anything my parents gave me, including life. When I was little, I tried so hard to get Shayla to like me. I used to cry with frustration over it, and that would make her laugh with delight at how hard I was trying, even though I always failed. Now, as I drive home in uncharacteristically thin New Orleans traffic, I think to myself that the only effort she'll be getting from me from now on is the bare minimum it takes to keep me from beating her physically and landing in jail. A tiny heartbroken part of me, the part who realizes that Shayla is the only family I have left in the world now that Mom and Dad are gone, knows that I should hurt unbearably. But instead, the whole encounter has just left me very, very tired. When I pull up in front of the stately white home, with its double wraparound porches and iron railings, I have to take a breath for a moment before pulling into the driveway. But the tall iron gates open automatically at my truck's approach, and I drive inside unchallenged. Once I've parked the truck in the open carport, I walk inside, and feel a wave of relief wash over me. Alone. Alone in my own home, which I bought with my own money, in a safe neighborhood far from my sister. How wonderful to not have to share a space with her, after those months of psychological warfare. Maybe the next time I see her, I should say goodbye for good, and lift the weight of knowing her from my heart forever. It won't make up for my losses, but it will sure make my life easier. She's petty and cruel to me. She never shed a single tear over our parents. There's nothing there to miss. The house is mostly barren inside. The only parts that I have fully furnished so far are the kitchen, one bathroom, and the master bedroom. I pass by a living room that is still piled with boxes I just haven't opened yet. Moving had exhausted me, like so much else does these days. Now I just make myself unpack and set up a few things a day, and stop when I start to get weepy or sick. The encounter with Shayla has left me even more drained than usual, to the point where I can feel myself shaking slightly. I decide on a nap. My therapist has worked hard to get me to look after myself better, especially when I start showing warning signs of a meltdown. Apparently, some of it has sunk in. My bedroom is exactly as I had dreamed it would look back when I was a little girl, and couldn't have any elegant things thanks to my sister. The enormous white iron canopy bed, with its frame draped in fairy lights and multicolored gauze, the patchwork velvet coverlet in copper and green, the Susan Selden Boulay prints of unicorns and women, hanging on the white plaster walls, all of them new and undamaged. It's a haven for me, one I'm grateful to have after the trials of the last year. In the afternoons when I take my naps, I fall asleep to birdsong. In the mornings, when I can sleep as long as I need without being shouted at, I wake up to the same songs. And sometimes I also hear a deep voice calling happily, and a little girl giggling, and that is the best thing around here to wake up to. Carl. The grizzled mystery man next door loves his daughter and fills her days with laughter and joy. He's huge compared to me, all muscle, with shaggy blonde hair, narrow blue eyes, and a smile like the sun coming up. I can pretty much remember the exact moment that I fell in love with him. I was directing the small group of gardeners I'd hired to tame the then jungle in my backyard, when I saw him playing with his daughter for the first time. I didn't mean to spy on them exactly, I never do, but on that day I was captivated. As I watched him being so kind and gentle with the girl, I wondered, would he be just as kind and tender with the woman he loves as well? The dreams of him had started almost right away. I welcome them, because they drown out the nightmares. I would rather wake up shivering in the middle of the night with unfamiliar pleasure and need, then with terror and loss. Those dreams, those feelings, are like an invitation away from despair and back to life. This time, I don't dream of anything at all. But I smile, really smile, for the first time that day, when that now familiar sound wakes me up. It's that lovely deep voice again, singing a few bits of a kid's song while his little girl giggles louder and louder. Spirits lifting, I head to my window to watch.
Chapter 2. Carl.
The cute little lady next door is watching us again. She's harmless, so I don't mind. I get the impression that she's shy and awkward more than anything. Skittish, like a stray kitten. My guess is she's recovering from something. Her shyness, her listlessness, her lack of visitors, they all point to someone who has withdrawn to lick her wounds. She seems like someone who needs to be taken care of. And when I look at her, I think that I really wouldn't mind volunteering. She's adorable. Statuesque and attractive but demure, with wide, dark eyes I could fall into, and a gorgeous mane of auburn hair she braids and ties up like a librarian. She always dresses modestly, but her body seems to rebel against it. Ample breasts pushing out the front of her sweaters, lush hips and spectacular butt stretching the wool of her long skirts. Now and again, I'm very tempted to go over and introduce myself, but I'm waiting for her to work up the nerve instead. I don't want to impose on her. She might get scared away. But when I see the longing way she looks at me when she thinks I can't see her, I started thinking about what it would be like to have her. I haven't had a woman in my life since Jenny's mama died, and she wasn't into the kind of play that I am. I was loyal, so I let that part of myself go unsatisfied. But ever since I felt ready to move on after Mary, I've been looking for that special someone who won't be satisfied without a good man's firm hand to guide her. In the bedroom, anyway. Outside of that, I need someone who loves kids and can deal with the rest of my life. You don't make $1 billion on legal pot without getting your seed money somewhere a little shady. And once Jenny's off to bed, I still like to smoke every now and then. It's tough to find someone who's really compatible with everything I am and want. But after the sad mess with Mary, I'm absolutely done with settling. You do that, and it doesn't work out, and then you feel like an idiot for making sacrifices for something doomed from the start. She wasn't a bad person. I loved her, I really did. But she was carrying something besides our baby, something she didn't talk about. Postpartum depression just finally brought it out in her. I don't like thinking about how she died, or how she tried to take Jenny with her. I'm just glad Jenny was so tiny then, that she doesn't remember any of it. I don't hate Mary, but I hate the thing inside of her that made her so horribly crafty and selfish in the end, like a woman possessed. Now, I stay alone by staying picky. But as I look up to see young Miss Emmeline looking down at me wistfully from her upstairs window, I start to wonder if I couldn't try seeing how we work together. If nothing else, it could make for a very interesting fling. At this point in my life, I'm hoping for more though. After 3.5 years, Jenny is independent and well-behaved enough for us to add to our little family. Okay, kiddo. Are your eyes closed? Aha. Jenny has her eyes closed and covered, biting her lip with amusement. I go to the shed, where I tucked her present shortly before summoning her away from her cartoons, and bring out the covered dog crate within. I set it down next to her, uncovered it, and after making sure the gate was locked, I opened its door. The chubby, wagging bundle of golden fur and floppy ears is a pound rescue, with enough golden retriever in him that he goes straight for the little girl and flops against her legs, whine-yapping. I fight a grin, and then glance up at Emmeline's window. She's still standing there, smiling wistfully, but definitely smiling. 2 with 1 stone, I think, as I see her looking happy for once. Or rather, 2 with 1 puppy. Okay, you can open your eyes. Jenny uncovers her eyes and looks down, and her jaw drops. Puppy, she manages to squeak, as the furball bows playfully, his whole butt wagging now. She crouches down, and he bounces into her arms, wiggling and licking her face. Oh wow, it's a doggy. Where'd you get a doggy from? He's so cute. She bursts out laughing, as he starts licking her ears in a frantic slobbery tickle attack. I was waiting until you were old enough. But you have to help me look after him, okay? And he's gonna need a name. I managed to tame my big, stupid grin down into something like a kindly smile. I'm gonna think of the best name ever, she declares, and I lose it, snickering. Okay, come on, you guys go play and get to know each other. It'll get cold soon. I keep a careful eye on them as they dash across the lawn together. I have to admit that watching the two of them wrestle and chase each other does me a hell of a lot of good on this dreary day. It puts all thoughts of Mary, what she did to herself, and what she almost did to my baby, right out of my head. Jenny and the pup were finally starting to wind down when I notice a gold Mercedes screech to a stop outside Emmeline's house. An overdressed woman in a scarlet suit, who looks a little like Emmeline if she'd had 7 years of drug abuse to age her, gets out and stalks up to bang on the gate. My eyes narrow suspiciously. Damn, what is this now? After a minute or two of non-stop, insistent banging, Emmeline emerges from the front door, a dark coat wrapped around her and a wary look on her face. I keep half an eye on the little ones while I eavesdrop, ears pricked for trouble in my neighborhood. What are you doing here? Emmeline sighs, barely audible. You left in the middle of our conversation. I have news from the lawyer. I wanted to make certain that you received it before the day is over. The woman's voice sounds a little like Emmeline's as well, but with an alarming, icy snootiness to it. The lawyer. Emmeline hesitates. I can tell that whoever this relative of hers is, she's an unwanted visitor, probably because she's a complete tramp. But family legal matters are important. I wince in sympathy as she reluctantly opens the gate and leads the woman inside. A cold, wary feeling tightens my stomach. I look over at the two new playmates, who are dozing off on the lawn despite the cold. All right, you two, I announce in a cheery voice as I scoop a kid up with one arm and a puppy with the other. Let's get you inside to finish watching cartoons. I'll get the doggy crate in a minute. Can we have hot chocolate later? Jenny yawns as I cart her inside. You and me can have hot chocolate, sweetie, but this little guy can't. Chocolate's bad for dogs. I drop them off in front of the TV, make sure I've puppy-proofed everything enough that they'll be fine for a few minutes, and then slip back outside, ears pricked for trouble next door. I've barely shut the dog crate and scooped it up to take it inside when I hear raised voices over there. One is hard and harsh, the other shakes and is full of sadness and outrage. The very thought of cute little Emmeline sounding so unhappy pisses me off, and I set the crate down and head for the side yard that separates our properties. Walking alongside the stone fence on my way to the front yard, I can hear the argument growing so loud and impassioned that I'm starting to be able to make out words. Only let you in because you said the lawyer, comes Emmeline's voice. I speed up a little. My gut is telling me that she's not safe. I trust my instincts. Back in my old business, they kept me alive more than once. Crap. You were going to the convent and were giving up your share. That money should be mine. The other woman's screech is so clear that I can only imagine how ear-splitting it must be face to face. That money was left to me by Mom and Dad, same as yours was to you, you greedy tramp. Get out of my face and get out of my home. I never planned to give it to you anyway. You're rich enough, and you have our house. I break into a jog, the muscles in my shoulders tightening. As proud as I am that Emmeline's standing up for herself, I know what the long silence that follows her angry statement means. I can feel the tension building next door, like the calm before a storm. Whoever this other woman is, she's selfish and greedy, and from the unbalanced screech in her voice, there's no limit to her rage. I don't want her alone with Emmeline right now, even though I barely know the girl. I'm at a dead run by the time the screaming starts up again. I take the front steps 2 at a time and start banging on the door.
Chapter 3. Emmeline.
Get out of my home. Get out. I don't know where this courage is coming from, but I'm chasing Shayla out, step by determined step, while she gives ground slowly toward the door. Her face is dark red with anger, almost the color of her suit, but I can see the fear in her eyes. I'm going to throw up once she's gone. My stomach churns with each step I take and I'm shaking, my hands cold. But I refuse to show any of these signs of weakness to her. She isn't used to me fighting back, and her surprise right now is the only weapon that I have. I'm the oldest, she's yelling nonsensically. I'm the heir and I don't care what their will says. I'll contest it in court. What the hell do you think this is? I demand, as I continue to herd her back into the front hallway. Medieval Britain? The firstborn thing only mattered then, if you had a pecker anyway. And you can contest whatever you want, but all it will do is waste your time and the money you love so much on lawyer fees. That makes her hesitate, which disgusts and angers me even more. I'm not going to let you bully me into giving up what Mom and Dad left to me, like you bullied me into leaving our house. It's my money, this is my home, and you're not my superior. For God's sake, Shayla, you need to go back to therapy and stop. She goes from purple to white and back again. Don't you talk to me about therapy, Miss Depressed. I'm fine. It's not my fault you could never handle someone with a stronger personality than yours. Being a pushy complainer doesn't make you strong, Shayla. If you were strong, you'd be enjoying what you have instead of coming after what's mine. My eyes are locked with hers, while inside I marvel at my own unexpected courage. It's all mine. She shrieks suddenly and lunges for me, making me freeze with shock. But she doesn't even touch me, before a heavy, insistent knock at the door startles us both. I turn, but Shayla, her anger redirected as quickly as a mad dog's, darts past me and yanked the door open. Who are you? Buzz off. Carl is standing there, arms folded, a thunderous scowl on his face as he stares at Shayla. I freeze, stunned, unable to understand why in the hell he's on my doorstep when he's taken no interest in me for months. That I know of, anyway. But suddenly, here he is like a white knight, giving her such a forbidding look that all the bluster goes out of her at once. What are you doing here? She challenges shakily. She folds her skinny arms and lifts her chin, as if it's her house and he just interrupted something sane and normal. But he's not buying it and she can tell, and that scares her too. Good. I heard screaming over here, he rumbles, his voice so unlike the kind tone he uses with his daughter that it sends a small chill down my spine. I wanted to make sure that Miss Emmeline was not in danger from some intruder. Shayla switches gears, going all fluttery and flustered, half of it a smokescreen but some of it appears genuine. Oh no, I'm actually Emmeline's older sister. We were just having a private, family discussion. Private? If you wanted to have a private discussion, why could I hear every word from inside my kitchen? That seems to get through to Shayla finally. That's always been her way, to thrive on the uncomfortable silence of a family that is forced to tolerate her. Shocked comments from the neighbors, from a visiting friend, from her own boyfriend, all of them break that silence and throw a spotlight on her behavior. I'm still mortified that he felt the need to step in, and that this is how we're meeting for the first time, me fighting tears and nausea and with my heartless nut of a sister standing between us. But as Shayla rubs her face convulsively in response, Carl looks past her and stares right at me, and his whole face changes. He gives me a sympathetic look, with the tiniest apologetic smile. As if he's been there, dealing with irrational people who teeter at all times on the edge of becoming dangerous. And I realize, with a surge of gratitude and relief, that he didn't come here to yell at me. He came here to save me from the person who was yelling at me. I bite my lip and nod back, forcing a tiny smile even as my eyes start to sting dangerously. I've become unaccustomed to kindness now that Mom and Dad are gone. It feels good and hurts at the same time. The feeling mixes with my anguish at dealing with Shayla like an antidote, destroying it and restoring some of my strength. Shayla puts her hand over her mouth and mumbles, all fake modesty, "Oh, I didn't realize. Shayla," I sigh suddenly, my voice stony and exasperated. Just go away already. You've already embarrassed us both, and you're not going to get your way by throwing a tantrum. She shoots me a look of pure hatred and frustration, and then suddenly scuttles out, shoving the screen door open and shouldering rudely past Carl. He steps aside to let her go, watching her flee down the walk with a bemused look on his face. We watch silently until she roars off in her gold Mercedes, as if we're both wary of what she'll do until we can see she's gone for good. Then Carl turns back to me, and his sympathetic look returns. "You okay?" he asks very gently. I draw in a shivery breath, and let my heartbeat slow a little before trying to speak. "Yeah," I murmur, giving him the bravest smile I can manage. "I am now. Thank you." I'm so embarrassed that this is how we are finally meeting, and I feel like I have to explain myself. She's not very rational. I noticed. He offers an enormous hand. "We only met briefly at that block party last month, but I've noticed you around. Thought about saying hello, but you seem like a pretty private person." I hesitate, then clasp his hand with my own as best I can. His enormous hand closes over mine and surrounds it in brief, leathery warmth. It's all I can do not to whimper at his comforting touch. "Why yeah, sorry I left early that day. I was going to introduce myself, but the crowd got kind of overwhelmed after a while. I blame Shayla. I was afraid of running into her in that crowd, after a week of obsessive phone calls out of nowhere. If that hadn't happened, maybe I could have spent a little more time at the block party and become friends with the neighbors I still don't really know." Like Carl. The warmth of his hand sinks into mine, and for a long moment I linger, wishing I could keep holding hands with him without seeming like a weirdo. Finally, I let him go. I wish the circumstances were better, but I'm glad we finally introduced ourselves properly. His smile goes a touch cheerier. Then he points over his shoulder at his house. "Hey, I can't leave my kid. You want to come over for some cocoa?" I blink at him, the homie offer sounding strange coming out of a gigantic tough guy like him. He seems to know it, and chuckles sheepishly, shoving his hands in his pockets. "Can't break out the booze until after my kid's in bed. It's a rule." "Oh, that's all right. I could really use some chocolate right now, actually." I step out onto the porch, fishing in my pocket for my keys. Shayla is gone, but until the smell of her perfume dissipates from the rooms of my house, I don't want to be there. And as for Carl, he could ask me to go to the garbage dump with him, and I would probably say yes. "So, does she hassle you like that a lot?" he asks quietly as I finish locking up and turn to follow him back to his house. "Since I was 3. She has a kind of mental disorder, and she's a complete pain on top of that." He opens the gate for me. "Maybe you should get a restraining order. I don't want to get in your business uninvited, but if she's been this way for almost 20 years, she's not gonna change." His garden is immaculate, populated with non-toxic trees and flowers to go with its clover and chamomile lawn. Even his yard is kid-safe. I wonder if he redid the landscaping himself. I drink in the sight and scents, letting them soothe me. "I know," I reply once I've centered myself a little. "It's part of why I moved out of our family home." But she doesn't seem to be satisfied with just driving me away. If she's as narcissistic as she seems, they're all like that. His tone is tired and knowing as he leads me up onto the porch. His house is twice the size of mine, the porch double deep beneath a matching wraparound balcony. Narcissists drive people away with their behavior, but then they get desperate for attention and go chasing after them. "Sounds like you're speaking from experience," I comment as he unlocks his door. He nods mutely, an ironic smile ghosting across his face as he looks back over his shoulder. Maybe he's right, and I should get a protection order against Shayla. I'm tired of this. A blast of warm air hits me in the face as I step in behind him. It smells of toasted bread, mint, and faintly of damp doggy. No sooner is the door shut than 2 small figures race out of the living room, one dressed in pink, the other in gold fur. The latter, all wagging tail and flailing paws, pounces on my shoe, and I feel the last of my tension dissolve as I watch the little guy untie it with his little black jowled mouth. "Well, hi there. Daddy, you promised Coco." The tiny blonde imp clinging to Carl's leg pouts slightly and then turns to look at me. "Hi, did you come to see my new puppy?" "Hi. I'm Emmeline. I'm your neighbor. Your dad invited me over for Coco." I reach down and scratch the puppy's ears, and he starts trying to engulf my fingertips in his mouth. That's a pretty name. I'm Jenny. My daddy's named Carl, but you can call him Daddy. Carl suddenly bursts into a coughing fit, harumphing and pressing a fist against his mouth. Okay, thanks for that. I smile awkwardly, wondering what Carl finds so funny and why he's hiding his laughter.
Chapter 4. Carl.
Something about this whole Shayla situation stinks, but I'm too busy being glad that Emmeline and I are finally talking. The ugly truth doesn't sink in. But minutes later, when I'm stirring melted chocolate into milk and listening to Jenny brag about her new dog to our neighbor, I feel my hackles go up. Long experience tells me that Emmeline's hiding just how bad the situation with her sister is. I don't know if Shayla is a drug or just naturally unstable. My guess either way is that she's a typical abuser. Deep down, she knows that what she is doing is wrong and tries to keep it under wraps in public to avoid criticism, which she clearly cannot stand. I've dealt with tons of drug addict narcissists and paranoids before. During the early noughties, it seemed like every single grower from Mexico to Jamaica to Humboldt was snorting half of their profits to keep sharp. I would show up to make my pickup, and some twitchy, argumentative addict would start messing with me over price, amounts, packaging, and every other damn thing. Drugs confidence makes crazy idiots out of people, which is part of why I never touch or sell anything besides pot. Drug addicts always think they're the masters of the universe while they're flying, only to turn into desperate jerks as soon as they touch down. Either way, you're dealing with an irrational person who, 9 times out of 10, will be a jerk just to watch how it affects you. It's even worse when they're related to you. I only know that one secondhand, though. I don't have much in the way of family. I've got some cousins out of state that I grew up with, and I check in on Mary's mom to let her see her granddaughter every week or so. She's a nice lady, and hurt as hell over what Mary did. We had that in common, though I've finally made my peace with it. I've committed myself to helping her feel a little less alone. Propping Grandma Carol up and looking after my little girl helped me get through. It's a lot easier to be strong through a heartbreak when you're being strong for someone else. I sigh and keep stirring, knowing that if I let the cocoa boil it will separate and get nasty. Easier to throw a packet of some chalky stuff into warm milk, but that's not how I roll. Not with my little girl, and not with my hot, adorable, and very distressed guest. Emmeline might be bearing up well, but I can tell she's suffering under it all. Her voice is almost overly gentle right now, as she talks to my daughter in the other room. Now and again, it grows a little breathless. I wonder how many times she turns her head to check the windows while I'm in here making cocoa. She did it constantly when I was in the room with them. I wonder if she's checking for Shayla, and if so, if Shayla is actually the sort to lurk at strangers' windows. If I do find her out there, I'll call my buddy Jake at the precinct to come take care of it. Better that than give in to the temptation to pitch her over the fence like a sack of trash. When I walk in with 2 mugs and 1 insulated sippy cup of hot cocoa, the dog gets underfoot, excited at the new smell. Jenny giggles, and Emmeline gets up to corral the little guy before I can trip over him. Thanks, I grump good-naturedly as I set down the tray on our cherry coffee table. Jenny toddles over with her hands out, and nearly gets tripped by the dog herself. Emmeline grabs the little beast again, and wrestles with him while Jenny rights herself and takes her prize, immediately taking a swallow. This is why I always cool hers with an extra dollop of milk. You come up with a name for this furball yet, sweetie? I ask my daughter, as she climbs back onto the recliner across from the couch. Flubber, she declares, and I burst into incredulous laughter. Emmeline settles onto the far end of the couch, chuckling quietly. Flubber? Why are you gonna call your dog that? It's cute and hilarious and better than Doggy Face, which was her first idea for a name. Because he bounces, she declares, and I can't help but laugh more. Flubber it is. Just don't complain about it when you're 10, and he's 80 pounds. I won't. Come on, Flubber. She pats the seat next to her, and the dog scrambles up to settle beside her, snuffling at the cup. He loses interest after a few moments, the insulation and narrow opening masking most of the chocolate scent. They're so cute. Emmeline is smiling, really smiling, and the sight of it warms me more than my drink. How long have you lived here? 2.5 years. It was a mess when I got here. Had to fix it up so it was good enough for my little girl. I scratch the corner of my jaw thoughtfully as I look at her. How about you? Where were you before this? Garden District. I grew up there. Mom and Dad both have family here, going back a couple of 100 years. She smiles faintly, her velvety dark eyes hiding demurely behind her lashes. A true Creole beauty with deep roots that I find myself envying. A real New Orleans native, huh? It's hard not to smile now that we're finally in the same room together, even though part of my mind keeps chewing over the scene with Shayla the whole time. I need to talk with her about this. As much as I'd like to be her personal hero, even if nothing ever happens between us, this is my street. I won't let anybody get hurt in my territory, even if she's just a friendly neighbor. That's me. I don't think I'll ever want to leave. I mean, maybe part of the year. The summers do get really hot up here. When it gets too bad, I usually take Jenny and go off on my plane for a month or two to my farmlands in Oregon. We come back after the last harvest and processing are done, which is usually late fall. It's a lot to tell her about myself in one go, but since I now know so many private things about her, it seems fair to open up a bit. You're a farmer. I thought you were an ex-soldier or something. She's intrigued, and I take that as a good sign. Ex-pilot, actually. I used to run my own delivery company. Close enough to the truth. I own 100 acres in Humboldt County, got a buddy managing it for me. Humboldt. Her eyebrows rise. She's heard of it, of course. Everybody who has ever smoked bud, at least once, has heard of it. Oh. Do you think Flubber's a good name? Jenny breaks in, after running out of cocoa to drain from her sippy. She sets it aside, leaving the puppy to nose at it curiously, and peers at Emmeline earnestly. Flubber is a lovely name, sweetheart. Don't let your daddy give you a hard time. She shoots me a mischievous look that's a pleasant surprise. Her mood's recovering. That makes me feel good, too good maybe. Maybe if I work hard enough, I can get her mind entirely off of Shayla and on me instead. I can't believe she even remembers that movie, I admit, a little baffled. When did I even watch it with her? Well, it must have stuck. Emmeline is sipping her cocoa a lot more slowly than I, her hands laced carefully around the heavy ceramic mug, as if worried she will fumble it. She does still glance at the front windows now and again, whenever the breeze moves the branches of the mulberry tree and casts a shadow on the glass. I get the impression that she's rarely at rest, and she probably doesn't sleep very well either. Maybe I can help there too. Looking at Emmeline, as she holds a friendly little conversation with my daughter about dog names, I want to do a lot more than just sleep with her. I want to protect her. I want to make sure she can sleep at night and feel safe during the day. I want to make her smile. Damn it, hold up. I barely know this woman, and here I am, already imagining her in my collar. I have to watch that. If there's one thing I have a problem with when it comes to women, it's falling too hard for them too fast. Especially the kind ones. The warm milk in the cocoa is doing its work, as did all the excitement running around with the new puppy. Jenny yawns enormously, and I look over at her. That's yawn number 1, sweetie. I'm not sleepy, she mumbles, and then stifles another yawn. The puppy is already draped over her lap, blinking slowly. All right, but you know the rules. One more yawn, and I'll have to shuffle you off to bed for your nap. I know, she mumbles, and yawns again before I can even look away from her. Gimme just a minute, I say to Emmeline, who nods, and takes another dainty sip of her cocoa. Her eyes dance slightly with amusement, as I scoop up Kid and Pup and turn to bring them upstairs. The dog wiggles a little, but Jenny is already starting to doze. Once Jenny is tucked in with her shoes off and Flubber in her arms, I go back down to check on my guest. The weight of what I have to ask her tugs at my chest. This isn't going to be easy, but I won't feel right until it's done. "How's she doing?" she asks softly, her sympathy as honest and easy as if we've been close for years. "Out like a light. She'll sleep until almost supper time, after all the running around she's done today." Chasing Jenny is starting to become a real effort. I'm fit, fast, and tireless, but 3-year-olds are giggling blurs. I sit back down on the couch, settle back into my seat, and scoop up my mug. "Look, I don't want to invade your privacy, but I think that we need to talk about what happened with your sister today." She looks down and away at once, a blush deepening on her cheeks. "I'm sorry. I didn't ever want you to have to deal with Shayla and her crap." "Why are you apologizing to me?" I ask, baffled. "Look, I brought it up because I'm concerned for you and your safety. You're my neighbor, and I'd want to help you even if I didn't like you or think you're cute as hell." Her eyes widened, and after a moment, I realized I had probably said a little bit too much, given how long we'd known each other. Still, it's true, and at least it gives her some idea of my motives. Okay, they're not perfect, but they're honest, and they do involve giving a damn about her. "Look, like I said, I don't mean to embarrass you or get too personal. But I have known people like Shayla before, and they only ever become more bothersome. Are you sure you're even safe with her around?" She sets her mug down a little hard. Her hands are shaking, and tears spill over her eyes. She wipes at them self-consciously. "Wow, my mascara's really getting a workout today," she mumbles. I feel terrible for a moment, until I catch the relief in her expression. "I'm sorry," she says in a shaky voice. "It's just that you're the first person to give this much of a damn about me since my parents died." "Damn, I'm sorry. Don't you have any friends?" Somehow, though, that just makes her look more miserable, and my heart sinks. Think I just put my foot in my mouth there. "I'd like to have friends," she admits after a moment, "but I don't have any practice." "What? Why?" "Shayla. It has to be Shayla. She would always drive them away," comes the soft reply, disgusting me. "I tried to have friends, but if Shayla caught me hanging out with someone, she would bully both of us until they avoided me. She wanted all my attention so she could." She trails off, her voice rising to a squeak before the tears come again, and she closes her eyes. "Have you all to herself? But then she drove you away." I'm trying to get a grasp on Shayla's character, like I would suss out an enemy or a potential betrayer. It was a necessary skill in my old business. Always keep one eye out for a knife headed for your back. She wanted me to give up my half of our childhood home, so she could keep the whole thing. She drove me here, and then that wasn't enough, so she followed me. Her chest is heaving distractingly, but the tears in her eyes make the luscious display impossible to enjoy. It's like I said. Is she on an illicit substance? She reminds me of a person on an illicit substance. She might get curious as to how I know that, but right now, I just don't care. She might be, I don't know. She's so much bolder now that Mom and Dad are gone, and she has money. She sniffles, and then looks up at me suddenly. "Why do you care?" Her voice isn't accusing, but rather full of a desperate plea, but it has the same basic effect. The question freezes me in my tracks, not because I'm uncertain of my answer, but because I'm uncertain of how she'll take it. "Go gently," I tell myself, draining the rest of my mug before answering. "It's exactly like I said. You're my neighbor, I like you, and I'm attracted to you. But more than that, I want my neighbors to be safe no matter how biased toward or against them I am. So you look after the neighborhood." I nod. That's a good enough way of putting it. My little girl needs to grow up in a neighborhood where people look after each other. The only way to get people to do that is to lead by example. Her eyes search my face, and then she slowly nods. "It's been a while since I met anyone like that," she admits, and I can only give her a sad smile. She sips at her cocoa, her gaze going from me to the windows and back again, her lush body drawn up tighter than usual. I used to spy on the family therapists when they would be talking to my family. I was trying to figure out why Shayla is the way she is. She would drive doctors away just like everyone else, and they could never agree on how to treat her. But they gave a bunch of diagnoses that explained some of her behavior. They kept stressing that none of this excused her from being that nasty and selfish. She refused to do anything that would help her cope with her personality disorders. They just became her excuse to be such a selfish, unkind person. My lips twist and I look down. How many sad SOBs have I known who dove into illicit substances and stupid behavior while blaming their wartime PTSD, their addiction, or any of the rest of it for their personal choices? I feel bad for them and what they carry, but most of the time, being sick has never been a get-out-of-responsibility-free card in my book. My attitude about that is the only thing that helped me get over Mary's death and the terrible way she treated me and her own mother in the months before it. Maybe she thought she was doing us a favor by severing ties before her death, but love and loyalty don't work that way. I kept fighting for her, and she broke my heart, especially when she tried to take our daughter with her. If my daughter ever asks me about her mother's suicide, I'll tell her that her mom had a disease and couldn't help herself. But Mary's suicide wasn't an impulse. It was meticulously planned, and from the start it involved trying to kill Jenny too. I'm sick of people using their problems as an excuse to destroy other people's lives. It's not their fault they're sick, but letting a wound fester never helps it heal, and when your sickness can harm a lot of people, it's irresponsible not to try to get a handle on it. I know exactly what you mean. I had a few people close to me act a lot like this. The stuff Shayla's doing is familiar to me, and that's why I'm so worried. The blush is back. It's so damn cute that I pause for a moment to just look at her. But it still makes me a little sad. Wow, you're really not used to people giving a damn about you outside your parents, huh? No, she mumbles. Well, get used to it. I look at her right in those soft brown eyes and see her blush deepen as she struggles to keep eye contact. It's adorable, but right now I'm deadly serious. She just stares at me, managing a nod but nothing else. I take a deep breath, compelled to explain myself. People like Shayla try to isolate you from any support system, so they don't have to face real pushback for their actions. It's calculated. I don't want a person who thinks and acts like that in my neighborhood, causing problems for you and yelling so loud she scares my kid. So unless you tell me to back off and let you deal with it all yourself, I want to be your backup. The person you go to, if there's a problem. I see her hesitate, and I understand that hesitation more than she probably thinks. Every time someone offers me a deal that seems too good to be true, I'm skeptical. She chews her full lip nervously, and I wish to God I could just take her into my arms and tell her that she'll be all right from now on. That I'll take care of her. Instead, I let the offer stand, and let her consider it undistracted for a while. I would feel safer if I had someone close by I could go to, she finally says, and I struggle to hide my relief. You're right, she's only gotten worse over time. I really didn't feel safe today while she was in my house. Then your instincts are good. There are very few things more dangerous than when a person like that realizes you won't take their crap anymore. Some get scared off, but others fly off the rails. She pales then, and I realize that I've touched a crucial nerve. She was reaching for me when you banged on the door, she murmurs breathlessly. Damn. Okay, I replied gravely. In that case, I'm gonna have to insist. If she starts causing you any kind of trouble again, showing up uninvited or anything like that, then you come to me. All right. She swallows, guilt and hesitation clouding her face. After a moment, she takes a deep breath and it clears and she smiles softly in relief. Thank you.
Chapter 5. Emmeline.
My phone beeps again, and I see that I have another message. Shayla has been calling. She's been calling all night. But it doesn't matter anymore, because I'm protected. Carl is making everything better. Well, not everything. I'm sure I have years of therapy ahead of me from dealing with that harpy, not to mention what happened to Mom and Dad. But that's all right, because if Shayla causes any real problems beyond just whining, I have someone I can call. The best someone. If I had a little crush on this guy before, it's at ridiculous levels now. I left his house, smiling, and I feel like I'm floating 2 inches off the floor just thinking about it as I move around my kitchen. The phone beeps, another message. I make myself green tea with honey. The phone beeps. I don't even look at it as I sip my tea. It beeps again twice before I finish my first cup. I pour myself a second. My thoughts are preoccupied with Carl. The warm glow I feel drowns out any anxiety over making Shayla angry. He cares. He wants to protect me. He even called me cute and said he was attracted to me. How did I get so lucky? It's always possible that he's messing with me, but he just doesn't seem the type. No, there's no room in my heart right now for fearing Shayla or worrying about what she'll do. My stomach's doing little flips, but the apprehension is mixed with wild excitement. What if Carl asks me out on a date? The thought of it leaves me sitting there daydreaming while my second cup of tea goes cold. I never dated much as a teen, and not at all once I decided to join a convent after junior college. Now I'm left wondering, what would being with Carl be like? Being with, crap, I sound like a 14-year-old. I'm thinking about dating him. Kissing him. Being with him, though I have no idea what that is like. But I'd love to find out. The phone beeps again, and I hesitate. I've been letting my voicemail fill up with Shayla's tantrums and threats, gathering evidence. I hate having to prepare to get a protection order against my own sister, but it's her fault, not mine. Finally, I give up and scoop up my phone. I stare at the message screen. She's filled the mailbox completely. I save the messages to my cloud without listening to them, delete them off my phone, and then, after months of not having enough nerve, I block Shayla's number. Eventually, she'll buy other phones to call me from, and she'll start hassling me all over again. But it will take her time, and she's lazy. It means I can at least spend tonight in peace. Thank God. I could really use the break. This is the first time since my parents died that I have felt even a little bit safe. And it's all because of Carl. It's nice to know that I once again have someone who will look out for me and help me deal with the world, to know that I'm not all alone. Things might not turn out as well as I'm hoping. But if he doesn't ask me out, then I'm darn well going to have to work up the nerve to do it myself. Now, how do I do that? I'll have to start small, or I'll lose my nerve entirely. And I will have to work around his schedule, because I know he'd never abandon Jenny. So, coffee? I look around my house, with half the rooms bare still except for stacked up boxes. I need to get to work unpacking and fixing everything up, if I'm going to have guests. I'm suddenly embarrassed by all those weeks of doing only a box or so a day, no matter how hard of a time I was having. Would Carl understand? Probably. But that doesn't stop me from wanting to put a better face forward, especially now that his offer of friendship and protection has made me feel better than I have in months. I'm able to unpack the living room and get the dining room table and chairs put together that night before I run out of steam. It's a big step. I could be ready to have Carl over in a day or two. If I can just get my downstairs together, it won't matter if the spare bedroom and my office are still in boxes. At least my bedroom is done already if he ends up upstairs. But that thought just makes me blush like crazy all over again. My arms ache as I bring the last load of broken down boxes to my recycling bin outside. I need a shower and some more sleep. But I'm smiling, both proud of myself and grateful for this small turn in my lonely life. I'm still smiling half an hour later when I climb into bed with my still damp hair freshly braided. The knocking wakes me up a few hours later. I tense and roll over, listening to the continuous, insistent banging as the fog clears from my head. It could be Shayla, or maybe the police calling to tell me she rolled her car while throwing a tantrum in traffic. After a few moments' hesitation, I get up and look down at my front curb. Shayla's gold Mercedes is sitting there, still running, lights on, driver's side door hanging open. Her parking is even worse than usual, with one wheel up on the curve, turned at an angle to the street. As the sight registers, I hear her voice yell up, "Emmeline?" I freeze in indecision. Call the police? Call Carl? Go down and tell her to back off? I take a deep breath, feeling my stomach start to curdle again. It's late. I didn't want to irritate Carl by calling, but he insisted. It took me 3 tries to get myself to phone him. He picks up on the first ring. "Hi, I'm sorry to bother you," I start, but he cuts me off. "It's fine, I already heard her and saw her car. I'm gonna call a buddy of mine on the force. It may be a bit before he gets there, though." His voice is calm, focused, all business. My blood runs hot and then cold again with my mix of emotions, and I take a shivery breath. "Thank you." "It's fine, sweetheart, the cops are on their way. Just hold tight. That's a steel core door, and if I hear any glass break, I'll be over in a flash." "Okay, I'll stay up here until they show." I chew my lip. I hate the idea of dealing with Shayla's embarrassing behavior in front of the police. But if she does something horrible, and it happens to be illegal, at least I won't have to deal with her for a while. But I'll have to deal with the aftermath of whatever she does. Please let the police get this under control before I come out. Okay. Call me back if you get scared. He hangs up. Downstairs, the banging continues. Shayla is cursing and calling my name. She sounds drunk. I wonder how she got over here without destroying her car. I move to the window again to watch her. I don't know how long she has been out there, but it's probably been a while. I'm a light sleeper, but only when something disturbs my immediate space. Finally, I catch sight of red and blue flashing lights and stare in amazement. Absently, I grab my robe off the back of my chair and wrap it around myself, wondering how in the world Carl got the police to get here so fast. Thank God for small favors. I step into my slippers and make my way down the stairs as the knocking suddenly stops. I can hear the hysterical tone in Shayla's voice as she confronts the police. I don't know what she's saying, but I hope it's something so abusive that she ends up in handcuffs. I make my way down the stairs and walk up to the front door, hesitating. I can hear Shayla sobbing and whining about something now, in a much lower voice. I open the door with a sense of relief washing through me. Shayla is standing at the base of my stairs, mascara running down her face, hair askew, hugging herself. 2 uniformed cops flank her, looking both tired and a little confused. One of them, a dark-eyed, fox-faced man, turns a stony expression to me. "There's the tramp, that's her." Shayla cries suddenly, stabbing an accusing finger in my direction. My own sister locked me out of our house in the cold. I stare at her, so stunned that my heart painfully skips a beat. The rush of adrenaline sends cold needles through me, as I watch my sister turn into an expert impersonator again. "Shayla, why did you change the locks? I live here. I have no place to go." I shake back the brief, agonizing flashback, and the irony pisses me off to no end. "She doesn't live here," I say in a mix of confusion and outrage. Only the confusion is played up. Really, after everything she has done, I should have seen this tactic coming. Foxface's brows knit together, and he looks over at his partner, a mellow-looking Creole man with a carefully trimmed fade beneath his uniform cap. "Have we got a confirmation of their home addresses?" "I can provide mine if you need it," I say in the steadiest voice I can manage. My eyes are too blurry from panic and exhaustion to read their name badges, but I manage not to cry or yell at anyone. My cooperativeness seems to get their attention. Foxface sighs. "Miss LaCroix, as reluctant as we are to get involved in a family matter, your sister here claims that this is her place of residence, and you've locked her out in the cold." I'm really sorry that this has happened," I say immediately, but Shayla cuts me off. "I can't believe she changed the locks while I was gone. How could you lock me out, Emmeline? I have no place to go." Her voice rises to a wail, in a dramatic mockery of my grief on that night that I slept on the porch, and suddenly, there's nothing in my head but rage. "Officers, please, my sister's ID, mail, and keys will all prove that she lives in our family home in the Garden District. I give them the address. I moved here after she locked me out. Now she is harassing me because I blocked her phone number earlier tonight. She's lying, comes the screech, and I shudder, my heart pounding hard. How in the world does Shayla manage to yell this loud without hurting her throat? I can't believe this. I know she hates me, but this isn't legal. You have to arrest her and let me in. I'm shaking now, but I stand my ground. Half of my things are still in boxes. I just moved here alone. There's one bed set up, and you know we're not sharing one. I will take you inside and show you, but please, do not let anyone into my house. Foxface's eyes light up with sudden understanding, and he and his partner exchange a glance. There's something fiercely knowing in the Foxface's stare, but the other man shakes his head slightly, unimpressed. The cop in front of me, Foxface, holds up his hands. Okay, look. How about I go in, with your permission, and have a look around? You can explain the whole thing. Do you have any? Hey. Damn it, you stupid cop, why are you talking to her instead of me? She's the one who did something wrong, I told you. Ma'am, his partner growls, I am talking to you, and Officer Eames is talking to your sister. But you should listen to me, not her. I'm the one who called you. Shayla seems so baffled that I don't know if she's being manipulative, or if she's simply delusional. That doesn't mean we know who between the two of you is lying yet, Officer Eames snaps over his shoulder. Shayla sucks in the air and I tense, half expecting an explosion. He turns his attention back to me, his expression going neutrally professional again. Shayla uses the one tiny scrap of wisdom she possesses in not talking back to the cop, and I swallow my disappointment. I'm sorry, he says to me, but it actually would help if I could see the state of your home to corroborate your story. And it would help even more if you had a witness to verify who lives where. I'm happy to help with that. A tall, broad-shouldered shape in a familiar motorcycle jacket walks up to my front gate, speaking in a clear, calm voice. Carl Black. I live next door. Shayla lets off whining at Officer Eames's partner, and levels a glare of pure hatred at Carl. He offers a cold smile in return, but when he turns to me, his eyes twinkle. My hero, I think, heart-lifting with relief.
Chapter 6. Carl.
From the desperate look on Emmeline's face, and the way she sags in relief when she sees me, I know my timing's good. As for my drinking buddy Jamie, who has been our beat cop along with his partner Tom for 18 months, we exchange a brief glance before he goes back to doing his job. I have to pretend I don't know him well, or Shayla's likely to kick up a stink about corruption. Well, sir, we got a phone call from Ms. LaCroix about being locked out of her house by her sister. He gestures at the tramp, who is glaring at me like she wants to murder me right there. I wink at her, and she goes white. Locked out of her house? This woman doesn't live here. In fact, I had to tell her to leave this afternoon because she was threatening Emmeline. I could hear her screaming from my kitchen. So could my kid. I can't imagine the last time I said anything to an on-duty police officer that gave me this much satisfaction. I've been here 2.5 years. She doesn't even live in this neighborhood. Looking at Shayla's bleary outrage and incredibly bad parking job, I put 2 and 2 together. Maybe she's just an aggressive drunk, but twice in one day is too much for me. Oh, so drunk and disorderly. And possible drunk driving. Tom, get the breathalyzer. Jamie gives Shayla a knowing look that takes a lot of the wind from her sails. Then he turns back to Emmeline. We're going to have to document this, but right now, with her behavior, it can only work in your favor if you end up pressing charges. I'm getting a protection order, Emmeline speaks up, her voice choked but clear. She can't just. Shayla lets out an incoherent scream and lunges at Emmeline. I leap the gate and bolt across the lawn, but both cops are on it, grabbing her and pulling her back. She starts fighting them, flailing and screaming, while I bound toward Emmeline and pull her out of range. I gather her against my chest and turn us so my body is between her and her crazed sister. She shivers against my chest, her face pale. It's okay, sweetheart, just let them do their jobs. You can't do this. You can't. This is my house. They're both my house. I'm the oldest. Everything that tramp has is mine. I look over and see that Shayla is fighting them with everything she has as they drag her toward the squad car. We'll take care of this, Jamie promises. I'm gonna need statements from all of you though. Can you take care of things here and come in to give statements first thing tomorrow? Emmeline nods against my chest, and I nod at Jamie. Is 9 all right? That's fine. Call me if anything changes. I have no idea how he can keep such a calm tone while stuffing a screeching drunk into the back of his cruiser, but now that the cuffs are on, he's doing exactly that to Shayla. Screw you. I'll get rid of that little tramp. None of you know your place. She hits her head on the door frame on her way into the car and threatens Jamie with a few badly aimed kicks. Thank you. Emmeline manages very shakily, and I start stroking her hair. Once they're gone, I take Emmeline back to my place to calm down. Jenny greets us at the door with a sleepy puppy leaning against her leg. What happened? She frets, bouncing. Crap. I'd hoped that she would sleep through this mess like she does almost anything else, but looks like I miscalculated. I'm sorry, baby, I say as I bring Emmeline through the door. I had to help Emmeline with a problem. Okay. She frowns in worry as she sees Emmeline's tear-streaked face. I close the door behind us and she chirps, "Who was that loud lady?" My sister, Emmeline replies softly as I lead her over to the couch and help her settle onto it. Oh. Jenny thinks about it a moment, then smiles. You're nice. I'm sorry your sister's bad. Emmeline lets go of me reluctantly as she sits down. Me too, sweetie. I'm sorry she woke you up. I have to get her settled again. I apologize to Emmeline, who smiles tearfully and nods. Go ahead. I'll manage now that she's gone. I peer at her, wary of a martyr streak. You sure you're okay? She nods. I'll be fine. She turns to Jenny, who is waving as I scoop her into my arms. Good night, sweetie. The bad woman's gone, so you try to rest now, okay? Okay. Jenny says perkily. I walk out with her as she waves over my shoulder, the puppy bumbling along behind us. I'm a lucky guy. My little girl doesn't freak out at the prospect of a nut bothering the neighborhood. She trusts me when I say she's safe, and she's sleeping peacefully within 5 minutes. When I come back down, Emmeline has calmed down a lot. She sits on my couch with her hands in her lap, and I realize for the first time that she's in my home in nothing but her nightgown, slippers, and robe. Blue and cream. Cute and, fortunately for her, warm. But the glimpses of her shape underneath make it attractive. Are you okay? I ask her as gently as I can. She swallows and nods, and I settle onto the couch nearby. Can I do anything for you? She looks at the ceiling, eyes tearing up again. You've already done so much. I do it because I want to, I reassure, and she smiles briefly with a touch of embarrassment. No, seriously, don't think you owe me something. Even if you weren't hot, kind, and adorable, I would do this. Thought I covered that already. I'm just not used to it, not since my dad died. I'm very sorry if I make it awkward. Our eyes meet briefly, and I see the shame and pain in hers and hold up a hand. No, seriously. Just assume you can ask me for anything. If it bothers me, or if I can't do it, I will let you know. Okay. I'm being completely straight with you right now. She bites her lip softly, and I feel my mouth go dry. But I wait quietly, and finally she says, actually there is one thing. She asks me to do something I'd actually wanted to do anyway. Check her house for intruders since she had not had time to properly lock up. Once I get some tea in her and she's feeling well enough, we go back to her front door. I'll go in first, I insist. Trail back at least a few paces. She nods obediently, and I smile at her. Good girl. I have to force myself away from wondering if she takes direction just as well in bed. I clear each room, checking everywhere a human could hide before letting Emmeline into it. The house has only 10 rooms, including the finished attic and both bathrooms. It doesn't take long to find absolutely nothing. And that's a good thing. Okay, sweetheart, I tell her as I return to her. All clear. Thank you, she murmurs again. I don't know what I would have done without you here. She sniffles, and I see tears start to gleam on her cheeks again. Hey, I say softly, moving forward to lay my hands on her shoulders as we stand in the upper hallway. Don't you think about that, because I was here. I'll always be here, sweetheart. She smiles through her tears, and I hug her against me again. It feels so good to hold her. The smell of her hair, that jasmine perfume, her warmth, the way she shivers against me. How long has it been since I've had a woman in my arms that I actually care for? Years. Since Mary. She makes a sudden, soft sound of pleasure, and I don't fully know why, until I realize I'm totally absorbed in the warm, wet softness of her full lips against mine. She's clinging to me, trembling, her body pressed urgently against mine. That jasmine perfume mixes with the faint musk of her body, enticing me further. I know without a doubt that she wants this. But why is she trembling so hard? I break the kiss very reluctantly and look down at her, murmuring, "You all right, sweetheart?" Just a little dizzy, she admits, looking a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. I've actually never done this before. My mind and body immediately go into total war against each other as I realize she's untrained. I might be her first real crush ever, maybe even her first kiss. She's scared and overwhelmed, exhausted and entirely new at this. I'm not going to take advantage, no matter how badly I want her. Instead, I stroke her loose hair back from her face as I smile down at her. We'll take things slow then. I don't want to push you into anything you're not comfortable with. I will keep my word. I will let her set the pace, gently pushing at her limits, not bulldozing them. I see the relief hiding in her smile, and the trust, and I know that I have made the right choice.
Chapter 7. Emmeline.
I've never experienced a kiss like this in my life. I've been kissed impulsively by men before, but not the kind of deep, passionate embrace that I've been dreaming about for months. My whole body tingles, every inch of my attention collapses inward, toward the feel of his mouth on mine. I don't even remember when I started clinging to him, but I know for certain that I would be a puddle on the floor if it weren't for his arms around me. When I get overwhelmed, it embarrasses me. The flood of sensation, this unexpected closeness, the passion in his kiss, all of it feels incredible, but there's too much pleasure, bare and raw, so much that it edges on pain. Nerve endings that have never been used tingle uncomfortably, as my heart pounds and I start to lose control of myself. He shocks me with his understanding, and offers to take it slow. I'm breathless and shaky as I nod my agreement. When he leaves my house, I lie awake for hours remembering the taste of his mouth. I let myself sleep in a little, knowing that I'm safe and that no matter what happens, Shayla can't get at me right now. Even if she pays her bail, she's being watched by the police. My alarm wakes me again at 7:30. I feel bleary and fog-headed from the lack of sleep, but we're due at the police precinct at 9, and I have to get ready. In the shower, the hot water stinging my skin reminds me so much of how I felt with Carl that it makes me dizzy. That kiss is going to haunt me for weeks. It's a welcome memory. I'm smiling as I make my way downstairs. Carl hasn't messaged me yet, but it's 8:30, and I'm sure he will soon. I'm so happy and relieved to have his help, and to have felt his kiss, that I don't even look through the peephole when the doorbell rings. I just pull the door open. A total stranger is standing on the other side. I freeze, blinking out at the man in white, who stands with a mild smile on his face just inches from my screen door. He has a door-to-door evangelist's blandly cheerful smile on his pale pretty face, and his pale blue eyes gleam flatly, his brown curls tousled just so. "Hi there," he says around that odd smile. "I'm Roland from the diocese." My fear fades a fraction, but not that much. I'm not expecting anyone, and I'm absolutely certain that the diocese would have called before they sent someone. "Can I help you?" I ask tentatively, still too shocked to sort out my feelings on the sudden intrusion. "Yes, well, the Mother Superior you were working with spoke with us about your current crisis of faith. I wanted to know if you would like to discuss it, before making any final decisions about your life as a Catholic and as a candidate for the convent. His language is very generalized. Alarm bells start to ring in my head. I don't want to be rude, but this isn't normal. I'm very sorry, I say in the politest tone I can muster, but I have an important appointment and will be leaving in a few minutes. Would you like to leave your card, and I'll arrange something with you after I get back? The smile freezes on his face, and I feel worry wash through me. I can't pinpoint exactly why, but I know that something in his expression stands as a warning. Maybe it's the fact that his eyes never change expression. I'm afraid that this is the only time I have in your area, he replies smoothly, his eyes raking me over. It makes me even more nervous. I feel a strange tension rising inside of me, as my manners and my caution clash. Then I'm afraid that this is a missed opportunity. I force myself to reply, my own smile feeling brittle. I am sorry. Please let Monsignor Adams know that I will call his office as soon as I get home. The Monsignor's name is Bryant. He doesn't notice. That's when the alarm bells really start going off. I'm already backing away from the screen when he lunges up close to it suddenly and presses his hands against the mesh. It will only take 5 minutes. You should really let me in. A cold sweat has broken out on my body, and I'm backing away to close the door even before he starts rattling at the screen door handle. Then suddenly a huge shape looms up behind him. May I help you with something? Carl rumbles in the most forbidding tone I have ever heard from him. Roland freezes and then turns his head, blinking slowly and mechanically. Oh, he says in a strangely casual voice, as if a huge intimidating neighbor was simply something he hadn't planned for. He says he's here from the diocese. From Monsignor Adams. Carl folds his arms and stares at the man icily. Is that so? There is no Monsignor Adams in New Orleans. I can't see the man's face, but my guess is he's no longer smiling. Oh. Well. Perhaps I'm in the wrong neighborhood. He starts to edge around Carl, who turns to watch him the entire way. Maybe you're in the wrong state, my friend. I'd rectify that quickly if I were you. The man bobs his head as he hurries down the walk. I'll certainly keep that in mind. Carl turns back to me, shaking his head. I come out and slip an arm around him for comfort as we watch the man retreat to a smallish black sedan that screams, rental. Do you think he was a con artist or something? I ask in a small voice as he moves his arm to wrap around me protectively. Or a burglar casing the place. Or something worse. He's staring at the back of the car, and I realize after a moment that he's taking down the license plate number on his phone. I'm gonna do a little background research on our boy, and I think we should mention this incident to the police. He winks at me. Got a picture of him too. You're the best. I nestle against him, enjoying his warmth and scent. The weather is warm enough that we don't need jackets, and I'm happily taking advantage. He nuzzles the top of my head briefly. Jenny's at daycare until 3. Let's get this over with, and then I'll take you to lunch. I'd like that. I feed another glow of adoration for Carl. He had just made bringing up a date a whole lot easier. Lucky thing too, because I have no idea what I'm doing here. On the short drive over, it's all I can do not to start touching him again. I hold off so I don't distract him while he's driving, but I have to squeeze my hands between my knees like I'm worried they'll wander over to him on their own. Your alternatives are somewhat limited due to the lack of any physical violence, fox-faced Officer Jamie Eames tells us as we fill out the report together. But there are other witnesses. There was an assault on an officer, and some of what your sister is charged with involves 2 cops, with dash cam footage to back it up. That's going to be true no matter what you choose to do. Disturbance of the peace, drunk driving, disorderly conduct, all those things are a slam dunk, as is filing a false police report. An illicit substance and a weapon were also found in her vehicle. She's going down for those. He gives me a very direct look, and I swallow as I sit stiffly in the chair across his desk. Next to me, Carl gives my hand a reassuring squeeze. How long will she go away for? I ask, forcing myself to speak clearly. I'm shaking inside. Once she gets out, she'll hate me even more. But maybe by then, I'll be gone. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The cop gives us both an apologetic smile. Explain, Carl replies evenly but with a slight edge to his tone. I sit silently, my expression is as calm as I can manage. Shayla posted bail immediately, in cash. She's a free woman until her court date, which is in 3 weeks. 3 weeks? I can't keep the panic out of my voice. Carl immediately cuts in, as if sensing that I'm at my limit. The potential for violence here was explained to the judge, correct? Her history of intimidation and mistreatment? He sounds so businesslike, in spite of standing there in his leather jacket and jeans, with his scruffy hair brushing against his collar. I wonder where he learned so much about criminal law. There's so much about him that I just don't know. And maybe I should be afraid of that fact. After all, he might like me now, but that could change. But I have to have faith in him. I have to believe in all that he's done, that what he says is true, and that he won't fail me when I need him most, by abandoning me, by betraying me, by being cruel, or by dying and leaving me alone. I'm sorry. But Judge Carhart saw the lack of violent history here, and decided that he couldn't keep her. I drift off in my head to that dark, cold place where I once lived, where everything pretty was stolen or smashed. Where Shayla gave me misery day and night, and my parents tried to patch it up with apologies, excuses, and gifts. She can't be stopped, I think illogically, and wonder if I'll ever be free. Then Carl's hand wraps firm and warm around my wrist, and I turn my head to catch his fierce gaze. Don't check out on me, sweetheart, he commands gently, and I snap back suddenly into the present. I shudder and blink the tears out of my eyes. He promised he would help me and protect me. Can I believe in him? Can I put my life in his hands? Can the two of us together do what I found so hard to do on my own? Okay, I mumble. Let's talk about what options I do have.
Chapter 8. Carl.
You did really well in there, sweetheart. I know it was tough to sit and listen to all that, and make a decision right there. Not to mention all the extra paperwork. But believe me, starting an investigation into Shayla's abuse of you, and filing an order of protection against her were both smart moves. Emmeline sits quietly in my kitchen, as I grill us up some chicken for sandwiches. She asked if we could be somewhere less public for a while, and I immediately proposed my place and lunch. The preschool's now got Jenny until 5, which she'll love because most of her friends stay until 5 too. That way, I can make sure Emmeline's looked after before I send her home for a nap. Do you do anything for your PTSD, sweetheart? I ask very gently. Huh. Her head snaps around and she blinks at me as if she's worried that I just read her mind. How did you know? Dealt with it myself for a while. You can recover, though through a lot of the process it feels like you never will. I keep my voice low and calm, as I turn the chicken breasts on my hibachi and paint them with lemon, olive oil, and pulverized herbs. I barely know anything about you, she mumbles. I'm scared I'll tell you things about me, and you'll reject me for them. It's the most naked confession I've ever gotten from a woman. Sweet Mary, whom I adored, hid her pain from everyone until she snapped. I'm glad as hell that Emmeline isn't doing the same. At least not with me. I turn down the heat, flip the chicken one last time to finish the sear, and then leave them to cook through as I walk over to take Emmeline in my arms. She gasps and slides her hands up my arms, hips tipping against mine in subtle reflex. I have my own skeletons in my closet. She nods, looking up at me searchingly, then murmurs, Carl, I feel better when I'm with you. I don't mind that you're not perfect. I flash a brief wry grin. Well, I don't mind that you're not perfect either, all right. Look, I'll start if you want. It's a risk. A risk that could end with me getting thrown in jail if she spills it to the wrong people. And she might judge me. But here goes. If I want trust, I have to give it. My uncle ran pot into America over both borders for 20 years, starting in the 1960s. You could say he came back from Vietnam, a changed man. He had 6 bullets in him that they couldn't pull out, and though he lived another 40 years, he always had pain. This was way before medical pot, but people have been using illicit substances as medicine for a long time. So he ran and smoked a ton of it. He would give half his stuff out to other vets like him. He didn't care about the risk. He just wanted to help people. So eventually he retires, and I take over the plane while he handles the connections. And we make a ton of money. But then pot starts going legal all over the place. Uncle Jake and I decided to go legit. We poured our seed money into a legal pot farm out in Humboldt County and settled down to become growers and producers. That's where my money came from. I shrug, wondering how awkward this is going to be. I have hinted around at it with her, but she had no idea of the scope until now. Wow, that's kind of a new one for me. I've never even smoked. Her voice has a nervous laugh in it, but she doesn't look angry or put off. Well, I can fix that anytime, after Jenny's bedtime, of course. So it doesn't bother you. She shakes her head, smiling a little. Not so much. You're so careful around your daughter that it doesn't exactly make me worry you're some reckless pothead who is endangering her. Besides, the local cops respect you. Yeah, well, they had better. That fancy new body armor they have came out of my pocket. I go back to turn the chicken again, letting it sit longer on each side now that it has seared. So my question for you is the PTSD from your sister or is it from something else? A mix, probably, she admits in a soft, sad tone that gets me in the gut. My sister made my childhood rough, and then made my adulthood even rougher after we lost our parents. But that's not why I went through so much therapy in the last year, no. You feel like telling me what happened? I coax, not quite using my command tone. She has baggage, and I need to make sure it's not the kind that will cause trouble for me or for my daughter. I'll help her either way, but since I crave her in my arms so much, I need to make sure. Then she tells me. The car bomb that took her parents, and almost killed her too. I hadn't made the connection between last year's explosion in the Garden District, but now I do the math. Unstable sister. Unknown uncaught bomber. Murdered parents. Broken faith. Now I just want to hold her, so I can drown out all this crazy stuff she's been dealing with. Instead, still treading carefully, I finish fixing her lunch. You know, one of the priests I talked to yelled at me for giving up after I woke up in the hospital. He told me I damned myself. She sips her jasmine tea and watches me bring over the sandwiches, chicken on a toasted baguette with Dijon sauce, Roma tomatoes, and lettuce. Priests are as likely as anyone else to be complete tools, honey. He hasn't been there. He has no idea what it's like to have someone die right in front of you, especially someone that you loved for a long time. I settle into my seat. She looks up at me. But you do. It's not a question. I think of the water rushing around me as I smash the window of Mary's sedan to free my tiny daughter from the rapidly flooding car. I managed it somehow, her coughing and crying the whole time, and got her to the rescuers on shore. But when I went back for Mary, she fought me. She wanted to sink with that car. I have a long, faint scar on my arm, almost 3 years old, where she slashed it open with a twisted bit of metal to keep from being dragged free. Yeah, I mutter quietly. Jenny's mother, she killed herself. Drove her car off a pier with her and Jenny in it. I was right behind them. Thank God, because I managed to get Jenny out. But Mary was gone. She gasps and then nods, lips pressed together and her eyes brimming. You do know then. I'm so sorry. Yeah. My throat is tight suddenly, and I have to look away for a moment. Look, whatever happens with your sister, I promise you that you're not facing it alone anymore. She looks at me like I hung the moon, and suddenly, the savory-smelling sandwiches can't keep my interest. That means so much to me, Carl. I'm just sorry we had to meet in such bad circumstances. Yeah, well, better that than not meeting at all. My body aches, and I feel the familiar craving for her softly curving body rise up to overwhelm me again. I don't know which of us gets up first, but we meet halfway around the table and seize hold of each other. She clings to me like a mast in a storm and offers her mouth, eyes bright and hooded. I kiss her fiercely, until she goes a little limp in my arms. Push my limits, please, she whispers against my mouth. I know you'll be careful with me. Now I'm so turned on that I can barely see straight. All right. But I want to hear you tell me to stop, if that is what you need. If you can't speak, slap my arm 3 times. Do you understand me? There's no time to negotiate much, but I'm damned well negotiating limits and safe words. I don't play without them. She stands there frozen. I lift an eyebrow and slide my hand from her side over the mound of her breast, finding her erect nipple through the soft green fabric. I stroke it sharply and she gasps. Why yes, she answers, and I nod, satisfied. Then let's go upstairs. I scoop her into my arms and chuckle as she gasps again.
Chapter 9. Emmeline.
I freeze up inside for a moment as he scoops me into his arms. It's something new and a little risky, and my stomach flutters with nerves. But my choices are pretty clear. Stop and stay in my comfort zone, or trust him, step out of it and fulfill these cravings that I barely understand. I choose the latter, and he takes me up the stairs, my heart pounding wildly as I struggle against what almost feels like stage fright. Except that instead of getting up in front of a public speaking class, I'm trying to lose my versus card, to a great guy I might add. I can't afford to let my anxiety or inexperience get in the way. Except it's more than that. Shayla's voice hisses at me from my memories, darkly amused at my self-consciousness. Once he sees the width of your butt under that skirt, he's gonna throw you back down the stairs, you fat tramp. No. Stop it. Stop. I shudder and cling to Carl harder, burying my face in his chest and feeling his heart beat strongly against my cheek. He holds me closer. He's into this. Suddenly, I get angry, really angry. My shitty sister isn't even here and she's still messing up my life. Damn Shayla. She thinks any butt is huge because she doesn't have one. What's up, sweetheart? He rumbles softly in my ear as he reaches the top landing. I can hear mild concern in his voice. I don't want to admit how nervous I am or why. It's embarrassing. But then again, if I don't tell him, he might think it's him I have a problem with. Or intimacy. I've never been naked in front of anyone before, I finally admit. He blinks down at me and then smiles slowly. Well, believe it or not, pretty much everybody is self-conscious about their first-time baby girl. Even me. I stare. Even you. But you're so. He laughs as he carries me down the wide, breezy hall into a master bedroom, 3 times the size of my own. The dark polished wood floor, beams and furniture stand out against the pale plaster walls and ceiling. His low, broad bed is covered with a velvet coverlet of deep green. You think I was this confident at 16? Nope. You earn it, every bit of it. He carries me over to a dressing mirror next to his wardrobe and sets me gently on my feet. Lucky for you, I'm here to help. He leans over my shoulder from behind and kisses me, his mouth teasing mine. He lingers for only a moment before he strips off his flannel shirt and tosses it aside. I stand there facing my reflection, but watching his in the mirror. It's funny. I've been dreaming about seeing your body for months, but here you are, shy about it and hiding in all these clothes. He runs his hands down my sides and over my hips, and I shiver at the soft pressure. His hands seem to radiate heat as they slide over me, caressing me through my clothes. He takes my face in his hand and gently turns my head to face my reflection. Look, he murmurs in my ear. Let me show you how I see you. I look at myself in the mirror as his hands slide over me, and my gaze reluctantly trails from the path of his fingers to the body he's caressing. The body I almost concealed under a nun's habit, forever safe from scrutiny or criticism. He reaches around me from behind and slides his hands over my shoulders. Step out of your shoes, dear. I do, wiggling my toes in relief. He kicks the pumps gently aside and reaches around to start slowly unbuttoning my blouse. His breath stirs the hairs on the back of my neck, and then his lips start caressing my skin. I see my eyes widen in the mirror and then hood. My head droops to the side, everything leaving my mind but the warm caresses of his mouth on me. His nimble fingers tug each little pearl button free of its hole. Between each one, he dips his fingertips into the gap in the fabric and spreads it wider. Now seriously, sweetheart, he purrs in my ear. Do you really see anything here that's not to like? Because I sure as hell don't. Shortly after, I open my eyes from a doze a little later and find myself in his arms, the coverlet wrapped around us and my head pillowed on his bicep. Did I prove my point? He murmurs sleepily, nuzzling my hair. I giggle giddily, too relaxed from satisfaction to feel self-conscious. Yes, I murmur. Yes, you did.
Chapter 10. Carl.
What do you mean they're dropping the abuse investigation against Shayla LaCroix? It's all I can do to keep my voice low and calm. There are witnesses. There are witnesses to just one incident, man, Jamie corrects quietly. That's the start of a case. But we can't go forward until we have more. He hesitates, and the length of the hesitation as he lingers over his beer catches my attention. I shake my head. I've spent the last 2 weeks caring for Emmeline, drying her post-nightmare tears and coaxing her out of her shell. The intimacy has been spectacular, but it's still pretty light on the spices. Emmeline isn't going to be ready for any real kind of submission training until that good-for-nothing Shayla is out of her life for good, and she's settled her head about both her abusive relationship with her sister and the murder of her parents. And the police have suddenly stopped doing their damn jobs. Jamie, in the past 10 minutes you have told me that the investigation of Emmeline's parents' murder has been dropped due to lack of evidence. The investigation of her abuse has been dropped due to lack of evidence. And now they're calling off the investigation of the guy who showed up at Emmeline's doorstep. You want to tell me what the hell is going on? He tenses and glances around in an odd way. I frown and follow his gaze. He almost looks like he's worried about someone listening in. But the other patrons in this dark Irish pub are more worried about their lunchtime beers than us. I'm not at liberty to say which sucks. My eyes widen as I stare at him. Jamie's solid as a rock. He's got more integrity than 20 average cops put together. And I can see the frustration lingering in his eyes. Something stinks. And it's not my drinking buddy. It's New Orleans. Police brass are shorter on integrity than beat cops. By a lot. Let me guess. My voice lowers. So what did Shayla use on the lieutenant? Bribery, blackmail, or booty? Maybe a combination, Jamie mutters and takes a long swallow of his beer. My jaw clenches. I've used the cops and gone through legal channels as much as I possibly can since leaving the bootlegging business. But now, it looks like legal channels care more about money than the law. Time to take things into my own hands. We can still build a case against Shayla. She's probably only going to be free a few more days. The trial's set for Thursday on her other charges. He almost sounds apologetic. Look, man, I break in quietly. I know you're doing what you can. Don't overextend yourself. But if you could give me any preliminary information you were able to gather, I'll hire Molly to deal with it. Molly Haggard is a private investigator I've used several times. She's the one who was watching Mary for me when Mary suddenly drove off for the pier with Jenny. If she hadn't warned me, Jenny wouldn't be alive, and Jamie knows it. She's back in Humboldt, but I can fly her out if needed. He looks almost relieved. Okay. This will take a little time, but I'll get you what I have. At least the protection order is done, I think, as I drive back home. Emmeline has mostly been staying over at my place. I've helped her unpack all her things over at hers, but as soon as my daughter is fast asleep, Emmeline is in my house and in my bed. Jenny likes breakfasts with Emmeline. The two of them always fill my breakfast nook with bright chatter as I cook. We've had peace for a few precious days, each one starting with kisses and coffee and ending with me pinning Emmeline to whatever wall or stretch of floor or piece of furniture we haven't christened yet. I consider it a point of pride that now that Emmeline's had a taste of real pleasure, she's always chasing it. She does it all the time, flirting with me shyly during evening cartoons. Her soft, almost sleepy gaze promises wild moments and tenderness at the same time. I'm falling in love with this girl, and it feels great except for one thing. I'm about to deliver some of the worst news of her life to her, and I feel like absolute dog crap about it. When I walk in the door, I have to stop and just look. Emmeline's curled up on the couch, napping with Jenny, who is nestled against her with her puppy in her arms. I look for a moment longer, and then smile and take a few pictures on my phone. I'll tell her later. And meanwhile, I'll take care of this. I go straight to my office, shut the door, and call Molly. She picks up on the third ring. Carl. Hey, how's it going? Not so good. I explain the situation in brief, hearing her type away and occasionally grunt acknowledgement as she takes notes on her laptop. You're right. It seems pretty suspect that someone made almost every investigation involving the LaCroix family just go away. I'm actually surprised that she didn't make the other charges vanish too. Kind of hard to do with a dash cam recording and 2 bruised cops, I point out, and she grunts again. So you're waiting on information from Jamie. I actually got it by email on my way home. I'll forward it. He didn't get very far in his investigation before they shut it down, but the bombing last year has a 50-page long file. I flip my laptop open, check my mail, and start forwarding the relevant files. With that much information, they should at least have a suspect, but I couldn't find one. Okay, I'll start going through what we do have. Any insights on where to start, other than skimming through this thing? I have a photograph of a man who tried to con his way into Emmeline's house the same week that this all came to a head. He claimed to be from the diocese. I got clear shots of him, and even one of his rental car's license plate. So start with rental car agencies. She puffs thoughtfully. I'll see if I can draw a connection between him and any of the rest of this. Okay. I'll send you everything. As soon as you notice any patterns or suspicious details, let me know. I take a deep breath, closing my eyes. I'll wire your usual retainer. Thanks kindly, big guy. I'll call you back soon. The connection breaks, and I sit back in my chair, my eyes narrowing. So this is what we know so far, I tell Emmeline as I hold her hands later that night. Jenny is up in her room, playing with her puppy, while pretending to be asleep. I'm letting her get away with it, for now. Your parents had no enemies, no creditors, and no debtors. They had no connection to local criminal groups. They had no interests that would bring them in contact with the sort of people who generally blow up cars. I squeeze her hands gently. I still haven't told her that the police have had their leashes yanked. She's safe as long as I'm on watch, but I'm not sure she could deal with any more crap from Shayla. I'm pretty damn suspicious, though. Why would Shayla try to stop the murder investigation? Could it have been a mistaken identity? Emmeline asks softly. She's calmed down in the last few days, as she's learned to trust me with her safety and her life. She's grown more confident, too, and I don't want to tell her anything that might set her back. It could have, except for one thing. They found part of the detonator. It was on a remote. Whoever killed your parents and tried to kill you was watching the whole time. She goes so pale that I immediately shut up and pull her into my arms. I'm sorry, baby, I murmur into her hair. Let's take a break from talking about this for a while. I'm sorry, she mumbles against my neck. I wish I could be tougher for you. You're tougher than you think. You're just hurting and exhausted. And in the meanwhile, you've got me to be tough for you. That makes her relax against me, and I smile into her hair. We might be starting slow, but every mile of the journey is going to be awesome. We just have to get rid of Shayla. You ever think of leaving New Orleans? I ask quietly. I've got all that land over in Cali. People are nice there. And Shayla would get stopped at the gate. I haven't thought of returning to my place outside Eureka since Mary died. It hurt too much to stay. Instead, we moved closer to Mary's mother since she had no one left to help her get through. I love New Orleans, and we have ties here now. But if Emmeline says the word, I'll pick up and move across the country in a heartbeat. Anything to make her feel safer. This is my home, she says simply. I know that it has its problems, and that Shayla is here. But no, I've never considered leaving. I nod again, and hold her close. Then we stay. And make a stand. Unfortunately, until Molly comes back with something substantial, we're stuck waiting for Shayla to make a move. It doesn't take her long. It's 2 days later when she makes her move, and it nearly blinds me with rage. What happened? Emmeline asks in a light panic as I throw on my leather jacket. Is Jenny all right? She's fine. The daycare staff refused Shayla's entry. They sure as hell didn't let her take Jenny home with her, no matter how much she insisted that she's my girlfriend. I'm going to kill that tramp. I'm so sorry, she starts, and I turn back to her. Don't do that, sweetheart. This is not your fault. You stay here and keep the shades drawn, the lights off, and everything locked up. If anyone approaches the house that you don't know, you call me at once. Okay. She nods. Okay. My phone rings as I stalk outside and walk to my truck, which is parked down the street, while I repair my driveway. It's Molly. I almost don't pick up. Bad timing. Shayla tried to grab my kid from her daycare. I'm on my way over there. I start walking past the steel dumpsters out front that hold the stained and crumbling old blacktop, digging out my keys. But then Molly asks something that slows my walk. Wait. Did Shayla have any hope of actually getting in? No, daycares don't hand kids off to just any strange adult. I'm actually surprised Shayla didn't know that. She did. Don't go. It's a diversion. Her voice has an actual edge of panic to it. Wait. How do you know? I stop short. I'm almost to my truck, but the fear in her voice bothers me. That car you photographed was rented by Shayla in cash. It was the second time she rented from that agency, which is by the airport. You said this Roland guy is probably from out of town. Yeah. My eyes narrow. The local Monsignor's always in the news, but he didn't even know the guy's name. He also had an accent and no tan. I think Shayla flies this guy in to do her dirty work when she wants someone dead. Like whoever is between her and $500 million worth of inheritance money. She takes a deep breath. Like her own parents. Or Emmeline. I turn around in a desperate hurry. I'll call you back. I take one step back beside the dumpsters, and my truck goes up in a fireball behind me.
Chapter 11. Emmeline.
I hear myself scream as the explosion shakes the windows. I burst out the door and see Carl's truck in flames, and everything goes gray and distant. I sit down on the front steps, staring at the fireball. Carl. My world has just blown up again, and this time it's not just my world. How will I tell Jenny? I can't move. I'm too cold. When a figure in white steps out of a van parked across the street, opens the gate and strolls up to me, I can't even lift my head. He ducks down instead, and I see Roland's lopsided smile. Hi there, he says cheerily. Looks like you've got a problem with keeping loved ones. He grabs me by the arm and yanks me to my feet, just as Shayla pulls up in her gold Mercedes. She smirks as she sees the fire. Good work, my little errand boy, she says archly. Roland shoots her an annoyed look. Don't call me that, he warns, but she just laughs and stalks past me into Carl's house. Bring her inside. I want to have some fun. I'm too numb to do anything, as they half drag me into the dining room. The next thing I know, I'm tied to one of the dining room chairs, but I don't know how exactly I got there, my mind and body slowly having given up on me. Then Shayla leans into my face and smirks at me. So you're gonna die. You should have given up that money when you had the chance, sweetie. Mama needs a new pair of shoes. I just stare at her, barely comprehending what she's saying. Carl's gone. He was supposed to be the one to protect me, and instead, I'll be burying him too. And it's all because of Shayla. I feel a faint ember of anger and hate under all the weight of my despair, but it's not enough yet to make me shake it off and do something. I hate this world. I can't deal with any of this. But then I think of Jenny and how she's going to be left alone after this, just like I was. And how Shayla and her friend have gotten away with everything. The ember grows into a spark. The gray fog starts to clear a little. I need to think. What do I do? I let them tie me to the chair, but I can hear and I can speak. I hold off on the second, letting Shayla yammer on. You know, none of this would have happened if you hadn't gone back for your phone that afternoon. Really, honey, you're completely useless. Why couldn't you have just died with Mom and Dad when Roland blew their car? Her mocking croon scrapes against my ears and I feel my anger grow. You? I ask, pretending it takes more effort than it does. She laughs. Yeah. Me. Do you think I'm waiting around until I have gray hair to get what's coming to me? I want to be a billionaire now while I'm young and hot. I stare at her as Roland moves back and forth in the room behind me. I hear sloshing and smell gasoline. Oh damn. This man means to kill me, just like he did my parents. Only my death will be slower. Time for me to unleash my secret weapon. The one thing she can't handle, which has grown stronger in me since Carl showed me what love and protection can be like. You sure you don't just owe your dealer? Her jaw drops and Roland bursts into soft laughter. She shoots him a glare. Shut up and keep working. I am a professional assassin, not your pet goon. There's an edge to his voice. Lend a hand if you want the place in flames faster. I don't do manual labor. I'm the one paying you. Shayla sniffs and turns back to me. I'm going to untie one of your hands and put Dad's straight razor in it. Then I'm going to set the room on fire. You've got two choices. Take your own life quickly or burn. Are we certain that we want to give her a weapon? Roland doesn't sound too impressed with her dastardly plan. Shut up. This is my show. You're just the help. This is how she talks to everyone, I pipe up. I'm her blood sister, and she wants to burn me to death. She had her own parents blown up for money. You think she'll treat you with respect? Roland snorts. None of you would kill her for disrespecting you. Shayla backs off of me and stomps over to confront Roland. Kill me? You're gonna kill me? Who is going to pay for your plane tickets and fancy hotels if you start gunning down your clients? I look down at my wrists, which are still tied to the arms of the chair. I was so limp that they barely bothered to tie me securely. Carl's tied me tighter than this. I start rocking my wrists back and forth, trying to get a little play in the rope so I can draw my hands out. The two of them are bickering now, instead of paying attention to me. No one's going to tie me to any of the deaths around here, Roland sneers as I quietly struggle. So watch your step. You watch your step. Shayla's madness and ego have taken over, and she doesn't see the way his eyes are narrowing as he stares at her. I could buy you. I could buy 10 of you. Can you buy yourself a proper ass? He sneers. Nope, I add helpfully. This is actually a little bit of fun, especially since I'm no longer all that scared of what will happen to me. I just know one thing. I am not letting them burn down Carl's house with Jenny's puppy hiding somewhere in here. I will not let them take a single thing more away from anyone, even if that means making them stop each other. Roland snickers again. Honestly, I like her better than you. She's not a psychotic twat who doesn't know when to shut her mouth. Yes, she is. Your little bombing job left her with PTSD. For a while, we thought she was going to the nut house instead of a nunnery. Roland stops dead. Wait. She was actually going to be a nun? Vows of poverty, all of that? She would have gotten out of the way without us doing anything, and you would have inherited your parents' money as soon as they died of natural causes? Angry tears fill my eyes. Yes. He turns to me, staring. You would have gone and become a holy woman. For a moment there's a twitch of something in the back of those empty eyes. Yeah. I was about to start serving as a novice. Puzzlement fills his expression. What happened? I explode suddenly, pulling against the rope so hard that the chair arms creak. You happened. You and that crazy tramp over there. You killed my parents and you tried to kill me. This isn't manipulation. I'm not just talking back to drive my sister off balance and make her argue with a dangerous assassin. This is raw emotion pouring out of me. How in the hell can I believe in God when this psycho ruined my childhood, tried to ruin my life, and is now trying to burn me alive? How can I believe in any kind of divine justice when murderers like you and her are allowed to just walk around free? How? How indeed? Muses a deep voice from the hallway behind Roland. Shayla's jaw drops and she just turns and stands there, peering down the hall toward the back door as if she's seen a ghost. I hear the sound of a shotgun cocking. Roland moves like lightning, his lean white form darting behind the nearest cover as he draws a gilded pistol from beneath his suit coat. Unfortunately for Shayla, the nearest cover is her. He grabs her and yanks her backward against him as a human shield, holding the pistol over her shoulder. You'll hit your partner's sister, he taunts the unseen figure with a raspy voice. I feel very dizzy suddenly. I'll hit my partner's oppressor. Drop the gun. Or I'll blow you both away. Carl? Roland looks between the hallway and me, and then glances back at the door behind me. I don't think you'll do that in cold blood. Damn, you splashed gasoline all over my kitchen and living room. Nobody's going to believe this isn't self-defense. Roland blinks once and then shrugs. Goodbye. He shoves Shayla forward and yanks the front door open, bursting out onto the porch. I can hear running feet, and then the yelp of sirens as at least one cruiser pulls up. Guess the fire caught too much attention for even the lieutenant to brush off. Shayla is on her butt, trying to get to her feet in stiletto heels. They skid on the hardwood as she stared up at whoever was walking slowly down the hall toward her. I had you killed, she complains. Yeah. Carl coughs as he steps into view in the doorway, his voice raspy. His clothes are torn, muddy, and full of hedge leaves. His face is bloodied and he looks plenty pissed off, but he is very much alive. Well, you did a piss-poor job of it. He turns his shining smile on me. Hi, baby. Told you I'd protect you. I smile through my tears. Yes. You did. In the end, all Shayla could do once she ranted off empty threats was sit on the floor and cry like an overwrought toddler. I watched her while Carl untied me with blistered hands and wondered why I had ever feared her, before she hired an assassin at least. The police brass seemed to understand that they had a mess on their hands, and the lieutenant who had taken Shayla's bribe was quietly fired. Shayla and her errand boy were packed off to jail. Carl took Jenny, Flubber and I off to vacation in Humboldt for a few weeks while the lawyers sorted out the redistribution of my parents' estate. I saw sea lions for the first time and drank California wine. He introduced me to ball gags so that I could scream as much as I wanted, even with Jenny sleeping in the next room. They're getting a lot of use. I hired a cleaning crew for my parents' house and someone to redecorate, and someone to sell off my sister's things while we were in California. I kept myself busy by day. Carl kept me busy by night. By the time we pull up in front of my family home in the Garden District, other than the permanent burn scar on one of the trees, there's no trace of Shayla left in this place at all. I have even had her room repainted. And I made sure the yard was safe and escape-proof for both dogs and little kids. I smile proudly as the stately old house looms before us, and Jenny gasps with joy. It's a castle, she cries. Look, Daddy, I told you Emmy's a princess. She lives in a castle. He laughs and tightens his grip on me, kissing my temple. I already knew that, sweetie. Anyway, now you live in a castle too. This is our new home. Her face lights up even more. Come on, Flubber, she calls, and the wandering puppy barks and scrambles after her as she hurries up the stairs to the door. We're gonna live here. So, how did you get everything ready for us? Carl's voice is still a little raspy, but his throat has healed. We walk up the stairs more slowly, arm in arm. Oh, you know. Deep cleaning, a premature estate sale. No exorcism? I think of Shayla, now sulking in a cell. We already handled that. He laughs and wraps an arm around me as we go to join his daughter. That we did.
The end. Book 2. The Biker's Girl. Chapter 1. Kitty.
It's close to midnight when I make my way up the steps to the Martin farmhouse's pillared, wraparound porch. I'm bundled up against the unseasonable cold. The nights have started dipping below freezing already, and it's only November. It worries me, for a lot of reasons. But right now those worries are far from my mind, and I'm trying not to laugh as I approach the door. I knock on the door and then glance around, smiling. My neighbor down the road has 6 acres in a long tree-edged strip that runs back up into the hills. She's a military widow from New York City, who decided to retire to the countryside, only to discover that we have our own challenges out here. Mrs. Annabeth Martin is the kind of sweet old Christian lady who would give you the clothes off her back if she wasn't worried about modesty. She's easily scandalized, tends to pass judgment on people quickly, and is a strange mix of paranoid and naive. I try to be a good neighbor to her, but I always hide the pot and booze before she comes over. My breath steams past my scarf as I wait for the shuffling footsteps that have started up on the other side of the door. I busy myself by looking around and hoping that I'm wrong about what I suspect I'm going to see when I get inside. The chuckle that sneaks out of me is half ironic. Annabeth called me apologetically about a friendly stray dog she took in tonight, who turned out to be destructive and not at all housebroken. Since I'm the local vet and run a private animal shelter, I'm the only person in 50 miles that she could turn to. So I only grumbled a little on the way over. She has 2 sons who come up from the city on weekends to help look after things, but the land's still looking pretty scruffy. No one has raked the black walnuts off the drive in weeks. The green rinds with their black innards have been torn open by squirrels and left scattered everywhere. The front lawn is adrift with dead leaves. I turn back to the door as the footsteps get closer, and hear the bolt clack as it's thrown. The inner door opens partway, and through the storm door, I see a puffy-haired Annabeth in a fluffy pink robe and big gold cross necklace. She beams as she sees me and hurriedly lets me in. "Come in, dear, come in. He's right in here. Watch your step." She has spread out newspaper on the floor, and I pick my way down the hall as it rustles underfoot. "So where did you find this dog?" She leads me down her hallway into the kitchen, stopping by the closed door. "Well, he's been coming around begging since the late summer. He doesn't have a collar, so I thought maybe I could win him over and see if he wanted to become my new dog. It got so cold tonight that when he cried at the door, I let him come running in to warm up, and he seemed to want to stay. But he's really a handful. He eats a lot, tries to break into the cabinets, jumps up on the table, pees where he pleases, and chews things. It's like he's never lived with a family at all. Not to mention that Mittens is terrified of him. Oh boy. I am now 80% certain about what and who is hanging out in Annabeth's kitchen. Apparently, nobody warned her about one of our neighborhood characters. All right, well, let's take a look at him and see what we're dealing with. The musky smell of something a lot stronger than dog urine hits me as I walk into the kitchen, and I'm careful to watch my step. The culprit, looking fat and very proud of himself, is sitting on the breakfast nook table, panting and grinning. I fold my arms and scowl at him, though I can barely keep from laughing. Annabeth, sweetie?" I say as the beast on the table squints happily and chuffs at me. "That's not a dog." "What do you mean he's not a dog? Isn't he one of those African dogs that don't bark?" She sounds genuinely baffled. "No, I'm sorry. You see, this is Randy. And he's definitely not a Basenji." I eye Randy as he gives me a saucy look, and then starts wagging his tail exactly like a damn dog. No idea where he learned that trick, but it, along with his relative friendliness toward humans, apparently got his paw in the door over here. Well, what is he then? He plays, he doesn't bite us, he loves the food we give him. Poor Annabeth is looking at me like I have sprouted another head. I sigh. "Annabeth, I'm gonna suggest that you open the back door and let him out. I'm sure he'd be happy to winter with you and have you feed him. And no, he's not gonna bite you, at least not until he's on the couch and you want him to move or he gets too excited while you're playing. But it's so cold. Will he be okay? I'm dying here. I'm literally leaving my body as we speak. I shoot a glare at Randy and swear he's laughing at me. He'll be fine, I promise. He'll catch up with his pack, and they'll winter down in the foothills. My neighbor goes very still. She looks over at him and hesitantly asks, "Pack?" Randy is a coyote, Annabeth. A spoiled, lazy, sneaky little poop of a coyote who has discovered that if he acts like a cute doggy, humans will feed him. I eye Randy up and down, seeing that he's at least 5 pounds overweight and has a thick, glossy winter pelt. It's a pretty damn good ploy, actually. Randy just grins at me. A coyote? She stares in amazement. But he's so friendly. Yeah, he is. Humans have food and have a huge soft spot for cute and friendly mammals, and he's figured that out. But look, Annabeth, even if he has discovered humans are easy marks, Randy's a wild animal. He will use your entire house as a toilet, and he will eat your cat. Oh no, not Mittens. She covers her mouth with her hands, eyes wide with horror. I nod gravely, satisfied that she'll think twice before taking in any more homeless dogs. Good thing too, because next time, I'll probably come in here to see if her new pet has antlers. Annabeth really is a city girl through and through. I arch an eyebrow at Randy, who chuffs again and wags his tail. Forget it, man, nobody here's buying it anymore. His tail lowers, and he yaps at me in irritation, but there's still an edge of smugness to it. Jerk. Cute though. I'm on my way back to my truck a few minutes later, having calmed my embarrassed neighbor and left her with a bottle of enzyme cleaner. Randy is sitting on the hood of my truck when I reach it, panting and grinning at me. Fattening up for winter on the old lady's dime, huh? You big mooch. I can hear the high howls of the other coyotes echoing along the upper slopes. They've caught his scent and are probably wondering where he was all night. I keep clear of biting range as I walk around to the driver's side door. Go on already, go find your pack. They're gonna be pissed you didn't share all your snacks. He sneezes, then jumps off as I open the door. But instead of running off, his ears prick up suddenly and he looks down the road. I frown and turn on my headlights, just in time to see a feral cat scramble across the road, maybe 30 yards away, with a dead rat in her jaws. Her belly hangs loose enough to flap, she's still nursing. Damn it. Another late litter. Normally, I wouldn't have to worry too much, as local autumn kittens would typically be weaned and have a fighting chance by the time things started freezing over. Not to mention I'd normally have 3 more weeks to put together the insulated shelters I distribute around the area for the strays every year. This time though, there's been no such luck. And as I grab my flashlight and start tracking the feral through the woods, I feel my worry growing. I'm the shy type. Most of my friends growing up had 4 legs, and that's still the case now. That's why I got my veterinary degree, why I sunk so much of my inheritance into the private shelter, and why I get pretty upset at the thought of frozen kittens. I take photos as I go, so I can find the cat's nesting spot again once I return with supplies. Finally, I spot the kitty climbing up a dead tree, disappearing into a big hollow about 10 feet up. She's picked a good spot. The trunk's thick enough to insulate and protect her babies. But there are a lot of abandoned and feral cats out here who either won't be as used to the outdoors, or who won't be as lucky in finding a good spot. Deciding to bring some food and insulating bedding scraps for Queen Kitty tomorrow, I take a photo of the tree, and then turn to go home. This is a problem that I am going to need some serious help with it. Finding feral litters, sheltering and feeding those we can't relocate to my shelter, distributing the shelter boxes, and doing it all in under a week. Covering miles of road and over 100 acres. My heart sinks. Normally, I can get all this done with no problem. My work hours are low even with the shelter to run, and the veterinary needs of the valley to take care of. But with my normal workload, the upcoming holidays, the kittens and socialized ex-ferals already in the shelter, and with freezing temperatures arriving 3 weeks early. Maybe I can hire some emergency help. It's not like I don't have the cash. People around here don't know that I'm working not because I have to, but because I love what I do. I actually inherited more money than I know what to do with, but I just don't feel right not contributing to my community. Call it my Yankee work ethic. As I'm driving up the road, I see the coyotes flood across the lane behind me, with Randy's fat butt leading the way. Nice to see he's back with his family, but they need to go back up their hillside now. There's another reason to fear for the cats and their kittens. The cold is driving the coyotes downhill too damn soon. Yeah. I have to fix this. My house is just up the road. I only drove my truck because it had a big kennel in the back, and my dog catching gear. But I'm not going home yet. I pass the small stone farmhouse and the sprawling barn beyond it, which houses the clinic and shelter. I drive right past my own driveway, headed for my neighbors down the hill on the other side. The ravens will still be up. They don't roll up their welcome mat until 3. Jake and the guys owe me, and I'm sure they wouldn't say no to making some extra cash. Annabeth would freak out if she knew I was going to the local biker gang and resident pot growers for help. She has this image in her head of what it means to be a biker, and she can't shake the idea that they're all dangerous men, instead of the tough but friendly guys they actually are. But they have never caused me problems, and since I'm the one they go to when their dogs get sick or have puppies, we have a pretty good relationship. I hope it's good enough. There's an acre-wide strip of trees acting as a buffer between their land and mine, which is home to a lot of wildlife. Beyond it, their high hedges mask their property from the road, but I can see the glow of the house lights through them now that the branches are bare for winter. My stomach flutters a little as I pull into their gravel driveway and the dusty lot beyond. I hope Jake is home. Big Jake Steele is half the reason I make excuses to come visit. He's the most attractive man I have ever seen in my life. Huge, burly, a wild man in leathers with shaggy black hair and a brutally handsome face with intense green eyes. He has a gravelly voice that turns into a slightly awkward purr when he is trying to be less intimidating, and the way his butt looks in his jeans makes it impossible not to stare. Of course, I've never done a thing about it. But a girl can look, and a girl can dream. I see his huge shape fill the doorway of the house as I park my truck, and my stomach flutters even harder, but I smile even more.
Chapter 2. Jake.
I'm on the couch polishing off my second beer and third coffee when my right-hand man, Maury, comes in and tells me that Kitty is pulling into the parking lot. A smile breaks over my face, some of my exhaustion lifting off of me like a weight. I'll go meet her. You guys keep feeding the dogs. Dad has been having a rough night tonight. Nightmares. I took care of him until he felt well enough to want privacy, leaving him with 2 of the dogs and his bong. But it wore me out, and I was feeling pretty down right up to the moment I heard Kitty was here. Some of us come back from our time as soldiers with little scars, and some with big ones. Some of them are on the outside for everyone to see, but some, like my dad's, are mostly within. I got my Purple Heart for taking IED shrapnel, and have some scars on my leg and a little limp. My dad never feels safe and screams himself awake sometimes. The open road, our club, the pot we grow and smoke, the friends we make on the road and off, and each other, that's what we have to heal us. It works pretty well, that and Dad's dogs. I throw on my jacket on the way out the door, and look out to see Kitty's truck headlights splashed across my front yard. She cuts them off and gets out, then heads for me, waving. I grin and raise a hand. Evening. Hi there, she calls up, and I try to fight my smile down, but the sight of her warms me. She's small, sweet-faced, and very curvy, with a dynamite rack that even layers of clothing can't hide. She's got fluffy, curly hair the color of honey, eyes nearly the exact same shade, and a smile that's contagious. It's pretty rare for me to meet someone that I want to hang out with all the time, cuddle silly and unconscious all at the same time. Usually, I just want to do 1 or 2 of the 3 when I meet a lady, but Kitty is special. Too bad that if I proposed the intimacy part, I'd probably scare her off. She's sweet, shy, and tiny. I'm roughly the size of a truck, hung to match and keep company with ex-convicts. I know she knows I would never hurt her, but the logistics alone would take some work to overcome. I hate being stuck just watching and wanting, but the fact that she's an awesome friend eases that frustration a bit. She gets along with everyone, we trade favors all the time, and my dad loves her because she takes care of his dogs for him. Lately, I can't even finish with a woman unless I think about Kitty. She smiles up at me, and it warms me on this cold night, even as I stand in front of her with my jacket open. Hey, do you have a few minutes, or is this a bad time? No worries, sweetheart. Come on up, I've got a beer with your name on it. I step back, holding the door open for her as she bounces up the stairs. Immediately, happy barking starts up in the back of the house, and the whole pack scrambles toward the door at once. They know her and love her. Some women become crazy cat ladies. My dad calls himself a crazy dog guy. We laugh over it. But these rescue dogs, mostly pit bulls we save from a fighting ring, give Dad a reason to get out of bed when he's having a rough time. I do whatever it takes to help him. The crash that disabled him and left me in charge of the bike club also made his PTSD worse. So early last year, when he told me being around dogs helped his mood, we went looking for a puppy for him. Now the compound has 7. 4 brindle and white pits, a Rottie, a husky Tibetan Mastiff mix named Chewbacca, and Laughing Boy, a coyote dog hybrid whose dad Randy keeps visiting the neighborhood. They crowd around us, their tails wagging uncontrollably, as I lead Kitty inside. Hi boys. Hi Maggie. Her voice is bright as they press in to get their hugs. I kind of wish I could line up with them and get a hug too. It really is a bunch of guys in this household, even the dogs. The whole crew is a sausage fest except for Maggie Grew, the oldest pit bull and mother to the others. Just sorta worked out that way. Kitty disappears halfway into Chewbacca's russet fur as she hugs him, and he pants happily. Damn, she's adorable. And her nice round butt looks great in those jeans too. Like me, she likes to wind down with a coffee and a beer in each hand on cold nights. I pour her a mug, pull a long neck out of the fridge, and then come back into the living room to find her on one of the big blanket-covered couches that line the room. Chewie has his head in her lap, and she's already got a grooming brush in her hand. So what can I do for you, sweetheart? I ask as I flop onto the couch, kitty corner to hers. 2 of the pits, Bo and Maggie, hop onto the couch next to me, and the others settle around our feet. I need your help, you and the guys. You know the cold season has come early. That's big trouble for the local feral cats, and I have to prepare for winter 3 weeks early, and as fast as possible. Her face is serious as she works on the endless task of combing out Chewie's fur. Yeah, I noticed the coyotes are passing through the neighborhood early. The cold's driving all their prey downhill. I frown as I set her drinks on the coffee table in front of her and set the bottle of chocolate syrup within reach. You seen Randy around? She snorts and reaches for the coffee first, setting aside the brush for a bit. She squirts syrup into her mug and stirs it as she talks. Yeah. He's fine. He conned Annabeth into thinking he was a stray dog. She's been feeding him on her porch for weeks, on top of his hunting with his pack. He looks like a sausage in a fur coat now. I let out a bark of laughter, imagining it. That damn coyote is hilarious, but he's also a menace. If he can't eat your pet or livestock, then he tries to eat their food, and when he's done with their food he tries to mate with them. The result is a local coy dog problem that gave the little mischief his name, and led to Kitty offering free spay-neuter procedures for local pets. Laffy, who knows the word Randy, keeps pricking up his ears as we talk. He was part of a half-German shepherd litter of 6. Kitty takes an experimental sip of her makeshift mocha, and then a larger swallow. The last few years, even with the spay and release program for the feral cats, we've had at least 10 litters every autumn in the woods around here. A few of the queens will be smart in their choice of nests and will just need some help with food, but some will need to be completely relocated. I nod, frowning a little. It's a busy time for us. We've just got the autumn pot crop in, and the whole thing is drying under the greenhouse tents. but I know I can't say no to her. Besides, if enough of the boys help out, we can handle the whole mess in a few days. After that, she'll need help socializing with the kittens, which hardly works at all. 10 litters. And you've got room for them? I lift an eyebrow. I don't know how she gets as much done in that shelter as she does. She must have either a pile of money I don't know about or some kind of magic. She has a website, volunteers, and people doing adoption days for her in cities and towns up and down the coast, and she just expanded her facilities again last year. Oh yeah, unless it's like 10 litters of 12 or something. Then I might have a problem. She gives a little nervous laugh. Chewy whines at her, desperate to regain her attention, and she goes back to brushing him. I know I can get some of the guys to help out. We have to have at least 4 of us dealing with the curing process, but that leaves 6 guys to help you out. 7, I heard my dad's voice in the doorway, sounding tired but determined. We look up to see him walking in with his cane, his grizzled face looking calm but focused. Dad and I resemble each other so closely that I pretty much know what I'm going to look like in about 25 years. Little grayer, little jowlier. Only the cane gives him any real appearance of being old. So what's going on? He asks, limping over and plopping into his overstuffed chair across from the couch I'm perched on. He has his bong in his grip and loads it from an Altoids tin while he listens to her explanation. Kitten season, she starts and goes back over what she told me. He nods along, then takes a long hit and holds it before passing her the bong. She hesitates before taking a hit. Annabeth would be shocked to see me smoking like this. Annabeth shocks too easily. This would help her plenty with her arthritis, and besides, it's been legal for years now, I say, noticing Dad shoot me a look to tell me to shut up about the old church lady. He's got a soft spot in his head for war widows, and it's not like Annabeth isn't a nice person. But the truth is, she's called the police on us 20 times in just the last year, and all for dumb reasons. Guns we don't own, drugs we don't run, suspicious people, noise complaints about our motorcycles in the middle of the afternoon. The cops are sick of her, but they can't really explain to their boss why the local, wealthy, innocent war widow keeps calling in a panic if nothing is going on. She does shock too easily, and she prejudges people. But I can manage her. I'll just get permission to search her acres myself. She owes me a favor now. She shoots my dad a placating look, and he nods with a faint smile. Anyway, the point is, you'll have plenty of help, I'm confident in promising. When will you need us? She flashes me that heartwarming smile again, eyes full of relief. Mid-afternoon tomorrow would be great, or the next day if you have trouble pulling things together on time. I nod and revel in that smile, and in how she's looking at me. It makes a guy a little too hopeful. But I'll manage. I always do. We'll be there tomorrow. No sweat. Now how about you pass me that bong, and we'll make plans.
Chapter 3. Kitty.
The next day, the weather is a little warmer, but the freeze has already taken its toll. Plants are withering and sagging, their colors going dull as they transform from living things to standing mulch. My heart sinks as I load up my truck with a mix of traps, insulated shelters, bedding scraps, and food. The sight of the mess reminds me again of how little time we have. I know the ecosystem around here pretty well. I'm not a full-fledged naturalist, but since I'm looking for lost and feral animals in the nearby wilderness, I decided to educate myself long ago. That plus experience has taught me that once the cold sets in enough for the plants to wither, the prey animals dig in or migrate. That meant 3 fewer weeks for the feral mothers to fatten for winter, and wean their kits to do the same. It also means that the other predators will be hungrier. Coyote packs eat cats, and certainly they eat kittens. A bear stuffing its face for hibernation will be under even more pressure now and will, if hungry enough, eat the cats, the kittens, and even the coyotes. In late fall and early winter, nature around here truly turns red in tooth and claw. And then everything freezes. I'm just glad that Jake and the guys are going to help me. I need it so badly. And the cats do too, Though of course no cat ever would admit they needed some human's help if they could admit anything at all. Once everything is loaded up, I tarp and tie the whole stack against the rain that's threatening, and slip inside to start up the truck and get on the radio that the guys use to communicate. The moment I turn it on, I hear the ravens chattering on their helmet mics. "Hey guys, this is Kitty signing on." "Hey sweetheart," purrs Jake, his voice in my ear, making my toes curl so hard inside my boots that they crack. "So, we're parceling out the 7 plots of land you pointed out while you search yours and the church ladies." "Watch that kid," Jake's dad grumbles, and I fight back a laugh. He has a crush on Annabeth. I, for one, think they would make a great couple. They're about the same age, he's a vet, and she already knows about living with someone with PTSD. But she's the one who mistakes coyotes for dogs, and war vets for criminals. I'm not sure how we can get her past that. It's a cute idea to contemplate though. But if I'm thinking about improbable acts of Cupid, well, I'd rather start with me and Jake, even if that is a little selfish. He's wonderful though. I don't care that he and the guys were selling illicit substances well before it was legal, or that they sometimes get into bar brawls. They're good people. He's a good person. And sometimes when he looks at me, I forget for a little while that I'm shy and have the history of the average nun. Sometimes I wish I'd end my nights crushed under him, feeling things I've never felt before while he groans in my ear. I shake myself out of it after a few dreamy moments. We're parceling them out, yeah, but we'll have to do them 2 at a time. We'll sweep northward along the road from town, all the way up to the winter snow line. The cats won't go up above there, that's bear territory. It gets easier to give out instructions as I go, the words detach from my throat and some of my shyness dissipates. Each team will plot on opposite sides of the road. We'll skip over my land and Annabeth's, and continue up the road on the other side once we get there. If you find cats, you mark the spot and call me there. I'll check it out and figure out how to proceed from there. Ferals don't go far from the road. If they ever lived with humans, then they like to stick by us. If they don't, roadkill and the rats, mice and squirrels that our gardens attract are usually the cat's main prey. Early in my rescue, I would hike miles away from the road searching, but I never saw any signs of cats. I'd only ever find a lost dog or two, some curious bears, and Randy, who would follow me for miles for treats and attention, even though he'd only get his way sometimes. So now I concentrate on looking closer to civilization. How mean are these cats gonna be? Jake asks, and I sigh, sitting back and thinking about it. It really depends. No queen cat is going to like strangers around her kittens. But if she was dumped out here after she got pregnant, she should be pretty desperate to get indoors and will trust humans more. If she was born out here, she'll be wary at best, and fight like the devil to protect her kittens. I'm not kidding. I have scars from desperate queens who only figured out days later, once they and their kittens were well fed, warm and safe, that I never meant them harm. Let's just say that it's good that all you guys like wearing leather anyway. The guys laugh and make a few rowdy comments. I laugh too. I'm not very good at being a lady, and I don't ever bother around them because that's not what they expect. It's not even what they're comfortable with. I'll just have to dial it back when I talk to Annabeth about searching her land. Raunchiness upsets her. Everything upsets her. I wish that I could find a way to get through to her about how unnecessary that all is, but she lives in a very black and white world. Sometimes I worry that I'll make one single misstep, she'll overreact, and she'll start calling the police to my house as well. But then things like the mishap with Randy will happen, and I'm reminded that she's mostly just a slightly dotty, but sweet old woman. While I wait for the first call to come in, I prep another of the cat shelters. They are wooden boxes roughly the size of a plastic tote that I've waterproofed, lined with insulation, and put in smallish high entrances. The design sheds snow and rain, and is tough enough to discourage predators. It has bolts screwed into it for anchoring the shelter, either on the ground or in the crotch of a well-developed tree. I stuff several handfuls of straw into it for even more insulation. The wooden shelters are popular, and not just with cats. Checking them weekly through to early spring, I found foxes, badgers, owls, a nesting pair of ravens, squirrels, mice, rabbits, and Randy. Twice. 20 minutes into the search, The radio crackles. Think I've got one on the edge of town, Jake mutters. I get on the radio at once. Okay, I'm rolling. How far from the road? Not even a block. It's on the plot where they had the gas station fire. Think she's sheltering in an old oil drum. My face falls as I lock up and start the engine. Those things have no insulation and are full of toxic crap. I'm on my way. I focus on the drive down the hill toward town, which becomes visible once I go around a slight bend. I can see the lot in question, still slightly charred, every bit of bare ground thick with dead weeds. I park near Jake's motorcycle and look around. Jake is sitting back on his heels on one corner of the shattered blacktop near a scorched stack of oil drums. His hair licks at his shoulders like a black flame in the wind, and I have to pause and just stare at him. Beautiful man, I think as I allow myself to look my fill for once on the way over. What have you got? I ask when I'm about 2/3 of the way across the lot. He looks back over his shoulder and puts a gloved finger to his lips in response. I close my mouth and slow down, looking cautiously past him. A fluffy gray tail drifts back and forth near his boot. I peek around his other side and see a thin, young, long-haired cat with a loose belly rubbing herself against his hand. Well, I'll be damned. I got close and she just came right over. Indeed she had, and now she was purring audibly and clinging to his ankle. Someone must have dumped her here. Poor baby. I crouch down with him, and the cat shies away for a few moments before coming over to sniff my outstretched hand. Her friendliness is both lucky and heartbreaking. She trusted humans and looked at what they did. Do you think we can get her to come with us? He asks softly and I nod. I don't know how she'll handle us trying to do anything to her babies, but we can try. The corners of my jaw hurt as I let the kitty walk around me, sniffing me. She is purring like a motor. In fact, she seems almost frantic to get our attention. Is this normal for strays you pick up? He asks, his low voice full of fascination. She's practically climbing up his pant leg in her quest for warmth and a good petting. Sometimes. Her owner probably dumped her when she turned up pregnant, and she's done the best she could out here ever since. There's a lump in my throat that won't go away as I turn back toward the truck. The cat panics as I straighten and runs up to me, meowing loudly. It's okay, Mama, I'm not going far. But she won't have it. She snags a claw in my pant leg and then jumps down and runs toward the barrels. Now what? I mutter and Jake joins me in following her. Oh yeah, she's definitely on board with being rescued, Jake drawls as the cat leaps up into one of the barrels, which holds a thin little nest of rags and newspapers. The desperate mewing inside tells me that she's at least managed to keep her babies alive through the first freezes. His shoulders block my view into the barrel, and I have to resist a sudden urge to jump onto his broad back for a closer look. Hey big guy, I can't see through you. I'll count 'em. Hand me your flashlight. He reaches back and I press it into his huge gloved hand. I wait, trying to ignore how his butt looks up close in his tight jeans and failing in the worst way. He's half bent into the barrel with the queen cat meowing at him nervously, but she doesn't hiss, and I stare at the way the denim molds to his muscular legs. Damn. I need to focus on what I'm doing here. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 kitties. They were a little bit skinny and shivery, but they were all still alive. You got a carrier big enough for all of them? I smile. Yeah, I brought the big ones along with the other stuff. Do you think we can get the mama cat to cooperate? He half straightens and looks over his shoulder at me, eyes dancing. Are you kidding me? He replies with a smirk as Mama Cat hops out of the barrel with a kitten by the scruff and starts carrying her over to my truck. It's a lucky find, a healthy docile first litter even if a little chilled and hungry. None of them particularly like the kennel I bring, as it smells faintly of dog. But once they feel the warm air from the heating pad I slipped in there, Mama starts hauling her kittens into their temporary new digs by the scruff. We watch until everyone's settled, and I sigh, noticing dried blood on some of the bedding. It's a wonder that she didn't draw predators. Maybe the rust and chemical stink of the drums masked the birthing scent. Whatever the case, I barely have time for the chill to start sinking through my gloves before we're strapping the crate into my passenger seat. Mama Cat apparently knows what a car ride is, because she's already yowling in irritation. The kittens start mewing, and I giggle a little as I make sure they're secure. "So, where do you need me?" Jake drawls from behind me. I feel his eyes on me and blink. He's not checking me out, is he? But no, of course not. That's a silly idea. I should tell him to get back to searching. The weather's going to drop below freezing again tonight, and the threatening rain could turn to snow in a day or two. We can't really spare any time. Well, I need to get the babies here settled in one of the isolation rooms and get them and Mama fed and watered. After that, I'll be ready to go out and gather more. But I hesitate. I don't really need his help handling this litter. But if you feel like helping me settle them in, you're welcome. I'll grab some thermoses of coffee for the boys while we're at it. Warmth creeps up my cheeks even as I say it. I'm being selfish and silly, but I want him with me. He answers almost too quickly. Sounds good. And a few thermoses of rocket juice sound good too. I fight back the urge to beam at him like an idiot. Yeah. Hopefully, all the relocations go this smoothly.
Chapter 4. Jake.
Get it off me! Tony yells, spinning in an awkward circle while a furious cat clings to the back of his jacket and swats at his ear with one paw. He looks a little bloodied. If it wasn't for the look of sheer panic on his face, I would burst out laughing right there. The culprit is a tiny but furious mama cat, pure white, with her teeth sunk into Tony's collar. The burly bearded redhead twirls in place, trying in vain to grab her to pull her off, and getting his hands scratched for his trouble. All right, I grump, pulling on the heavy gauntlets Kitty retrieved from her truck and walking over to him. Hold still already. You try holding still while an angry cat's trying to tear your earlobe off, he yelps, 200 pounds of biker defeated by 6 pounds of fuzzy fury. I do my best to ignore my doubled-over dad, who is laughing silently with tears streaming down his face. Poor Tony is humiliated enough, and if I pay too much attention, I'll start laughing too. The other guys are looking at the sky, all except for Kitty, who has just wrangled the last of the kittens into the carrier. They're tiny too, and mewing for their mama, but at least now they're out of that deadfall and safe on top of one of the heating pads. How can anything this little be this fierce? She's one of the smaller breeds, maybe a Singapura mix. The babies are well developed, but they're a bit like her. We have to get all of them inside. She looks up at poor battered Tony and winces. Do you guys need a hand? No, it's fine, I've got her. I move up behind Tony, who has finally managed to keep still and grasp the kitty around her midsection, at which point she turns her head and hisses a warning at me as she digs her claws into both of his ears. Ow, he grunts between gritted teeth, and I gingerly pluck them out of his flesh. Come on, Kitty, I start, and then she suddenly turns on me in a blur of claws. Damn. I manage to keep hold of her midsection, as she twists in my grip and starts lashing all 4 sets of claws in a blur of desperation and attitude. Hey! Knock it off, damn it! I yell, holding her at arm's length as she starts furiously chewing on one of the gauntlets. This one's either completely feral or traumatized, Kitty frets, preparing to open the door to the kennel as I walk the little Spitfire toward her. I can actually feel the pressure of her little teeth through the thick leather, though she can't break through and get at my skin. Yeah, you've got that right. I think she's convinced we want to eat her and her kids. I crouch down beside Kitty and quickly thrust the little hellcat inside. She calms down immediately, refusing to stay violent in close quarters with her kittens. I barely manage to pull the gauntlets out before she bolts for the door. Kitty manages to close it before she can get back out. She's really panicked, and she doesn't quite seem to know what to do. I think she's very young. Kitty sounds even more worried now. I grunt in satisfaction and straighten. Think Tony's gonna need the liquid bandage for his ear. I watch a little jealously as Kitty gets Tony to sit down, then cleans the blood off his ear and sprays on the liquid bandage. He winces slightly, but the bleeding stops at once. I take a peek inside the kennel, and the little hellcat hisses at me, but she's lying down now, her handful of tiny kittens snuggled against her, nursing. We made sure that's all of them? It's a small litter. Not sure if any of them were stillborn. It's been at least 5 weeks since the birth. But at least we can save these ones. She shoots me an apologetic look as she packs up her medical gear. No, looks like they haven't even been here very long. She must have moved them. It's getting dark. With a hell of a lot of work, we've rescued 6 litters. 5 queens and their litters plus 4 orphans we managed to get the other mamas to accept. 40 cats in all. I'm exhausted. The boys are talking Miller time, and everyone's craving pizza and a smoke. We'd better call it for the night, Kitty agrees, though I see the guilt and apprehension on her face. She's so sweet. She's a vet, but even so, she doesn't seem to have fully grasped yet that she can't save them all. I'll put these guys in an isolation room and get them food and water. Then I need a break. I eye her. And then you'll be giving every last one of them a checkup between now and when we go back out again tomorrow afternoon? I let my disapproval creep into my voice, and she blushes and lowers her eyes. I have to at least do the basics before I can make room for more animals tomorrow, she ventures, and I shake my head. Not alone, you don't. And first let's get you warmed, caffeinated, and filled with some dinner. I give her a pointed look, and she blushes deeper and nods. Okay. You won't be hearing me say you have an easy job anymore, I admit later. My belly's full of meat-topped pizza and Dad's hard cider, and I'm walking into the shelter with Kitty, determined to make sure she doesn't work too hard. The complex is separated into 2 sections, the converted stables in front, where the veterinary clinic is, and the converted barn, now the shelter. The latter is sectioned off into a series of nurseries and isolation rooms, with a grooming center in the back corner. Cats that have already been properly socialized lounge all over the main play area, running up to us and meowing for attention. I give a few a good petting, as we make our way toward the first of the isolation rooms. Hey Tank, hey Mikey. I scratch the pair of former tomcats on the belly as I go by. I love socializing with the furballs, especially when they're pretty friendly to begin with. I'm not a cat whisperer like Kitty, so I'm not so great with the nasty ones. Kitty looks in through the transparent door at the first group we saved, and I come up behind her. Gray Mama has devoured all her food and is sleepily nursing in her heated bed. A litter box was used to show this cat's comfort with domestication. She looks up and meows at us, tail drifting calmly. I don't think we'll have any problem finding homes for this mama cat and her babies. They will barely need any socialization at all. Just the health stuff. She moves on to the next isolation room almost at once, using a triage process. Some of the other litters are in a lot worse shape, and they need to be helped first. Oh yeah, she's a sweetheart. Damn shame that some jerk put her out. The next isolation room has Hellcat in it. She hisses angrily at us, and lunges at the door as Kitty crouches down. Watch out for that one though. She's got one hell of a Napoleon complex. You see it in small dogs too. They get scared by everyone being so huge, so they show a lot of attitude. She points at the big heated shelter bed, where her tiny litter of 3 is curled up. But now that she's calming down, she's more consistent in taking care of her babies. See how their bellies are all around now? Yeah, guess she could give more milk with clean water and a meal in her belly. Hellcat hisses at us again, but there's less enthusiasm to it. This one's gonna take a lot of patience and love, Kitty. That's okay, I have plenty of both to spare. She smiles at the feisty cat, who finally relaxes enough to peer at her before heading over to her empty food trays. She paws at one and lets out a tentative meow. I noticed, I say, fighting the urge to play with her sleek braid. I can't keep the tenderness out of my tone, and after a moment's pause, she turns back to look at me. She looks up into my eyes, and for a long breathless moment, I can't tell whether she wants me to kiss her. I stare at her and finally manage, "Can I ask you a personal question?" She murmurs, leaning against the door to face me fully. "Sure, what is it?" Her cheeks are so pink. It's ridiculously adorable. How come you don't have guys breaking down your door to go out with you? I've actually wondered that for years. I can't stop smiling now. I may be making the world's stupidest mistake, but I'm happy about it. She's silent for an alarmingly long time. Then she murmurs, "Oh," as if surprised by my question. Well, they just don't. Her smile trembles, and I see pain in the backs of her eyes and want to snuff it out at once. I scratch my neck awkwardly as I straighten up. I hit a nerve. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's just that I'm shy, busy all the time, and, not conventional looking. She swallows and goes quiet again, and I feel a surge of anger and grief on her behalf as I think about the ugly treatment that must have caused her shyness. But at least she's not outright saying she's not conventionally attractive. No, you're not conventional looking, but I like that. I think you've run into a lot of idiots over the years who think women should only look one way. As in, bony underwear models with artificially big breast. I'm amazed by how many guys get fantasy and reality so mixed up. But their stupidity is my gain in this case, if I'm very lucky. Yeah, she replies in a small voice, but now the note of despair is gone, and she's looking up at me with her big beautiful eyes. Well, for the record, you're beautiful, all right? No joke. I don't want to hide my feelings anymore, even if I'm overstepping things. Hell, I don't think I can. Thank you, she murmurs, and her expression's a little bit baffled. I can't help but crack a grin. It's not charity. It's the truth. I just never said a damn thing because I didn't want to scare you off. We're standing so damn close. I want to pull her into my arms. She looks up at me and then moves forward slightly, heat in her eyes. You don't have to worry about that, she says in that soft, warm voice. Your buddy Annabeth doesn't like me too much, I murmur, wondering how much influence her neighbor actually has on Kitty's opinions. It doesn't seem to be much, but Annabeth's scared of who she thinks you are. She's built up some mythology about you and the guys in her head, and it's filled with stereotypes. But I'm not her. I actually know you. She reaches out, just the tiniest gesture, her eyes shy, her fingertips brushing down the open zip of my jacket. You're the first guy they first thought to go to for help. That should probably tell you something. That gets me right in the heart, and I move up against her, taking her in my arms. It does, I murmur.
Chapter 5. Kitty.
Jake lifts me off my feet a little as he kisses me. As nice as I find that, it's absolutely necessary. He dwarfs me, and when he hugs me tight against him, I'm actually glad I have extra padding. I'm still in shock that he's attracted to me. All this time, I thought he only cared about me, as if I were part of his weird extended family. But then his mouth comes down on mine, and I can't think of anything at all, outside of the feeling of his lips on mine. He's so warm. His hard, rippling chest presses against my body, and his fingertips slide over my shoulders and down my back, leaving trails of heat on my skin. His mouth tastes of cider and spices, and he lets out a little contented rumble that curls my toes as I kiss him back. And then the ringer attached to my front doorbell goes off. I freeze. He breaks the kiss, grumbling, "You have to be kidding me." I sigh, blushing down to my toes as if I'm 14 and my mom just caught me smooching the neighborhood bad boy. But then again, it's been a while since I've had a proper kiss, and no kiss I've ever received has been as proper as the one I just got. I'd rather go back in for seconds, but whoever's out front is leaning on the doorbell now like it's some kind of emergency. We both look over at the flashing signal light that accompanies it, and I shake my head. I had better go see who it is. Damn it, he grumbles, good-naturedly given the circumstances. I can completely sympathize. Yeah, I grumble back as I head back out the door toward the house. The doorbell keeps buzzing and buzzing, and I bite back the urge to yell at whoever it is. Of all the damn times for some idiot to interrupt me, I growl under my breath as I stomp around the corner of the house. Annabeth is standing there, awkwardly holding her coat closed over her housecoat, her hair in curls and her eyes full of fear. My anger fades away immediately as I catch the panic in her face, and I hurry over. "Hey, what is it? Is everything all right?" "That's what I was going to ask you," she gasps out, looking me over. "Those bikers have been coming around your property, and I saw one of their motorcycles parked in your driveway, and just thought..." My heart sinks. Damn it. Annabeth, honey, it isn't like that at all. You know how I asked you if I could search your land for kittens tomorrow? She calms slightly. No? Wait. Yes. Yes, you did bring it up. That was a little after lunchtime. Then she blinks at me in confusion. But what does that have to do with those criminals? Did they do anything to you? Are you in trouble? Do you need to come over to my place to hide? Oh, Annabeth. I want to hug her tight and beat her with a pool noodle at the same time. Idiot. Lovable idiot. No, honey, no. Just look. I needed help. A lot of help, fast. Jake and his men owe me because I take care of their dogs, and so I asked them. Annabeth blinks at me slowly, and for a moment I think that it's all going to sink in. They were helping you rescue kittens? 5 mama cats and 45 kittens. You can come by tomorrow morning and see them for yourself, once I've had a chance to give them all the checkups. If you have room in your home for a coyote, well, you keep telling me Mittens wants someone to play with. Her eyes light up, and I feel another tentative bit of hope. Well, I would like to see the kitties. But not while those bikers are around. I really don't know about using them as volunteers, sweetie. I never liked that you go over there so much. They're dangerous people. Annabeth, look, I know that your heart is in the right place. I start beseechingly because I'm tired of this and want to go back to Jake's arms. It was a good day, even if we didn't rescue all the cats out there. That kiss made it so much better, and in its wake Annabeth's disapproval stings. But what? She snaps. Her eyes seem fixed on my mouth suddenly. If you're about to patronize me, don't. I think you know me a little better than that, I sigh, and her defensive look softens. Well, what is it then? She's staring at my mouth. I'm certain of it, and her scrutiny makes me squirm inside. I calm myself by counting to 10 before answering. Have you ever even had a conversation with any of them? Jake's father Spike is a vet and very... Of course, I haven't spoken to any of them, Annabeth cuts in quickly. They're too dangerous for a woman to be around on her own. That's the whole reason I'm so worried about you right now. I rub my face, too aware of the chill, and the way my lips still tingle, sensitized by the touch of Jake's mouth. Look, even if you don't trust them, you can trust me. Have I ever steered you wrong? She puts her chubby little hands on her hips, and I suddenly realize that I'm in for more of a lecture than I expected. Well, you know, normally I would trust you. But this time it's pretty clear your judgment is off, sweetie. My heart starts beating faster, part from worry about what she's going to do, and part from fighting the urge to just smack her silly. All those pointless, unprovoked phone calls to the police, and now she's acting like something's wrong with me too. What do you mean? Your lipstick's smeared and you've been alone in the barn with that gang leader? What is this? Are you completely crazy? The man is a criminal. She even flaps her arms a little for emphasis. That's when I reach my limit. I'm not normally an aggressive person, especially with Annabeth, but the tide of anger that rises up inside of me feels like a volcano about to blow. Annabeth, stop making stuff up and believing it's true. The man's got nothing on his record more serious than blowing through a stop sign, and you can check that for yourself. She huffs at me angrily, her eyes flashing. You just think this big Jake is cute, so you want to cover for him. I don't have to cover for him. I have a barn full of rescue kittens that says he's not what you think he is. I actually raise my voice a little. And the ravens go out of their way not to disturb you, even though you've used the police to harass them for years. In fact, if Jake's dad didn't think you're cute, Jake probably would have told you where to shove it by now. She pauses, blinking, and her hands slip off her hips in her surprise. Spike Steele thinks I'm CU? Oh, never mind that. I'm worried about you, kitty. Those men may be nice to you now, but they're only waiting for you to let your guard down. They've been waiting for years? To do what? Annabeth, please. I'm cold, and I have a lot of work to do on those cats. Can't you just, break off? I'm so tired of this. Oh, don't talk to me about your responsibilities, you ridiculous girl. You know that's not why you're so eager to get back to what you were doing. As soon as you disappear back into the barn with that gang's leader, he'll be kissing off the rest of your makeup. I just know it. I freeze, staring at her. Uh-oh. For once, her crazy theory is actually half right, which will probably make her feel even more justified. Okay, that's it. I'm going to have to ask you to get off my property and go home. Her jaw drops. She seems oblivious to just how far out of line she's being, so blinded by her good intentions that she's not looking at the effects her actions have on others. We stare at each other, with me fighting the regret welling up inside of me. Finally, she turns on her heel and hobbles away, not looking back once as she heads up toward the road. I watch her until she disappears into the gloom and shake my head, my heart in my shoes. I feel like I've just lost Annabeth as a friend, but that isn't the worst of it. I know this isn't the end of this, and I'm suddenly very, very worried about what she might be planning.
Chapter 6. Jake.
After that kiss, even the crap with Annabeth can't kill my mood, or ruin what's blooming between me and sweet Kitty. We've brought in every litter we could find over the last couple of weeks. Now we're dealing with the long process of checking, grooming, immunizing, feeding and socializing a grand total of 78 kittens, 9 mama cats and 1 injured Tom. But I don't mind one bit of the extra work, as long as I can spend time with her. I have to take it slow with this little lady, which is excruciating but delicious all at once. It's not enough that she has a crush on me, and wants to sleep with me because she thinks it's what I expect. I want her to want it so much that I can coax her past some of her shyness. We steal kisses while we work in the shelter, while the boys' dad and I help her get her Christmas lights up, and every night before we both bed down. Every time we go a little further, like teens testing the waters with each other, bit by sneaky bit. We hide it from the ravens, we hide it from the other volunteers that come in from town to feed and tend to the kittens, and we're even careful in private because Annabeth has gotten even nosier. It's hard to ignore someone who camps out across the road from your house and watches your comings and goings with a pair of binoculars and a video recorder, especially when she keeps sneaking onto our land and setting the dogs off barking. It would actually be funny and cute if it wasn't awkward as hell, leaving Kitty and I feeling even more like we had to sneak around. In a way though, the sneaking around makes things even more amazing. It's forced us to draw things out, making us limit the things we can do with one another, as if we're teenagers, sneaking around behind our parents' backs. Having her will definitely be worth the wait. Meanwhile, I've got a wannabe spy in pink chenille and purple wellies sneaking around my bushes. She's back again. Dad's eyes are dancing. He's the only one of us who is happy about this development. In fact, his mood has picked up a lot since she started coming around and giving him an excuse to confront her. Outside by one of the windows, I hear a rustle and a yelp as our visitor trips into a hedge. I grumble and set down my beer. I'm getting the hose. 3 of the guys start snickering, and Dad laughs and levers himself out of his chair. No, don't you go doing something we'll feel guilty about in the morning. I'll go talk to her. If it's a date she wants, why can't she just get your damn phone number and stay out of our bushes? I'm still grumbling, but it's more good-natured. Across from me, Lars, a new pledge with an agricultural science degree, is turning red and choking into his hand, blonde hair flopping across his face. I'll see if I can convince her. My dad pulls his fleece-lined jacket on and zips it before going outside. He's humming and tugging on his gloves as he closes the door. I shake my head and stop fighting my grin. This crap is annoying, and we're going to have to find a way around it. But right now Dad's happy, something that hasn't happened often enough lately. He's also providing Annabeth with the perfect distraction as I grab my own jacket and slip out the back. It's a week before Christmas now, and the weather's gone from crisp to ball-shrinkingly cold at night. A thin crust of snow covers everything, reflecting the moonlight with a pale bluish glow. Everyone's got their lights up, as much for road safety in this dark stretch of mountain road as its ability to pierce the gloom and because it looks pretty. Even our big front hedges are covered in twinkling, multicolored lights, which look like thousands of psychedelic fireflies. Since we started doing that 2 years ago, the drunken holiday drivers who take a wrong turn through our hedge have gone from a few a year to none. The lights are still on over at the shelter, meaning that my sweet little lady is still hard at work. That's a big surprise there. I head to the shelter door, wondering where the heck Kitty gets her energy from. She claims she takes a lot of naps scattered throughout the day, and it leaves me wondering if I should try that myself. But I still catch her yawning as I walk inside. She's crouching at the open door of one of the isolation rooms, holding her fingers out for Hellcat. That angry little kitty, along with her babies, is discovering the joys of being warm, clean, free of fleas, and well-fed. Kitty yawns into her fist, eyes squinting closed, and the white ball of razors, fluff, and attitude spies me and comes bounding over. I don't know how it is that over the last few weeks, Hellcat decided I was hers. Maybe it was because of all the time I spent here, or because I let her kids climb on me, or maybe because I don't put up with her shit. But I crouch down, and with a few scrambles and leaps, she's perched on my shoulder, kneading the leather and purring up a storm. Hey Hellcat. I give her a good scratch. Now that the fleas and filth are gone and she's had weeks of good meals, she's gone from ratty as old couch stuffing to a fluffy white fairy kitty, who could still destroy a person if she wanted to. I look up at Kitty, and give her a smile. Hey Angel Cat. Hey Jake. She always looks a little flushed and bright-eyed when I'm around her these days, as if she can't quite believe the direction things have gone in between us. She's so overwhelmed by everything, every kiss, every touch, that I've slowly come to realize that before me she was totally untouched. Yet another reason for me to take it easy and slow, and to savor every moment with her. First times only come around once, and I really want to take care of her. So even though her kiss hello has me wanting to press her back against a wall and leave her riding my thigh, I just tease her braid a little before letting her go. So what's the latest? I stifle a yawn. The damn things really are contagious. Well, I have homes for 39 of the kittens and 2 of the mama cats. We're breaking up the families as little as possible, but they all have to get the rest of their immunizations and get sterilized before we send them out. I'm hoping to get the first round of kittens to their new homes by the 23rd. That's 9 going home. She steals another kiss, and her wonderfully soft, curvy body brushes against mine as she moves past me to collect Hellcat's kittens. These guys have gained an average of 7 ounces, which is a little behind the curve. She reaches over to pet Hellcat, who purrs and leans into her hand. Her 3 babies came to us the size of hamsters, and we're doing our best to help them gain weight. So far, so good. Any of them turn up with any real health problems? The yearling tomcat, a skinny black thing who had stuck by his mother, had a badly healed back leg that Kitty had been forced to correct with surgery. He is hobbling around on a cast now, and is already a pound heavier. This is the worst problem I know about, but you never really know for sure until you have the test results back. Labs are notoriously bad at sending reports back on time in rural areas, especially during the holidays, or so Kitty tells me. Well, besides the fleas and a late-season tick or 2, and the 1 litter passing around some low-grade sniffles, we're okay. Some of them have scars, some needed their claws trimmed, and some still need their teeth cleaned, including Hellcat. She rolls her eyes as Hellcat's kittens climb onto her shoulders, claws digging into her green and red Christmas sweater. I laugh. That's gonna be an adventure. How do you plan to manage it? Maybe I'll get the kittens used to it too, so she'll see them go through it and come out all right. She may attack my legs again while I'm doing their teeth, but I'll wear my over-the-knee boots. You should wear those anyway, they're sensual, I say in a teasing voice. She laughs and ducks her head. I catch her chin with 2 fingers very gently, and coax her head up. I'm not kidding, I purr at her and watch her eyes dilate as her knees get just a bit wobbly. She's like a love-struck teen. It's adorable. I smile down at her and am ready to lean in for another kiss when suddenly the lights go out. The darkness that drops down over my vision is so profound that for a second I think I've gone blind, but then I realize what has happened. The distant heavy clunk that accompanies our plunge into total darkness tells me that this is more than a blown fuse. So do the faint curses I hear outside and down the hill at our place. Shit, Kitty growls as we both pull flashlights off our belts. A moment later, the emergency lights kick on, sending a faint amber glow over everything. Blackout. Great. It's another part of winter that has come far too early, the regular, usually short failures of our power grid. I put a hand on her shoulder to help her steady herself. What heating system is this building on? Natural gas hydronics, both in floor and through radiators. The gas isn't interrupted, so we'll have heat as long as we can run the thermostat. The problem is electricity. Lights, thermostats, computers, phone charging, and most of my lab equipment run on building power. She takes several steadying breaths. What about your generators? The ones for the shelter are new, though I have to check their fuel levels. But the generators for the main house are both offline. I didn't have time to get them fixed before this early winter bullshit happened. Not on top of everything else. She can't keep the frustration out of her voice. Okay, look. You keep getting the cats sorted out as best you can. I'll go kick on the generators for in here and check your fuel levels, then go over to the main house and start bringing us back some food and bedding. We can sleep in here tonight, keep the cats company. She blinks at me several times, then says haltingly, That sounds good, Jake. I don't understand why she's staring at me wide-eyed until we bundle Hellcat and her boys into their room, and I am on my way out the door. As I step out into the cold night again, it suddenly hits me. I just told her that I'm staying the night with her. And she just agreed. Crap. I walk around toward the generator shed with a big smile on my face, not feeling the cold at all.
Chapter 7. Kitty.
It shouldn't come as a surprise to me at this point, but Jake sure knows how to take charge. 3 minutes after he walks out, I hear the rumble of the generators starting up, and suddenly the lights flicker back on. I smile, my heart still pounding a little over what I just agreed to so easily. He's staying the night. And apparently, he wants to stay the night in relative comfort. I'm shocked when Jake's idea of bringing some bedding back starts with an entire guest room mattress coming through the shelter door, with Jake grunting and shoving at the far end. I run forward to help, and we pull it through onto the heated concrete floor between the isolation rooms. The free-range cats are meowing at us and milling around the room, unused to the lights going out so early. They are just as confused as I am. But when Jake sighed and straightened, turning to face me, I saw his exasperated expression and knew he had some news. What is it? I ask him as he frowns and glances back at the door. Well, I've got some bad news. The temperature's dropping fast as hell, and as it turns out, we had a transformer go out between here and town. That means it will be at least until morning before anyone can get out here. Maybe another half day after that to get the new transformer in, fix any problems the failure caused, and move on. Now, I can run you some fuel from our stockpile if you need some for the generators, but we'll still have to stretch it. Make sure that it gets used for heating, cooking, vet equipment, and stuff like that. He snorts, seeing the half a dozen cats that have already hopped onto the mattress and flopped down. You make it sound like it might be days. I couldn't keep the worry out of my voice. The heat was functioning, but the thermostat was not, and neither were the heater's electronic components. Not without power. Well, they don't like the bad publicity of making local people go without power on the holidays, but that doesn't mean they won't let a small number of us slide, because they're short-handed for the same damn reason. He looks at me, his face full of concern. You're worried about running out of generator fuel, and not being able to fire the heater. My heart sinks. Growing up, I was so sickly that I stayed home a ton, and my cats were often my only real company. I got attached. Now, thinking of all these kittens we've rescued who are now at risk of freezing all over again, I start to shake. Oh crap! Hey, don't do that. Don't freak out. Jake steps forward and pulls me against his massive chest, the scent of leather, sweat, and a hint of pot mixing in my nostrils as I cling to him. It'll be okay. I let out a small sob of frustration and anxiety, and buried my face against him. The early winter, Annabeth, getting all the cats ready for adoption, trying to find them homes, it has all taken its toll. Now the blackout has added to that, and even though Jake is here with me, I'm at the end of my rope. But as he holds me, his heat starts sinking into me, and my body relaxes a little. His arms settle around me, and he strokes his hand over the back of my head until I relax even more and the tears stop pushing at the backs of my eyes. There you go, he murmurs, as a set of sharp claws starts making their way up my leg, over my hip and up my side. I blink and look down into a pair of wide blue-green eyes. The Siamese kitten lets out a giant meow, and Jake starts laughing silently, shaking against me. It'll be fine, he purrs in my ear as he plucks the kitten from my clothes and sets it on his shoulder. I promise. We keep working, using as few lights and electrical equipment as we can. Now and again, I hear the heater kicking back on as it fights the chill seeping through the building's brick walls and thick insulation. When I get overwhelmed, which keeps happening because I'm so tired and stressed, he's right there for me. Eventually, I recover enough that I can start looking forward to this whole staying over thing again. I could be reading this wrong. He could just want to keep me safe in the middle of this whole mess. There are some real creeps living close enough that you never know who might try to take advantage of something like this. Now and again, one of them decides to slip up into the hills during a storm or blackout to see who might be naive enough to leave their doors unlocked. Jake could just be acting chivalrous. Well, damn. I am suddenly blushing from my collarbones up and trying not to giggle. What is it? He rumbles curiously. He let me go because more cats were yelling for food, and we moved to remedy the situation by filling bowls and topping off the water fountains. As we work, I'm still struggling not to giggle. Come on, what? Well, sweetie, I just figured out that you're packing the Washington Monument. Give me a second, I'll be fine. It's nothing, I'm just trying to see the funny side of all this. That's probably a good thing, he chuckles as he tears open another bag of cat food. The chorus of meows is so ridiculous that I wish I could spare a bit of power to record it. Good thing cats don't care if it's dark. I bet the dogs are panicking. They'll just need to know where everyone is. Especially Chewy. I can't hear his booming barks from over here though, so I suspect Spike's taking care of him. Then I hesitate. I should go check on Annabeth. Crap. He grumbles but then lets out a sigh. You're right, she's up there alone. He turns and looks my way. I guess you don't want me coming with you? She'll freak out. I don't like being out there alone in the dark, but if I have any more drama tonight, I'll just be done. I frown. I don't want to take 1 second away from Jake and my work to deal with Annabeth. The lady has managed to alienate me a hell of a lot these past couple of weeks, no matter how good her intentions are. Duty calls though. I've always been a good neighbor, even when Annabeth doesn't deserve it with her annoying but well-intentioned snooping. Okay. But while you're over there, could you ask her to stay out of my bushes? Dad likes it, but they need to go on a real date instead of that. You know? He nuzzles a kiss into the top of my head. I chuckle a little as I bundle up and grab my big flashlight. One lingering kiss later, and I reluctantly walk out into the cold. The whole area looks eerie with no lights on. Now and again, the slice of winding highway downhill lights up through the pines with brief flashes as a set of headlights races past. There are generators humming away in the gloom up and down the hill, and as I step out into the road to get a better view, I see that Jake's place and Annabeth's both have faint lights in their windows. I smile with relief. She must be fine. But I know I should still check on her, so I start trudging up the hill, carefully hugging the shoulder of the road. A sharp bark catches my attention, and my head snaps around. I see the faint pale shape of a fat coyote standing on the other side of the road, right before the blind curve just beyond Annabeth's house. "Oh hey Randy," I start before being cut off by the rising rumble of a motor as a dark shape raced toward me, blocking the coyote from sight. Damn. I throw myself into the woods just in time. A speeding SUV with its lights off roars past me just inches from my legs. The hot wind from the machine throws me off balance and sprays bits of dead leaves and road grit into my face. I grab a tree and hang on, panting in shock as the drunk driver goes weaving down the road, brake lights never even flickering. Oh my, I almost died. If Randy hadn't gotten my attention, but I can't even finish that thought before I start sobbing. A little while later, I hear heavy booted footsteps approach. They stop near my flashlight, which lies a few feet away from my shivering balled-up form. A gloved hand picks it up and flashes it around. I squint as the light falls over me. I know it's Jake by his scent as he stows the flashlight and scoops me into his arms. I cling to him and just let him carry me back to the shelter, my chest hitching and my cheeks cold from tears. It takes me a long time to recover, and by the time I do, he has my coat, vest, and boots off, and he's cuddling with me in the nest of comforters and pillows he's piled onto the mattress. He kicks off his boots as he cradles me, sighing into my hair. "You okay?" he asks finally. "Did you fall?" "No," I mumble as I tuck my head under his chin. There was a drunk guy driving with his headlights off outside in this mess, and he almost hit me. I leave out the bit about Randy, because that part is a little too weird for me, and I'm not calm or stoned enough to tell it yet. "Geez," he mumbles, horrified. "Any idea what the car looked like?" Black SUV, no lights, barely touched his brakes. No idea who it was, but I doubt they're actually from around here. I hope, anyway. If I ever actually caught whoever drove that vehicle, I would probably kick his ass. Jake, despite being gentle with me, radiates protective anger right now, and I know he would be perfectly willing to back me up when it came time for that ass kicking. And that could land both of us in jail, so not a good idea at all. Maybe if I ever find the bastard, I'll just sue him silly. I can certainly afford a good lawyer now. And anyone who drives a new SUV with no lights down a mountain road has to be rich enough that replacing it wouldn't be a burden, so I don't feel at all bad about the idea. "I'll have my guys go looking for that damn idiot in town tomorrow," he growls, and I feel a strange mix of flattery, shock, worry, and horniness. "Jake, wait. If we do anything about this guy, I want to find out his name and address so I can serve him with a lawsuit." It's such a city girl thing to say, that I'm a little shocked as the words come out of my mouth. He blinks down at me and then nods. "I can understand that. But if you want to sue, you'll have to file a police report. It'll be asked about, especially since you almost got seriously hurt." He's petting my hair slowly, meditatively, and then he's slipping the band off my braid and gently undoing it. A tingle shoots down from my scalp and all the way to my toes. I let out a low gasp. "I'll deal with that in the morning," I mumble. The tingling settles in my breast, and I feel them tighten into points, growing maddeningly sensitive in seconds. My knees clench together, and the tight press of denim against my lower abdomen makes things even worse. I don't know how Jake manages it, but the safety I feel in the circle of his arms is the perfect antidote to my crazy brush with death, and all the adrenaline it's shot into my system. That terrible moment when I was almost crushed to death by the SUV is fading into the back of my head like a quickly receding nightmare. I lay my cheek against his chest and hear the soft thunder of his heart in my ear. It's time, say something inside of me, and apprehension mixes with anticipation, tightening my guts and leaving my heart pounding. My cheeks are so flushed that my tears dry quickly, leaving my skin tight in their absence. We kiss for a long time while he runs his hands through my loosened hair, and my fingertips explore his chest and shoulders through his shirt. The territory is growing more familiar, but exploring the planes and curves of his muscled body never gets old. Part of me keeps threatening to seize up from self-consciousness, even though he always tells me that I'm beautiful, and I know he'll never hurt me. Logic doesn't help against this feeling, not really. I can only power through it, and the soft, almost lazy kisses and caresses he lays on me as I curl up in his lap give me the fuel to do just that. He breathes hard as his lips run over my jawline. Impatient, I strip off my sweater and toss it aside. His hands start to caress me through the thin silk of my turtleneck, leaving behind a trail of goosebumps on my skin that only hunger for more contact. My body has been starved for contact for years, even when I wasn't alone. Years of slobbery kisses, and dates that ended quickly on discovering that the guy in question was just hoping the big girl would be desperate enough to be easy. Years of not being intimate with someone just because the right guy wasn't around. Now here he is. Am I ready for this? I had better be. The roller coaster is ticking up the first slope, and the ride is about to begin. We're both starting to get impatient now, breaths shivering and hands fumbling to help each other undress. He peels off his shirt and undershirt, throwing them aside, and I lean forward to kiss and nuzzle his chest as I run my palms up and down his rippled, lightly furred belly. He hisses through his teeth with pleasure, his thick fingers sliding through my hair and up and down my back. I can feel his heartbeat pick up as I raise my arms and let him pull the turtleneck off over my head. The warm press of his skin on mine as he takes me in his arms and we lie down sideways on the makeshift bed makes me stretch up against him, pressing closer, wanting to feel more of him. I feel brazen. When his huge body covers mine, there's no room for self-consciousness. We both freeze for a moment before Jake chuckles. "Crap," he mutters in my ear, and I giggle in spite of myself. Then he kisses me again, managing to be rough and tender all at once, his lips distracting me from the cat-related awkwardness. I have never felt like this before. "Gosh baby," he purrs. "Those are definitely worth the wait." His kisses me and the soft scratch of his stubble feels so good, and then he closes his mouth and everything seems to blur around me. After a while he drags his head up and loosens his grip on me. My flesh aches a little where his hands rest. He seems a little ashamed of that, asking at once, "You okay?" It takes me a few dizzy moments before I can form words. I smile up at him while I do my best. I'm more than okay. By a lot. A tired grin flashes across his face as he lays his head on my shoulder. Good. Me too.
Chapter 8. Jake.
The road crew from the power company manages to get the power back on at mid-afternoon the next day. Kitty and I look after the cats and each other until then, and spend the rest of our time in bed. I can't remember the last time it felt this good to have a woman under me, beside me, lying over me. It takes actual time and effort to make myself roll off her and pull her against me instead of drowsing off again right there on top of her. She's sleeping peacefully when the lights come back on. I squint up into the sudden brightness and sigh, reluctantly sitting up. The generators need to be turned off and everything needs to be checked, and she's been working too hard. I won't disturb her. My skin actually tingles as I pull on my jeans. I haven't gotten laid this thoroughly in years. It's enough to make even me a little wobbly. And it definitely puts me in a good mood, even as I plod around in the cold without my coffee or wake and bake. I hope everything's all right down at our place, but I'll have to check after I take care of things up here. The guys will have things covered at the clubhouse. But I do take a look down the road, after turning off the generators and restoring the main power to the heating system. My eyebrows rise as I catch sight of activity down the road. Well, that explains why the power's out. There's a repair crew working a quarter-mile down from the clubhouse, currently hauling a mangled truck, and the chunks of the power pole shattered up the slope with winches. There's a coroner's truck just beyond that is closing up to leave. The transformer didn't blow. It's lying on its side at the edge of the road with traffic cones in a ring around it. I can only imagine how fast that truck was going when it hit the pole, or how drunk the driver was. It chills my blood to see. I know he or she has to be the one in the body bag I glimpsed. It must have taken them the whole morning to pry the body out of that wreck. Worse, there's a second vehicle appended against a tree just a little down from there, a black SUV. My mind does the math, and I realize that it has to be the person who almost hit my kitty last night. I can't feel too bad about that. I'm just glad they have the new pole up and the new transformer connected. I do hope they get the wreckage dragged away before Kitty's up and around outside. She doesn't need to see this mess. One thing annoys me as I turn to go back inside. Annabeth's pink dressing gown and purple coat and the gleam of her camera are once again planted right on the edge of my property recording. At least this time she's pointing her camera toward the cleanup. But I'm sure that in her head, we're somehow responsible for both the drunks and the blackout. Shaking my head, I plod back toward the shelter and a pile of work, and my sleeping sweetheart, whom I would pounce on for another round if it wasn't time to deal with the cats. Duty calls. But there will be plenty of time for more intimacy afterward. I'm really looking forward to that. 2 days to Christmas, and everything's as ready as it's going to be for those 9 cats to get to their new homes. Kitty has made sure that people know where they were found, telling everyone that the local gang of tough guys actually helped rescue these furballs. She says that it's just as important for the locals to know we're good people as it is to know that we're badass, and she's right. It's not like we're defending turf in the big city, and our cash crop's legal and licensed now. If Annabeth could see us now, I think proudly, as I watch Chewy patiently endure a fluffy black kitten clambering over his face. People are never just one thing. Kitty herself can be tough as hell when she needs to be, and I can be a pretty cushy teddy bear when I'm with the right people. I don't mind anymore if it gets out. I'm not 20, and the people I need to respect me already do. Besides, if we ever have kids, I don't want them to be afraid of me, right? I pause, blinking over at Kitty as she stuffs the last of the stockings. I just thought about having kids with her. Whoa. Crap. It's a question for the future though, not for now. I know that. And after waiting years to say something and a month to be with her, I can be patient. We're not expecting it, but come 3 in the afternoon, when our adopters are supposed to arrive, we find ourselves with a line running all the way from the shelter to the back of the parking lot. Lots of kids, lots of families. It almost looks like an entire neighborhood has come down for kitten therapy. My family was in town, explains Aaron Chu, who is from in town, on his way through the door. They heard we were surprising my wife with a cat and 2 of her babies, and they wanted to see the other kittens. He looks a little surprised to see a big biker at the door, and cranes his head around to try and look past me into the shelter. Is this the right place? Suddenly, the tiny black-haired cherub holding hands with him giggles and points at me. I hear the tiny picking sound of my clothes being used as a ladder, and then a small purring weight settles on my shoulder. The guy relaxes considerably, and some of the other kids laugh. Yeah, I'd say you're in the right place, I say a little sheepishly, as Hellcat plants herself on me and headbutts my ear. I step aside. Come on in. Where did they all come from? Kitty breathes as the main room of the shelter fills up with folks from town and out of town. We were proactive and shut the cats in the various isolation and interaction rooms so that none of them could sneak out while people were going in and out. But neither of us expected this kind of crowd. Looks like everybody's got their family in town for the holidays, I reply in a slightly baffled voice. So far, 2 families have left with their kitties while everyone else is hanging out, drinking hot drinks, chatting, and playing with the cats and kittens. It's nice, especially since 4 of them have already signed up to adopt kitten pairs when they're ready to be rehomed, and 2 more are interested in adults. Whatever is going on, I'm grateful for it, and from the look on her face, so is Kitty. But it's quickly getting a little exhausting after everything that has happened. Not to mention all the wild things we've been doing in the last day and a half. The crowd has finally trickled out, the kittens have gone home, 2 volunteers have signed up to help at the shelter, and there's a small stack of adoption applications sitting on the counter by the time the sun sets. The guys and my dad are hanging out, eagerly waiting for pizza. Kitty's brewing the coffee, and I'm digging 2 long necks out of the mini fridge when we hear a hard, authoritative knock on the door. I can't help but stiffen, as do some of the guys. That's a knock from a cop. Anyone who has ever had friends on the wrong side of the law knows it well. Kitty looks up in alarm, and I move to get the door, but she shakes her head. "I'll get it," she says firmly. It's probably a good idea. I look like trouble to the average cop, even though the locals know that Annabeth is full of crap. Kitty practically has "Cuddle Me" tattooed on her forehead. People tend to trust her at once. She hurries over to the door and opens it, and two hulking uniformed cops look in past her with awkward but curious expressions. No hostility. Maybe a little confusion. That's an expression I've gotten used to from these guys, and I relax. "Hi, Kitty," says Sergeant Evans, the Gold Shield who usually gets pulled into looking into Annabeth's complaints and smooths things over. His wife is one of Kitty's volunteers. He's a chubby, good-looking black guy a few years older than me, and he gives us an apologetic look. "We, had a series of call-ins about you having a lot of people over." Kitty gets it too. Annabeth? Evans's partner Thompson is a big blonde, almost as big as me, with a mustache that a cowboy would be proud of and a solemn manner. 15 times, ma'am." "Okay, well, come on in out of the cold, and we'll sort this out." There's a faint rustle among my guys, but her calm manner, my own, and the cop's apologies do a lot to ease everyone's minds. Kitty lets them in and putters around getting them coffee, pausing to ask, "So what is she worried that I'm doing over here?" "She noticed a line out your door this afternoon, and the entire motorcycle club parked over here, and became convinced that you were selling contraband. Her exact word was illicit substances, but I know you all don't mess with anything outside your legal grow. That was the deal when we backed the Ravens setting up over here." Evans takes his mug of coffee with a nod and a smile. "Thanks. Anyway, we promised we would check it out and make sure nothing illegal was happening." Thompson's head turns as he hears a lot of mewing. "I'm detecting suspicious activity in these visitation rooms, EV. I'm gonna go check it out." My dad starts coughing into his fist, and a couple of the guys fight smirks as the big blonde cop goes up to the first room's transparent door and peers in, and then immediately crouches down. His solemn expression doesn't waver. Evans fights a smile and coughs once. "Hey. Anyway, what was actually going on this afternoon?" Kitty smiles, and the whole story comes tumbling out her adorable mouth. The early spring, her asking the Ravens to help rescue a bunch of autumn litters and their families, Annabeth being more confused than usual, and trying to adopt a sneaky coyote. There was more coughing and harumphing and teary eyes at that, even from the cops. She goes on about how we're trying to get all the cats homes before winter is over, and that the first bunch got sent home today. The adopting families had their extended families, friends, and neighbors around for the holidays, so 43 people had come through the shelter doors. She leaves out the crash, the blackout, and us falling for each other. After explaining everything else, she says simply, "Look, I think I know how to settle Annabeth's mind. Can you get her to come in here and be a witness to your investigation?" She looks at Evans. Thompson is halfway into a kitten room and being attacked by snuggling balls of fur, and he looks thoughtful. "Yeah, I think I can arrange that. He looks back at his partner, and his belly shakes a bit with amusement. "Give me 5 minutes. "What have you got in mind, baby?" I ask as Kitty walks back toward the kitten rooms. "Well, everyone's past quarantine and is immunized, and the big crowd's gone except for you guys, who know to shut the outer door." She starts opening all the doors. Kittens and cats come spilling out into the main room, meowing and looking around, a few going hopefully for the food bowls. "You good in there, Sergeant?" she asks Thompson, who is now seated on the floor in one room's doorway with a pair of stripy kittens on his lap. "We're A-OK," comes the solemn reply, accompanied by mewing. "This is the cutest thing I've ever seen," Dad chuckles, his eyes dancing. Hellcat is investigating his lap, tired of my shoulder from all my walking around. "Give it 5 minutes," Kitty replies cheerily as she tops up the fountains and food bowls. It's not even 3 minutes when we hear a pair of familiar voices approaching the door outside. "No, it's not dangerous. There are no violent offenders in that building, ma'am. I've checked the Ravens' records myself." "You mean Kitty was telling the truth about that?" Annabeth sounds incredulous. Yes, ma'am. Kitty moves over to me and slips my hand into hers. It's a first in front of the family, and my dad glances our way, but his smile just widens a little before he looks back to the door. Well, I know something illegal has to be going on, and I'm coming in with you with my camera to capture this for posterity. Kitty's such a nice girl. They must be manipulating her, or forcing her somehow, but they're using their land for something unspeakable. More choking and snorting, I press my lips together against laughter. The doorknob turns, and we all do our best to calm down. Well, ma'am, I will tell you that the folks you saw coming here to pick up are pretty popular. Might even be a little addictive. But I wouldn't call it illegal or dangerous. Unless you're a canary. Evans pushes open the door and lets Annabeth in. She's still chattering as she comes through the door, camera plastered to her determined little face as she aims it around accusingly at everything in sight. I have no idea what you're talking about. Kitty said that she had a lot of kittens to take care of and needed the ravens for help, but how many kittens could she possibly be? Her camera sweeps across the floor and takes in dozens of furry upturned faces. Oh my! Her voice breaks into a squeak, like an overexcited kid's. Oh my, there are so many babies! I laugh and squeeze Kitty's hand as I look down at her. We're both relaxing as we watch Annabeth confront the most adorable cluebat to ever exist. She's already on the floor, the camera still running, while trying to coax a few onto her lap with her free hand. Oh my goodness! Annabeth's still squeaking, as Kitty's shoulders start to shake with suppressed laughter from watching her reaction. Oh my goodness, I've never been so glad to be wrong in my life. So glad she figured that out, Kitty says quietly, and I kiss the top of her head. People are going to start noticing that we're together, but I'm okay with that too. If Annabeth's no longer freaking out, the pressure to sneak around is gone. It's a nice Christmas present. Not as nice as being with Kitty in the first place, but people can get 2 gifts in one season and appreciate them both. Thompson reappears with a pair of stripy orange brothers in his hands, one seated in each palm with room to spare. Yes, ma'am. I think we're just glad to clear the air a little, so everyone around here can have a quiet holiday. Evans eyes him. You know, I was the one who went back out in the cold and negotiated this while you were off duty playing with kittens. I was on duty, Thompson replies placidly. Nearby, Dad's approaching the weepy-eyed Annabeth with a box of tissues and a jingly ball. Well, he doesn't waste any time. I smile, glad he's taken his odd courtship out of my damn bushes. Evans drains his coffee. How do you figure? Dad duty, the big blonde rumbles. I told Kara that if she turned in every homework assignment for 6 months, we could revisit the whole getting a kitten idea. She did it and brought up her math mark a whole grade. Evan's eyebrows go up and he nods. Kitty smiles up at the big cop. So 2 kittens then. A deal's a deal, comes the solemn reply. I chuckle and shake my head, glancing over at Dad to check his progress with Annabeth. They're chatting, and he's showing off one of Hellcat's tiny kittens. It's weird to be hanging out with cops and Annabeth, along with Dad and the boys, everyone playing with kittens and talking about normal things. But it is so much better than having the police and that vigilante in pink trying to get dirt on us. And even if it wasn't, I've got something that makes up for all the trouble. Today I woke up with my sweet kitty next to me, and tonight I'll fall asleep with her in my arms. And I know we'll both fight like hell to make sure it stays that way from now on.
The end. Book 3. Billionaire Bad Boy Club Short Story. Chapter 1. Nikolai.
Rolling through the Catskill Mountains, I turn my head to glance at Natasha. No matter how long we've been married, just the sight of her never ceases to stir me. The fall weather has transformed the green trees into a spectacle of vibrant colors. She turns her head away from the window to look at me. Her hand slips into mine, holding it as it rests on the console between us. This was a great idea. Coming on a trip, just the 2 of us. Thank you. I thought we could use some alone time. And what better time than Halloween weekend? The kids are with their grandparents, and we finally get a little space. I lift our clasped hands and kiss her knuckles. The remote cabin I rented should be perfect. Fire in the fireplace, a cozy bed, no interruptions. Sound good to you, sweetheart? Natasha's smile softens, her eyes dancing. More than good. I'm ready for a weekend where it's just you and me again. That's the plan. A train passes alongside us, filled with people admiring the fall scenery. A few kids wave, Natasha waves back. They're so cute. I miss. No kid talk this weekend, I remind her gently. Just us. With a family, it's easy for a couple to get lost in the noise. And lately, I felt the distance creeping in, not out of neglect, just life. Kids, their schedules, her responsibilities, mine. That's why I wanted this, a reset, a reconnection. We started this family together, and I'll be damned if we lose sight of each other in the process. When the dirt road opens to the small cabin, Natasha looks around in surprise. Wow, you really meant remote. I did. I stocked the place with everything we'll need. Her shoulders visibly relax, and I can see how much she needed this break. I hope you grabbed plenty of red wine, Nikolai, she says with a tired exhale. I just want to unplug and melt into you for a while. My chest tightens with how much I want that too, want her, the way she used to let herself soften in my arms, no stress, no distractions. I park in front of the cabin and reach for her arm when she goes to open her door. Wait. I want to start us off right. She gives me a questioning look as I brush her blonde hair aside and press a slow kiss to the back of her neck. For the next 48 hours, you're all mine. No responsibilities, no stress. Just us. Her eyes meet mine, warm and playful. Think you'll go easy on me? Not likely, I murmur, kissing her cheek before helping her out of the car. Inside, the cabin is warm, rustic, beautiful in its simplicity. Natasha's gaze sweeps the room, then lands on me with a teasing smile. So what now? I slide my hands around her waist. Now you relax. That's all I want from you this weekend. She traces my jaw with her fingertips. And what about you? I want to enjoy my wife, I say honestly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Completely. She smiles, then walks over to the little stereo on the mantel and turns on soft music. When she turns back to me, there's a spark in her eyes I haven't seen in a while. Dancing slowly toward me, she begins to unbutton her blouse, swaying to the rhythm. I sit on the edge of the bed, leaning back on my hands, captivated. Piece by piece, she slips out of her clothes, not rushing, not teasing for shock, just moving with the confidence and warmth I fell in love with. When she stands in simple pale pink lingerie, she looks over her shoulder at me with that smile that always destroys me. My breath catches. Gosh, she's beautiful. She crosses the room, kneels between my knees, and unbuttons my jeans with slow, deliberate movements. Her hands brush my hips, her lips curving into a wicked little smile. Well, she whispers, her tone playful, what do you want from me, Nikolai? I cup her cheek, brushing my thumb across her skin. Come up here, I tell her softly. I want you close. She climbs into my lap, her arms circling my shoulders, her forehead resting against mine. And just like that, the world shrinks to only the two of us.
Chapter 2. Natasha.
My husband looks at me with that familiar intensity, the kind that makes my breath catch before he even touches me. I sit back on my heels, waiting, feeling the air shift as he studies me. He runs a hand through his dark hair, the longer waves brushing his shoulders. His eyes trace over me slowly, lingering for a moment before returning to mine with a warmth that sends a quiet shiver through me. Come here, he says, voice low but gentle. I move into his lap, settling against him. The closeness alone fills me with heat. His hands rest lightly on my waist as I lean in, letting myself feel the steady, comforting weight of him beneath me. My breath deepens, matching the quiet rhythm we fall into. I close my eyes, letting the moment pull me in, the warmth of his body, the slow building tension, the way he watches me as if I'm the only thing in the world. But I want more than distance between us.
I look at him, reaching up to slide my hands along my own skin, trying to pull him into the moment with me. His gaze follows every movement with a hunger that makes my heart race. His fitted t-shirt clings to his toned frame, outlining strength I know by heart. His jaw, shadowed by his beard, looks even sharper when he tilts his head back, watching me with full attention. Just the sight of him makes heat bloom through me. Our eyes meet. The connection is immediate and overwhelming. It pushes through me little by little until a wave of pleasure rolls through my body. I gasp softly, gripping his shoulders as it passes. He sits up immediately, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me close. His kiss is warm, then deeper, full of affection and restrained desire. His hands slide up my back and into my hair, holding me with a tenderness that contrasts the intensity of the moment. He lifts me gently and lays me down on the bed. I watch him undress, not out of lust, but because the intimacy of sharing that moment always strikes me. When he returns to me, he trails soft kisses along my inner thighs, making my whole body tighten with anticipation. He teases me with slow, warm touches, building the tension again but not rushing anything. I can feel how carefully he controls himself, savoring every reaction I give him. Then, without warning, he stops and slips away to the bathroom. I hear water running. When he comes back, he cleans me with a warm cloth, his movements slow and thoughtful. From his suitcase, he pulls out soft cream-colored fabric and wraps it gently around me, one piece around my chest, another around my hips. It's more playful than anything else, and his smile makes me relax instantly. He holds up a blindfold, the hint of a smile in his voice. "Do you trust me?" he asks. "Always," I whisper. When he ties it gently over my eyes, everything heightens. I hear him circling the bed, feel the subtle shift in the mattress as he sits beside me. Then something cold touches my stomach. I gasp, unable to help it. "Ice," he murmurs, clearly entertained by my reaction. He glides it lightly across my skin before replacing the chill with slow, warm strokes. His hands move with intention, my legs, my arms, my shoulders, each touch loosening the tension he knows I carry. He takes his time, steady and focused, until my whole body feels unknotted and warm. When he leans close to my ear, his breath brushes my skin. "And now," he whispers, "I want to be close to you." He shifts above me, guiding me gently, careful with every movement. The closeness that follows is deep and consuming, not rushed, not frantic, but something meaningful and steady. A slow build of connection that pulls soft sounds from me as emotion crests and breaks. I cling to him, overwhelmed in the best possible way, held securely in a space that feels safe and intense all at once. When the moment peaks, it feels like a wave moving through me, leaving me breathless. He stays with me through it, grounding me, steadying me until I can breathe again. Only then does he finally relax, lowering his forehead to my neck as a low, unguarded sound escapes him. We stay like that, tangled together, breathing hard, the world quiet around us. Not bad for the first few hours of our weekend getaway.
Chapter 3. Nikolai.
The 100-year-old cabin creaks and groans as a norther blows in. With a loud bang, the power goes out as a tree must have knocked out the power lines. "Great," Natasha mutters as she pulls the blanket up to her chin, her eyes darting to every corner. It's on the dark side, but there are still coals in the fireplace, so I get up to add some more wood to it and stoke it so we can have more light. "I think I can make you feel more comfortable, baby." She reaches out from under the heavy blanket, picking up her cell off the nightstand, mumbling, "It's 2 a.m. I had no idea something like this was blowing in. I should watch the Weather Channel more often. I hate being without electricity. Do you think the toilet will still work?" "Not sure." I poke at the fire with the metal rod used for that and bring the coals to a nice cherry red color. Then I add a log and then another, and then I stop, as I don't think I want a huge fire, just something to penetrate the darkness so my wife is comfortable. Padding back to bed, I stop when I hear a scream coming from just outside. Natasha's eyes go big as saucers. "Oh my gosh." Heading to the door to open it and see what the hell that was, I stop once more when I hear a terrible growl. Maybe I shouldn't open the door after all. That must have been an animal we heard. I don't want to invite it inside. No, you don't. Natasha sits up, the blanket pulled up to the tip of her nose, as if she'll pull it right over her head to hide if she has to. Heading back to bed, I climb in beside her and pull her down to lay on top of my chest. With a kiss to the top of her blonde head, I try to ease her fears. I've heard large cats can make a noise that sounds like a screaming woman. And they growl too. Probably just a big old cat baby. Her eyes are glued to the wooden door. And this place isn't exactly a fortress, Nick. It could get in here if it really wanted to. Why would it want to be in here? I chuckle and find her shivering, as another loud growl comes from the side of the cabin now, instead of the front. It's circling us, Nikolai, she whispers and pulls the blanket all the way over her head. I don't like this one bit. Rolling my eyes, I give her a squeeze. We're fine. I promise you that. The windows of the cabin are few, and they're up high too. There's not a chance in the world anything could come crashing into any of them. The door is solid and heavy, nothing is getting through it. So I close my eyes and listen to the sounds of the wind as it blows hard outside our little cabin, and try to go to sleep. Drip. 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 What's that? Natasha whispers, so quietly I can barely hear her. Just water dripping. Go to sleep, I murmur, pulling her closer. In the bathroom sink, or what? Because there's no kitchen in here, so it's not a kitchen sink. She's trembling, and I can't believe this is a full-grown woman reacting like this. If the kids were here, you wouldn't be this scared. Come on, baby, relax. I want to get up early and head to that cafe we saw on the way in. Breakfast, remember? I kiss the side of her head. And I have big plans for you tomorrow. The fun kind. She lets out a slow breath, relaxing a little. That does sound fun. I'll stop being such a baby. A long scratching sound drags across the window, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Just a tree branch sliding along the glass, I say, trying to convince both of us. Nothing to worry about. A low growl follows, then a gentle tap-tap-tap on the window. Great. What now? Nikolai. Natasha's hand digs into my side. That's not a tree. Look. I don't want to look. Not even a little. But I'm also not about to act scared in front of my wife. So I turn my head toward the window. Oh, hell no. There's a shadow, human-shaped, right on the other side of the glass. What do we do? She breathes, hiding under the covers again. Like I have a clue. Ignore it and it'll go away. Tap. 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 Growl. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not the kind of man who just lies there, waiting for some lunatic to break in. I get up, despite Natasha grabbing at me. No, Nick. Don't. I stride to the window and yank the thin curtain aside. Nothing. I look back at her. It was just there, right? I didn't imagine that. She peeks out from under the blanket. I don't know. I was hiding. I scan the other windows. Nothing but wind-blown trees. Must have been a shadow, I mutter, trying to laugh it off as I head back to bed. But before I make it, something moves past the window on the far side of the room. That wasn't wind. Natasha sees my expression. What did you see? Nothing. Just my imagination. We're tired, it's late, and this place is creepy. The wind's making everything worse. I climb into bed and pull the blanket up to my chin. Something moved, she whispers, pulling the blanket up over her head again. I don't like this. I know. I wish we had some noise to drown the wind out. I grab my phone, but it's nearly dead. Damn. How much battery do you have? She hands over her phone from under the covers. No idea. It's almost dead too. Great. No music. I lie back and try to ignore the sounds. Scratch. 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 Something's scratching at the door, Nick. Yep. I squeeze my eyes shut. Ignore it. Thump. 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 Maybe it's a dog. Maybe. Another deep breath. Ignore it. Pound. 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 Okay, hell no. I throw the blanket off and storm to the door, hitting it with my fist. Go away. Silence. I look for my jeans. Time to go outside and end this. Natasha sits up, clutching the blanket around herself. What are you doing? I'm going out there to scare off whoever it is. No way. She jumps up, blocking the door. You are not opening that door. Someone is messing with us, Natasha. Probably teenagers. I'll scare them off. I find one shoe and grab it, just as she darts away from the door at another scratch. One shoe or not, I'm going. I open the door. Nothing. Hiding again, huh? I step out onto the porch, leaning left and right, trying to see around the corners. A scream from inside makes me spin around. There it is. Close the door. It's coming for you. Good. I want to see who it is. I brace myself. But nothing appears. This is ridiculous. Enough. I take off around the corner, nothing. Just wind. Another scream inside. I sprint back in. Natasha is pointing at the opposite window. It's on the other side now. I see the shadow, rush over, yank the curtain back, nothing. Again. Then slam. The door closes behind me. Natasha runs and locks it. You're not going back out there. I swear I'll tackle you if you touch that door before sunrise. It's just pranksters, I say, trying to calm her and myself. Don't let them win. I change and get in bed, and she hurries back under the covers, burying herself against me. A horrible growl outside makes her grip me tighter. I hate this, she whispers. Tomorrow, I tell her, wrapping my arm around her, I'll talk to the owner. We'll get motion lights installed. No more shadows. No more games. Tomorrow is Halloween, Natasha says, trembling. Maybe it really is just pranksters. I hope she's right.
Chapter 4. Nikolai.
After a fitful night of barely any sleep, we woke to find the electricity was back on. After getting cleaned up and dressed, Natasha and I head out in the morning sun's light to go find something for breakfast. Heading to the car, Natasha stops and points at something. Hey, what's that over there? Looking in the direction she's pointing, I find something is hanging from one of the tree branches in the woods that surround the cabin. And when I look back at the car, I see something odd on the driver's side window. A huge spider web is there, and when I try to brush it away, a pretty decent-sized black spider comes creeping out of the door and moves up the window. Geez. Looking around, I grab a stick and kill the nasty thing, then head over to where my wife is going. Don't go too far into those woods, baby. I just want to see what this is. She stops and reaches out to touch the thing that's caught her attention. I jog up behind her, finding it's just some sticks that are all about the same length and are tied in a bundle. Someone hung it off a tree limb, almost like one would hang a Christmas decoration. Tan twine holds the sticks together, and it's also used to tie it to the tree branch. Natasha tugs at it to pull it free. I wouldn't. I try to caution her, but it's too late. Something makes a terrible sound inside of the bundle as she yanks it free and she drops it on the ground. What the hell's in there? She asks as I use my foot to move the bundle. Another crazy, weird sound has me stopping, and we both bend down to untie the string and let free whatever's inside the bundle. The knot is just too small. I stand up and reach into my pocket, taking out my pocket knife and bending back down to cut the string. The sticks fall away, and we see a small bird inside. Its wings are pinned to two of the sticks. Oh gosh. Geez, Nikolai. Who would do such a terrible thing? Natasha picks up the poor little sparrow and takes off her scarf, wrapping it up. We'll have to take it to someone. A vet, I guess. She stands up and starts walking to the car, and I stay put, looking around for anything else unusual. Maybe what happened last night was a bit more the local kids pulling pranks for Halloween. As soon as I open the car door, I'm hit with the stench of rotting meat. Dear Lord. Natasha doesn't seem to smell a thing as she gets into the car and gets her seatbelt on, then sets the scarf-covered bird on her lap. What the hell's wrong with you? I can barely make myself get into the car. The stench is so overwhelming. You really can't smell that? It's like putrid meat. She takes in a huge sniff, then shakes her head. Nope. I can only smell the new leather. Jags always have the best smelling leather. I wonder why that is. Shaking it off, I get in behind the wheel and start it up, turning the AC on full blast to try to get the stink out of my nose. Man, that's cold. It is. It's too cold. She reaches out, turning the air conditioner off. It's chilly out since that norther blew in last night. Thank goodness that awful wind stopped. We don't need the air conditioner on anyway. Cracking my window, I try to get some fresh air that way as I back out of the short driveway. Coughing and trying not to gag, the smell seems worse as the small amount of wind comes through the window, so I roll it up. I can't believe you can't smell that. She looks at me with an odd expression. I can't believe you think you smell something. I decide to keep my comments to myself. The fact is, it's a bit bothersome that I'm the only one affected by this smell. Whatever it is. As we pull into the small town that sits on the edge of the forest, I see a metal building with a sign that says feed store, pantry, and vet's office. So I pull in, and we get out with the little bird. We're met by a tall man who looks to be close to 300 years old, if he's a day. After clearing his throat for a very long time, he says, "Welcome to my little store. What do you have there?" Natasha puts the scarf on the counter the man stands behind and opens it up, revealing the bird, who starts crying again. We found this outside of our cabin we rented for the weekend. Quickly, he picks the bird and the sticks it's pinned to up and twists the little thing's neck, killing it instantly. You shouldn't have messed with this. Natasha is horrified and clings to me as she covers her mouth with one hand. I'm pretty horrified myself. My gosh, man. He tosses the thing into a trash can behind the counter, making a sickening clank as it hits the metal of the can. You said you're in a rental cabin, did ya? Whereabouts? 3 miles just up the road, you. I have to stop as he interrupts me. Take a left. With a nod, he rubs his forehead that's full of so many wrinkles one could never count them all. Why does she keep renting that place out? I suppose he's talking about the owner, Mrs. Sandstone. Are you referring to? Again, he interrupts me. Pamela Sandstone. She inherited it from her grandmother and is an uppity snob who knows nothing. A New Yorker who thinks she knows it all, but hasn't got a clue. He pounds his fist on the countertop. When will city slickers get it? The woods are no place for them. Being a New Yorker myself, and a self-proclaimed city slicker, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I cock my head to one side. Care to explain? He nods. If you were to take a walk 1/2 of a mile to the east of that cabin, which I implore you not to do, you would find something, let's say, off-putting. He moves in slow motion to come around the counter as he gestures toward the small table nearby. Let's take a seat. I can't stand up for as long I used to. Shoving one hand through his snow-white hair, he pushes the long mop of it back before he takes a seat. Natasha and I join him, as I'm desperate to hear his story. Off-putting? I ask. Like how? Like witches. He stops and looks at us both with the palest blue eyes I've ever seen. Sunken into his face, you can barely see them there. A sharp laugh comes out of me, and Natasha smacks me on the leg. Don't be rude, Nick. Well, not to be rude, but I don't believe in witchcraft. I know there are those who think they're performing real magic, but that's just not true. I chuckle as I think about the events of last night. It had to be a few of those foolish people, that's all. They're real, the old guy tells me as he points a finger at me. And you do best to avoid them at all costs. Leave the cabin before night falls. I have no intention of doing that, I let him know. As a matter of fact, I'll be giving Mrs. Sandstone a call this morning to let her know I want to install some motion-activated floodlights. Let the foolish witches come back tonight, they'll be surprised. That's for sure. His white brows furrow. Back? They came to the cabin last night already. They're aware you're there? Very, I inform him. I'm not about to leave the cabin I rented for my wife and me because of some lonely old hags. Natasha grips my thigh. I think we should leave. Getting up, I take my wife's hand and pull her up too as I look at the crazy old man. Thank you for your advice, sir. As we walk away, he calls out, one last thing. If you see another bundle of sticks hanging from any tree, leave them where they are. You've already disturbed one of the sacrifices. Don't piss them off any further than you already have. Natasha looks at me with a frantic expression. Let's just go, Nikolai. We've already made them mad at us. Taking her by the chin, I run my thumb over her red lower lip. I'll take care of you. You have no need to worry. I don't believe in witches, and neither should you. They're just some crazy old ladies is all. Not all of them are old. Some of the women are young, beautiful women who like to lure young, good-looking men into their lair. You should be careful, young sir. You wouldn't be the first handsome man to disappear in those woods. His eyes cut to my wife. And many a young woman has gone missing too. Heed my words, leave that cabin before nightfall. Taking my wife out, I know the old man is just crazy. There's no such thing as real-life, magical witches. Right?
Chapter 5. Natasha.
The pancakes are fluffy and taste like heaven with a vanilla-laced maple syrup, but I can't seem to really enjoy them the way they deserve. Placing a spicy sausage into my mouth, I love the conflicting tastes, but hate that I can't stop thinking that I just want to go home. Witches aren't a thing I've ever even contemplated. And last night was scary. But now that I know they were real people, people who think they can make spells and give animal sacrifices to their pagan gods, I'm afraid of them. And what if they've set their sights on my husband? He is a masterpiece of a man, after all. Tall, strong, beyond gorgeous. I bet anything at least one of those women who were terrorizing us last night caught sight of him. And he even let them see his naked body. Not on purpose, but he threw that curtain open and there he was, gloriously naked. Shaking my head, I know they've had to have set their sights on him, and are most likely already making plans to get rid of me and take him as their own. What are you shaking your head for? He reaches over and stabs one of my little sausages off my plate. And you're barely picking at your food. I can't understand that, it's delicious. It is, I agree. It's the whole witch thing. Now you need to let that go. It's silly, really. If you think about it for a minute, you'll see through it all. He cuts himself a hunk of my short stack of pancakes. Witches have no real power. I wish I thought like you. I put my fork down. There's no use in trying to eat when I'm this distraught. Can't we just go home, Nick? We'll still be alone. The kids are with their grandparents, after all. The staff is still there, he reminds me. And we've yet to use those magnificent shackles the cabin has. Speaking of which, I say as I wonder about those very shackles he's spoken of. Why are they in that place anyway? Do you suppose the woman who inherited the cabin knows why they're in there? Could we call and ask her? When I called her, after getting her number from that vacation rental site, she told me the place was set up for people who enjoy more adventurous kinds of fun, he says while taking another bite of my pancakes. So I think she had all the gear installed. He points his fork at what's left of his Denver omelet. These are great. Want a bite of mine? It's good too. No, I'm not hungry. I tap the tabletop with my manicured nails, still wondering how he can stay so calm after hearing all this. Come on, baby, he teases lightly. You'll need your strength for this afternoon. I have so much I want to do with you. He wiggles his dark brows, making me smile despite myself. The guy from the general store is installing the lights now. Said he'd be done around noon. Then we can get back over there and pick up where we left off. I can't wait to see you in that leather corset I got you, made just for today, standing against that stone wall. He pauses and fans himself dramatically. Okay, I've got to stop talking. I'm making myself think way too far ahead. I laugh at his theatrical flair, even though my stomach is still knotted. The truth is, I don't want to be pinned or immobilized, not while we're in the middle of nowhere. Not when I keep imagining random women bursting out of the woods like some feral cult. We'd be too wrapped up in our little games to notice them until it was too late. They'd probably ignore him completely and drag me off like some sacrifice in training. Pin my arms and legs to sticks and bundle me up like a pagan offering. The thought makes me shiver. I want to go home, Nick. Please. His jaw sets as he looks at me. And I can see he's contemplating what I'm begging for. Then his mouth opens, and I get ready to hear him give me my desperate wish. No. I won't give in to this ridiculous fear you have about something as silly and non-threatening as a witch. Forget about it. I already have. The lights will have them running away. No one, not even a witch, wants to be captured by lights. It's why they only come out at night. Maybe you're right, I concede. I know it seems silly to be afraid of flesh and blood people who have no real power. But it's proving damn hard not to be. The rest of the morning flies by far too quickly, and I find our sightseeing is done and Nick is heading back in the direction of the cabin. The lights should be done by now. I can't wait to get you back to the cabin and into something less comfortable. Well, I'm very uncomfortable now, so that will be a challenge, won't it? I cross my arms and look out the window at the passing trees. There are just so many of them. And they're so tightly packed that it's a wonder how any large animals manage to move through them. But they do. I know there are large animals out here. Wolves and bears even. I shudder at the thought and wonder why I'd prefer wolves and bears wandering around our cabin at night rather than a few witches. Nick pulls to a stop, and I get out of the car, looking around nervously. I see one of the lights that were installed, I say as I point to the one just over the door. Nick walks around one side of the cabin, while I walk around the other. There's one more over here, he shouts. I find another one is on this side and call out, there's one over here too. We meet in the back and find the last one has been installed in back too, making a secure circle around the little place. Nikolai pulls me into his arms, holding me in a loose embrace as he sways with me. See, we're all covered. I think we'll be just fine for one more night. Don't you? The lights do seem to make me feel better about things. I guess so. I know you think I'm silly for being afraid. His lips press against my cheek. No, I think you're adorable. Have faith in me, baby. Have I ever let anything happen to you before? No, you haven't. It'll be fine. Come on, let's go inside. Your plans for me should take me out of my own head. I take his hand, and we walk back around to the front of the house. In the light of day, the place is tranquil, and a sense of peace can be felt. I hope that carries over into the night this time.
Chapter 6. Nikolai.
After a little wine, my wife finally calms down enough for us to begin the playful fantasy we'd talked about. The black leather corset she's wearing hugs her curves, and I tap my fingers lightly against her, making her smile. Her lips are painted a bright cherry red, her cheeks softly flushed. I helped her get ready, her makeup, her hair, the outfit. The whole thing feels theatrical. The glitter eyeshadow is a bit much, don't you think, Master? She teases with a grin. It makes you look mischievous, I answer, slipping into the character. Tonight, you're my rule breaker. And the reason your master must put you in the shackles is because my troublemaker decided to let another man kiss lips that belong only to me. I give her a quick kiss and pull back. With an exaggerated Brooklyn accent, she fires back, and what if I told you I liked kissing that other man, Master? She places her hands on the wall, slipping fully into the scene. I tap her lightly on the hip and lean in close, brushing my lips against her neck. Then I'd tell you that you won't get another kiss from me, until you admit how wrong you were. And what if I told you I don't care if you ever kiss me again? She wiggles her hips dramatically. His kiss made my heart skip 3 beats. Yours never has. She laughs, taunting me, just part of the act, but it still hits a nerve. I secure the clasps around her wrists and gently press her against the wall. Now you earn your consequences, little rebel. She keeps teasing, mocking my discipline, laughing through the whole performance. Even when I pretend to use the belt behind her, not really hitting her, just playing the sound, she keeps the act going, telling me nothing I do can intimidate her. Eventually, I move behind her, sliding an arm around her waist and brushing my lips along her neck, her biggest weakness. She shivers. The energy between us shifts from joking to warm and intimate. You could be my good girl, I whisper. I know you could. Why would I want that, she breathes back, when being bad is so much more fun? Because good girls get rewards. She leans back into me and murmurs, maybe you should show me what kind of rewards you mean. I kiss her neck again, slowly, and the moment deepens. The role play melts into something more tender, and I hold her close as things fade into something private, something just between us. Later, both of us catching our breath, I head toward the bathroom to get a cloth to help her clean up. But I stop. A face is staring through the window. My heart jumps. It's broad daylight, and yet, there's a woman watching us through the sheer curtain. And not just one. When I scan the room, I see more faces in other windows. All women. None of them look away, even though they've clearly been caught. Then comes a knock at the door. My wife's head snaps up. Who could that be? Thinking fast, I grab a blindfold from the table and slip it over her eyes. She cannot see what I'm seeing, she'd lose her mind. I'll check. Stay here. I turn up the radio to drown out any voices. I fix my clothes and approach the door, unlocking only the bottom locks but leaving the chain secured. I crack it open just an inch. A beautiful woman with golden hair and bright green eyes smiles at me. Hello, neighbor. We came by to say hello, and it seems we caught you and your girlfriend in a delicate moment. Not judging, we're not bothered. In fact, we'd like to know if you plan on continuing. I blink. Why exactly? Because we need the energy, she says matter-of-factly. We're preparing a ritual, one that requires the presence of a man and woman sharing an intimate moment nearby. We feed off that energy. Halloween is our busiest night, kind of like Christmas for Santa Claus. So you're the witches we heard rumors about, I say. She smiles. If you cooperate and continue what you were doing, we'll leave you both in peace tonight. That's our promise. She slips her hand through the crack. We can shake on it. I shake her hand. She feels perfectly normal, too normal. When she leaves, I lock everything up tight. I should probably tell Natasha what's happening, but if I do, she'll panic. And panicking seems like a very bad idea right now. I peek outside before going to the bathroom. The women, dozens of them, are holding hands, walking in a slow, synchronized circle around the house. Yeah. Natasha can't know. Better to keep things calm, pretend nothing is going on, and just continue our evening. How hard could that be?
Chapter 7. Natasha.
The soft taps of Nick's footsteps return across the cabin floor. Who was that? I ask. He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he comes to me with a warm washcloth and gently cleans my skin with slow, careful movements, intimate but tender. The guy who set up the lights, he finally says. He just wanted to let me know everything's working. That's a little odd, don't you think? Odd? He shrugs lightly. Not really. Then something hits me, the curtains. They're sheer. Oh my gosh. You don't think he saw us, do you? Nick laughs. No way. He would have been bright red if he had. And I watched him drive off. He's gone. It's just us. He taps my hip playfully. Ready to keep going? That was a pretty intense moment you had. And you weren't far behind, I tease. He smirks. True. My wild girl, at least until I tamed her. Yes, you did, I say, smiling. So, when does the blindfold come off? And when do I get out of these shackles? The shackles now, he says. He walks off, comes back with the key, and unlocks them. But the blindfold stays. Trust me. He leads me to the bed and eases me down. A moment later, I hear the soft click of cuffs. A little more bondage today, he says lightly. All day? I laugh. All day. And I'm not telling you what's coming tonight. But while the sun's up? Just us. And plenty of intimacy. Think you can handle that? A little wine might help. He steps away. When he returns, he lifts my head gently and holds a glass to my lips. Drink. I take a few gulps until he pulls it back. Something in his voice shifts. All right, back to it. He sounds nervous. Off. I feel him climb over me, still fully dressed. You're leaving your pants on? I ask. Oh, yeah. I'll just work around it. No need to get completely undressed. He laughs awkwardly. Like the old days in the limo, remember? And I'm still mostly dressed too. Keeping it that way, he says, fumbling with his clothes. Something about the whole thing feels strangely rushed, unlike Nick. Then he tells me, I wanted to try something, a little different. Pretend I'm someone else for a minute. Not me. Someone your character is sneaking around with. I try to play along, imagining someone harmless, like the cute guy who bags groceries at the supermarket. I nod. Okay. Should I call you a different name? Oh no. Absolutely not, he blurts. If you do that, the mood will die instantly. Just say lines that fit the scene. But not another man's name. His jealousy makes me laugh softly. Got it. He leans over me, moving in careful, controlled motions, trying to stay in character. I arch toward him, doing my best to keep the mood alive. We only have a little time, I say in my playful Brooklyn accent. If my master comes home, he'll be furious. He moves faster, but the rhythm is stiff, mechanical, nothing like our usual connection. You like this? He asks. You like me better? I play along. Show me who I belong to. Take me away from him. Something in him changes. His breath hitches. His voice deepens. You're mine, he says near my ear. I don't want you forgetting that. Still in character, I answer, you know I belong to him. In an instant, his hand clamps into my hair, pulling hard. I could kill him, he says. Then you'd be mine. I'd keep you where no one else could touch you. Kill him? I freeze. He doesn't slow down, his movements suddenly far too forceful. His mouth crashes against mine, teeth hitting teeth, and I taste something metallic. Ow, Nick. But he doesn't stop. The music he'd turned up earlier now echoes through the cabin, loud chanting, eerie and rhythmic. My skin prickles. Then, suddenly, his entire weight lifts off me. Nick. I whisper. Nikolai. Before I can process it, something slams down onto me again, knocking the air from my lungs. I gasp, trying to speak, but no air enters my lungs. Something presses down on me, hot, heavy, overwhelming. It moves in sharp, unnatural motions, far faster than anything human. A deep, distorted sound rises from it, nothing like Nick's voice. The atmosphere thickens, growing unbearably warm, as if the room itself is closing in on me. Red. I try to shout the safe word, but the word barely forms. Red. Red. A warped, inhuman laugh echoes around me. Panic surges through my body. Everything feels unreal. Then, faintly, as if carried from miles away, I hear Nick's actual voice. Natasha. Natasha. My pulse stutters. If he is calling out to me, then what is the presence holding me down? This is a dream, I whisper, trembling. A nightmare. Wake up. Please wake up. The heat intensifies, burning from the inside out. A cry rips from my throat before I can stop it. Nick's real voice grows louder, urgent. Natasha! Hang on. Hang on? Where is he? What's happening to me? And why can't I wake up?
Chapter 8. Nikolai.
I was a fool, an absolute unbelievable fool. If anyone had told me a story like this before today, I would have laughed in their face. But it's happening. All of it. And it's real. Natasha. Natasha. I can see my body on top of my wife, but I'm not inside it. I'm somewhere above everything, drifting high above the cabin. It makes no sense. I'm seeing the room from a perspective so high I should be outside the roof, yet somehow I see everything clearly. Outside, the witches stand hand in hand, circling the cabin. And something has taken control of me, using my body against my wife. Even from this strange, disconnected place, anger flares through me. Jealousy, too. Because that's my life, my wife, and something is treating her in a way I never would. She's screaming, calling the safe word, terrified, because she thinks that thing is me. And I'm the one who let this happen. If I'd known witchcraft was real, I never would have agreed to anything. I never would have trusted them. My gaze locks onto the head witch, the blonde who convinced me to let them perform their ritual. I focus everything on her. If I even have eyes right now. When I try to lift an arm, I see nothing at all. Just a translucent shape where my limbs should be. My spirit, I guess. A thing I never even believed in, until now. Halloween, I mutter to myself, you've taught me more than I ever wanted to know. I feel myself move fast as I aim straight toward that witch. Natasha. Hang on, baby. I hit her with a force I didn't know I possessed. She flies backward, the circle breaks, and the entire ground quakes as if the earth itself is trying to shake them off it. The witches scramble. Reform the circle, the head witch yells. They try, but I rush at her again with the single focus of someone protecting what's his. The ground ripples under her feet like a wave. She stumbles, falls, then screams to the others, "Run! Go!" They scatter into the woods until I can't see a trace of them. The shaking stops. I rush back to the cabin and push the door open. Natasha is unconscious on the bed, still restrained. And the smell, sulfur mixed with something else, hits me immediately. The entire room reeks of something unnatural, something wrong. I free her quickly, remove the pieces of costume she's still wearing, and lift her into my arms. She's breathing, her heart steady, but she's unresponsive, like she's in a deep drugged sleep. I get her into the shower to wash away whatever that thing left behind, but she doesn't stir at all. Wrapped in a towel, I lay her gently on the bed. The sun is already dipping behind the trees. And there's no way in hell I'm staying here now. I pack our things as fast as I can, leave a robe out for her, then return to dress her and carry her out. This retreat. This was supposed to be a getaway. Instead, it became a nightmare I never saw coming. She's shaking when I get to her, so I hurry to take the damp towel off and put the robe on. In the car, she'll warm up once I get the heater started. Picking her up, I take her to the car and put her in the passenger seat, buckling her in, then lay the seat back so she'll be more comfortable. I just wish she'd wake up. I'm starting to wonder if I should get her to a hospital instead of heading straight home. After I close her door, I hear rustling in the woods. I look around and see nothing, but it's growing darker by the minute. You better stay away from us. I shout just before I get into the car. Starting it up, I punch the button to get the heater going as my poor wife is still shivering. Then I put the car in reverse and punch the gas, backing up, then I go forward, trying to get the hell out of this godforsaken place. But just as I get to the end of the driveway, I see what looks like a very tall person. Wide shoulders are what takes my attention. They're too wide to be real. Taking up the space of 3 men is what I think I'm seeing. And it's standing right in my way. I have to stop, I have no choice. But I hit the lock button just to make sure we're secure inside the vehicle. The thing doesn't move at all. It just stands there, cloaked in black shadows. Maybe it is just a shadow. I rev my engine, trying to make it move, but it doesn't. Out of the corner of my eye, I see movement in the woods. A flash of blonde hair lets me know they've come back. They want us. Or me, anyway. Just like the old man said. Damn. I shout and pound my fists on the steering wheel. Natasha's head rolls to one side, her blue eyes open, and she looks at me. Her eyes go wide, then she screams, "No? No, Nick. Red." She tries to sit up and grabs for the door handle. "Let me out. I hate you." "No. Natasha, don't get out of this car. It's the witches. It's them, they're real, and they're outside. Stay in the car, baby. I didn't hurt you. That wasn't me. Calm down." I reach over and grab her arm. I have to hold it tighter than I normally would, but she's trying to get out of the car. I can't let her do that. The blonde witch is suddenly right at Natasha's window. "I'll help you. Get out. Come with us. We won't let him hurt you anymore." Natasha looks at me in horror. "Let me go." Looking ahead, I still see the dark figure standing there. But I have no choice. I throw it into drive and gun the engine, shooting right at the thing as I say, "You're not real. You're not real." Natasha screams and holds her hands over her face as I barrel straight for the huge thing. "Stop, Nikolai." But I don't stop. I keep going as fast as I can, right at it. "It's not real, Natasha. None of this is real." I close my eyes as I come close to whatever this thing is, and keep reciting the same thing I'd been saying, only silently. This cannot be real. The sound of gravel crunching beneath the tires has me opening my eyes, and I'm suddenly on the main road. A bright light tells me something is coming at us, so I quickly pull to the side of the road just as a truck passes by us, the horn blaring a warning at me. "You nearly got us killed, Nick. What the hell has gotten into you?" I look over to find my wife shaking and pale. Then she begins to cry. "Why did you do that to me?" Somewhere deep inside of me, I let myself believe that she'd wake up and not recall a thing that happened to her. But it seems she recalls it all very well. I head toward home, thinking of how I can ever fix this. "Baby, that wasn't me. I have to come clean with you. That was you. What happened?" She wipes her eyes, then digs through the glove compartment to find a tissue to blow her nose. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I try to think of the perfect words to explain it all to her. But there just aren't any. I made a mistake. A huge mistake. I should have listened to that old man, and I should have listened to you. "I don't understand," she says, then sniffles. "And my body hurts, Nick. All over it hurts. I feel as if I've been burnt from the inside out. What was in that wine? It had to be in the wine." "There was nothing in the wine, baby." I reach over and take her by the hand. I unintentionally allowed that to happen. I thought I knew it all. I thought there was no such thing as real magic. And I thought wrong. It is real. There are terrible things that are very real. But I found out something else too. I found out we really do have souls, and we're really powerful even in that form, with no body to work with. So I did learn something very valuable from all of this. And I hope you've learned to listen to your wife's intuition. She squeezes my hand. "Now tell me every last detail, Nikolai. Because I have to know. I have to understand why you would hurt me the way you did." "Okay, number 1. Stop thinking of that thing as me. It was my body, but it was not me. Let that soak into your brain before I say another word. That was something from another world or dimension. It was not me. I wasn't in that body. I called out to you. I don't know if you heard me or not. I was far above you and that thing that took over my body." Her blue eyes go wide as her jaw drops. "I heard you. I did. It sounded like you were impossibly far away from me. You called my name. And then you called it again and told me to hang on. You sounded closer the second time I heard your voice. That's because I had gotten closer. Sit back and listen to this, baby. You're never going to believe what happened back there. But you need to believe this. We are never going back into that area again. Not ever. Not for anything. With a sigh, she leans her head back and looks at me. With the calm eyes of my wife this time. Good. Now tell me all about it, Nikolai.
Chapter 9. Natasha.
Pulling up to a drive-through fast food place in town before we head home, Nikolai orders me a burger and fries and a chocolate shake to help me digest all he's told me. It's unbelievable. But somehow I do believe it all. A pack of kids comes by the car as we wait in line. Some wear superhero costumes, others are dressed as monsters. And then there's one little girl who's dressed up in flowing white material. Not exactly a dress. More like a dress with a cloak over it. But it all flows together. Her blonde hair is done up in gorgeous curls. That little girl reminds me of that blonde woman who was at my window. The one you said was the head witch, Nikolai. I point at her, knowing she can't see me doing that through the tinted window. But she stops and turns her head, looking directly at me. A thing Nick sees too. Crap. Do you think? He interjects, yes I do. Look at her. I had turned my attention to him, so I look back and find her still staring at me. She takes a few steps closer to the car, then stops. I can hear her voice through the closed window as she says, "You were one of the lucky ones. Most don't get away from my mother the way you two did. I hope you have a happy Halloween." Then she turns away from us and catches back up to her friends. Gosh, this place is crazy, I whisper. So many things I never thought I'd believe. I never thought could happen. Me neither, baby. Me neither. He pulls up to the window and gets our bag of food, then drives away, leaving the town behind us. The town that sits on the edge of hell. Why would anyone live here? I ask as I take the paper wrapper off my burger. Then I stop and whisper, "Don't eat the food, Nick." I look over and see he's just about to bite into the burger without so much as glancing at it. He pulls it back and looks at it, then shudders and rolls down the window. Damn. Out goes the burger, wrapper and all. Then he grabs the bag I've tossed mine in and flings the whole thing out the window too. My husband is not a litter bug, neither am I for that matter. Under normal circumstances, I'd be yelling at him and making him turn around to go pick that up. These are not normal circumstances though. I roll my window down and toss out the 2 chocolate shakes, glad we didn't take as much as 1 sip out of them. Best to leave all this right where it belongs. In this creepy little town with its darker-than-shit secrets. He nods and shudders once more. Rats, Natasha. Who does that? Evil people. Only evil people would cook a rat, leaving it all intact, head and all, and make a burger out of it. I think you accidentally found a little hell right here on Earth. I lean my head back and close my eyes. This is all just too much to take in. My core has been shaken. I now know evil does exist and it's right here. Something tells me to open my eyes, and I do, catching the sign at the very edge of town that tells us we're now leaving Allure, New York. And just as we do, there's a flash of lightning and rain begins to pour down on us. Crap, where in the hell did this come from? Nick shouts. He hits the wipers, but the rain is so hard we still can't see a damn thing, forcing us to pull to the shoulder and stop. I don't like this. It's like the town is trying to hold us, Nick. I shiver and run my arms around myself. He looks at me as he shakes his head. No matter what, we're not going back there. I don't care what we have to do. We will not turn around and go back there. As fast as the rain started, it stops. The sky's clear, the moon shines along with the stars, and we can see traffic rolling easily up and down the road. That was weird, I mumble as I look around. The first thing I notice is the lack of trees. There had been trees along both sides of the road. The woods came right up to the edges of the roadway. Now there's none. Nikolai looks back too. What the hell? Red and blue lights pull up behind us and Nick mutters, "Damn it. Now what?" A policeman walks up to his window, and Nick rolls it down as the policeman asks, "What's the trouble here?" "No trouble. The rain stopped us is all," Nick answers. "What rain?" the policeman asks. Then looks in at me, finding me in my robe. "You guys in a hurry to get somewhere? Been any drinking before you hit the road?" "No," Nick answers. "And what do you mean, what rain?" "It was just pouring down so hard, we had to pull over and stop to avoid wrecking the car." The policeman takes out his flashlight and shines it into Nick's eyes. "Pupils seem okay. No signs of inebriation, yet you're talking about something that never happened. When was this supposed rain?" "A minute ago," I answer. "We were leaving the city limits of Allure right when some lighting flashed, and the rain fell in sheets so thick we couldn't see a thing." "Allure?" he asks as he looks at me like I'm crazy. Nikolai nods. "Yes, sir, Allure. The sign is right behind us. You came from that direction. You have to know what we're talking about. The little town right behind you." The officer steps back, looking in the direction of the town. "I'm afraid I'm going to need you to step out of the car, sir. Grab your license and registration first." "With all due respect, officer," Nick says as he pulls out his wallet to retrieve his license. "Why do I need to step out of the car? I wasn't breaking any traffic laws." "No, but you are talking kind of crazy. You see, there's no town behind me. There's no town for 20 more miles. And there's no town in the entire state of New York named Allure. So I need to see if you're sober. Get it now?" The officer puts his hand on his gun to emphasize his request. "So step out of the car, please, so I can administer a test." Nikolai looks at me with his jaw dropped. "No such place? No town for 20 miles? What the hell?" "I think you've pinpointed it right there, Nikolai." "Hell." The officer waits as Nick and I stare into each other's eyes. What we've just been through couldn't have been. Could it have?
Prologue. Nikolai. 9 months later.
Push baby. You're doing so good. I'm so proud of you, Natasha. I coach her as she brings our 5th child into the world. It's 9 months to the day we left that horrible little phantom town of Allure. Though unintended, we had gotten ourselves pregnant with the little time away from home. My gosh, Nikolai, it burns so badly each time I have a contraction. This didn't happen with the other babies. Natasha looks at the nurse. What could be causing that? I've seen it happen before. It's a form of fibromyalgia some women giving birth experience. Usually, it goes away after the birthing experience. You shouldn't worry. The nurse looks at the computer screen, at the intensity of the contractions. I think you'll be seeing your new son's face very soon. These contractions are getting closer together, and more intense. No kidding, Sherlock, comes my wife's unusually sarcastic response. I laugh a little, but give my wife a little correction. Honey, no need to be rude to the nice nurse. The nurse flips her dark hair over her shoulder, giving me a grin. No offense taken. I've been doing this for quite a few years. I've heard it all, and I've also been called every name in the book. Still sorry for that, I say as I take my wife by the hand. Natasha is usually very nice. I'm sure she is, the nice nurse says, then gets back to doing what she was doing, checking on everything. I look down at my wife, as another contraction has her breaking into a sweat. Damn it, this hurts. Try to breathe. Try to relax, I tell her as I run a cool cloth over her forehead. I've seen this woman give birth 4 other times, and never have I seen her this bad off. Damn, she shrieks. I can't take it anymore. I want something for the pain. And I want it right now. The nurse nods and heads out to ask the doctor about what my wife wants. I take Natasha's hand and hold it, gently stroking the top of it. You were able to deliver all the others without pain medication. What do you think is happening this time? How should I know? She gives me a glare, then she makes a growling sound as another contraction hits her hard. I've never seen my wife act this way. It's crazy what this labor is doing to her. The whole pregnancy has had her temper short. I've taken it all in stride, blaming the hormones and trying my best to make things easy for her, but nothing has worked. Oh, sure, there have been times when she's herself, but many more times that she's unnaturally grumpy and growly. I'm glad we're about to put this pregnancy behind us and move on with our new baby. The nurse comes back in, and she looks like she has bad news as she wears a bit of a shameful expression. I'm sorry. Your doctor has gone to get something to eat. He should be back soon. Once we get his permission, then we can get you something for the pain. That's not good enough. Call him, Natasha spits out at her. And do it quick. I want an epidural, and I want morphine. Lots and lots of morphine. And I want it now. Spinning on her heel, the nurse hurries back out, and I find Natasha is shrieking with another contraction. I try to help her the best I can, running the cool cloth over her forehead and trying to whisper soothing words to her very quietly. All the while, I'm thinking these contractions are coming too close together for her to get any type of painkiller before the baby comes. It's just too late, and I bet that's why the doctor didn't bother to let the nurse give her anything. But you better believe I'm not telling Natasha that. Breathing hard, she grabs my hand and one tear falls down her face. He's coming now. I can feel it. Call the nurse. Hurrying to press the nurse's call button, she answers from the nurse's station. Yes? She says it's time. We need someone in here now. I run my hand over my wife's brow and give her a smile. Be brave for me. This is almost over, baby. Soon you'll be holding our 5th child. Another boy for our family, Natasha. You can get through this. I know you can. The nurse is the only person who comes in, and she puts on a pair of sterile gloves. Let me give you a little check, Natasha. She puts my wife's feet into the stirrups and her eyes open wide. No need for that. The top of his head is right here. And he's got a boatload of black hair too. I step around and see she's right, then I look at Natasha. He's right there. You ready for this? She grabs the bars on each side of the bed and nods as she readies herself to push. Where is my doctor? The nurse shakes her head. I don't think he's going to make it back here in time. Not to worry, I've done this plenty of times. You're in excellent hands, Natasha. She puts her hands on the baby's head as Natasha makes her first real push, uttering a gut-wrenching cry as she does it. My heart aches for my wife. Baby, it's almost over. His head came out with that one. Nice one, girl. The nurse adds, probably one more good push and he'll be out. Where are you guys from? Although I find it odd she's asking that, I guess she's trying to make small talk to get my wife out of her own head for a moment. We just moved back to Manhattan. Where is it you hail from? The nurse doesn't have time to answer as Natasha yells once more, crap damn. And the baby comes completely out. The nurse moves quickly with him. Wrapping him in a blanket, I look over her shoulder at him. He's all red and slimy. And perfect. His eyes flutter open as he cries, and I see they're the darkest brown I've ever seen. His hair is jet black, and he looks nothing like either of us. But he's brand new, and his looks will most likely change. I'm going to need to get him to the nursery, since there isn't anyone in here from pediatrics to check him out. She takes the baby, walking away from me. Okay, I guess someone will be here soon to see to my wife, right? I ask her, as she seems to be in a rush. Yes, comes her quick answer. I nod and ask one more thing before she leaves. Oh, and where is it you're from? Allure, New York, she says, then walks out the door. Natasha gasps, no. I bolt for the door. Throwing it open, I find the hallway empty. Completely empty. I blink a few times, then I see people everywhere. My wife. She needs help. A nurse took our baby. The doctor she's been seeing this whole time rushes toward me. Where the hell did you two go? Huh. I'm in shock as he pushes past me, getting into the hospital room. A nurse is following him, and I grab her by the arm. What's he talking about? She shakes her head. This room has been empty for the past hour. Like you and she vanished. What happened? She had the baby. A nurse delivered him, and she took him away. I fall back against the wall, letting her go. She rushes into the room too, and I find my mind is leaving me. Our baby is gone. He's gone. Then I hear my wife crying, and I head back inside to help her. She will never understand this. No one could. One weekend trip to reconnect with my wife has taken a toll on us both. A toll we'll never be able to get over.
The end. Sneak peek for the Billionaire Bad Boy Club. Thank you for reading this special bonus story by Michelle Love. Now, dive into the complete novel The Billionaire Bad Boy Club and experience the full journey. The brand. Natasha.
The curtain blew into the room through the screenless third-floor window. The cool night breeze filled our little dorm suite with sweet, fresh air that Friday night. I sat on her bed, keeping my roommate Donnie company as she curled her hair at her extravagant makeup table. Daniela Day was a tall girl with long, dark hair and eyes. A real exotic beauty with slender curves that made men weak at the knees and do things they wouldn't normally do. That evening, she was babbling on and on about a party while I was studying for my midterms. With a major in mechanical engineering and a minor in publications, I didn't have one easy class. I really needed to get some studying accomplished. I was trying to tune her out, as she'd insisted on having someone around her while she got ready in order to give her any constructive criticism necessary for her to get as close to perfect as possible, but she wasn't taking the hint. She'd been droning on and on about the rich men who'd be at the party she was going to. Her scene was not mine, even though we were pretty good friends. Tasha, it's a fundraiser for God's sake. And I promised I'd bring another girl this time. I know this isn't your kind of thing. But you know you need money, and you'll make money doing this. The other girl I had lined up forgot to let me in on some pertinent information about herself that excluded her from going. But I know you have everything up to date, and you take care of yourself in the birth control department. Since I took you with me to our last clinic visit, I know you're STD-free, so you're a natural for this. She plopped down on her bed, wearing a thin pink silk robe. I had no idea what skimpy getup it covered, but I knew it'd be more than a little risque. When she donned the little robe, it meant she was headed to an exclusive place, a members-only type of club. I'd never been to one of those places with her, despite invitations to join her almost every time she went to one of the functions. And the fact you needed to be on birth control and STD-free was a definite red flag for me. Listen, Donnie. I told you I have a paper to do. I swear I would consider it if I didn't have midterms, I said, looking over my reading glasses at her pouting face. Please, Tasha. I swear I'll do anything to repay you for this favor. She gave me a sly grin. I had nothing I needed her to do for me. But I did need money. My parents had strict rules about taking care of oneself. I was a bit short that month. The bills were coming due, and I was on the verge of begging my mother for the extra money I'd need to make ends meet. That would cost me plenty. After a lecture from her, my father and I'd have to be their slave, essentially, for at least 2 weekends. But still, the party wasn't gelling with me. I don't care, Donnie. Thinking she was done, I returned my focus to my laptop. Then I felt a ton of weight on me as Donnie jumped on top of me, knocking me to the side of the tiny twin bed. I promise you'll only be there for an hour, 2 at the most. The onslaught of tickle torture began, making me giggle even though I did not find it funny. When her relentless insistence finally ended, I looked at her, still clinging to me, half annoyed and half defeated. After being pestered nonstop, wanting her to quiet down and honestly needing the money, I gave in. I agreed to go with her to the party. A tiny part of me was curious too. I knew it would involve the darker edges of society. I just didn't realize how far those shadows reached, or what they'd bring out in me. She promised it would only last 2 hours at most, leaving me time to study afterward. I didn't know what kind of fundraiser it was, but she handed me a red silk corset with lace details and a velvet masquerade mask. Then she tossed a pair of patterned tights and black heels on the bed. Clearly, she expected me to dress for the occasion. The whole thing stirred a mix of curiosity and a faint thrill of danger in me. Instead of asking questions I suspected would make me back out, I went along with it, for her, for the money, and for my own dangerous curiosity. "Okay, so there are some rules," she said as she tied the back of the outfit. "Rules? For what?" I asked, thrown off. I wasn't into anything strange. Wearing the costume was one thing. I figured I'd just be there as eye candy and nothing more. What else could there be? "This is a BBC fundraiser," she explained. "We wear masks so no one knows who anyone is. The men wear them too. Except if they ask your real name, you have to give it. And if they tell you to remove your mask, you do it. Basically, follow directions within reason. It's up to you how much you participate." That didn't make sense. Wait, so I have to tell some stranger my name, but I'm not allowed to know his? I can't even see his face? I turned toward her with a raised brow. "And what does BBC even stand for?" "Billionaire Bad Boy Club." She gently turned me back around so she could finish tying the corset. "It's nothing dangerous, Tasha. These are successful, well-connected men. Many have families or reputations to protect. So just follow the rules and don't ask any personal questions. Don't ask names, jobs, nothing. Maybe ask what they like to drink, so you can bring them one. Think of it like playing a charming, attentive hostess. You only initiate contact if they permit it." "What kind of fundraiser is this?" I asked as she began applying makeup to my face. She didn't answer that. "They pay well for us to entertain them. The less you know, the better." I nodded, still completely confused. Looking back, I should have walked away from that so-called fundraiser. But I felt obligated to help her as a friend, to earn the money I needed without borrowing from my parents, and honestly, to satisfy the curiosity I'd spent most of my life ignoring. After she curled my hair and piled it on top of my head using hairpins with tiny diamond-like beads all over them, making me look pretty great, she pulled out black cloaks for us to wear to cover our sensual outfits. Then we left our dorm and went to a long black car that was waiting for us in the college dorm's parking lot. The driver was a tall man wearing a chauffeur's uniform. His face was long and pale. My instincts told me to go back inside and forget what she wanted me to do. But the money made me push that down, and I got into the car. Donnie opened the mini fridge inside the limo, handed me 2 short crystal glasses, and then filled some amber liquor to the top. "This will ease your nerves. The men do not like the women to be nervous. They prefer them supple and yielding." Sitting back on the long black leather seat next to me, she took one of the glasses from me and held it up. I clinked mine to hers and we both took long sips. The drink burned down my throat and into my stomach. "You make it sound like we're to be some kind of tramps," I said. Her laughter peeled through the air and her dark eyes danced. I saw her turn into a woman I didn't even know. "Tramps? No, nothing that trashy. Just be nice, fun, sensual, and let them do to you what they want to. They pay nicely. A pat on the butt can earn you a $100 chip in your bra. That kind of thing. It's nothing terrible." It might sound easy the way she said it, but my morals were beginning to come to the surface at a rapid pace. Then her hand was pushing the glass to my mouth. I took the drink to dampen those pesky morals of mine, and finally it seemed I wasn't so worried about what some man or men might do to me. I hardly felt a thing anyway. We finally arrived at a huge building that looked abandoned in the middle of nowhere, yet the parking area was full of expensive-looking cars. I instantly felt nervous. All the alcohol seemed to have burned off with the nervousness. I was shaking like a leaf. "We're here. Please remember what I said." Donnie looked at me with a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. It did nothing to comfort me. And I contemplated asking the driver to take me back home. As Donnie tugged my hand, pulling me out of the car with her, I found that was not an option as the driver sped away. Wow, he took off quickly, didn't he? I asked as I could smell the burning rubber from the tires as he peeled off. Some women who come to these types of things get cold feet and climb back into the car. He has other women to pick up, and there's no time to take anyone who gets a sudden attack of the morals back home, Donnie told me as she pulled me along with her to the large, rusty-looking metal door. She knocked 3 times as I stood nervously, looking around for any signs of danger. It wasn't a place for 2 young college girls to be at this time of night. A small window opened, and a pair of blue eyes looked at us. BBC Entertainment, Donnie said. The door opened, and a stocky guy with a falcon mask on led us inside to a dimly lit small entrance. "Day, you brought a new friend," he said as his eyes ran up and down the length of my body. "Greenwell is her name," she told him. I held my hand the same way Donnie did, and he stamped it with a black X. Our cloaks were taken, and then we walked into the darkened hall to a stairwell. Some creamy-colored candles made light, which bounced off the wet, muggy stone walls as we walked down the spiral stairwell. Our shadows bounced around as the muffled sounds of music and a draft of cool air came crawling up the stairs. With a few more flights of stairs behind us, we finally stopped in front of a massive red door. The bass thrummed through the wood, louder now, so loud I could feel it in my ribs. Donnie lifted her hand and knocked again, this time tapping out a specific pattern, 4 sharp knocks on each upper corner of the door. A code. "BBC clearance," she murmured, her voice low and steady. A chill slid down my spine. A small metal panel slid open, revealing a pair of sharp brown eyes staring at us from the darkness on the other side. The door clicked, then swung open. A petite woman stood before us, her perky breasts framed by a tight leather bustier that left nothing to the imagination. A black leather slave choker circled her throat, and a simple mask hid the rest of her identity. "Day," she said, greeting my friend with a small bow before her gaze slid to me. She extended her hand. I didn't take it, not right away. Something in me stalled, nerves prickling. Donnie nudged me gently. "This is Greenwell," she said. "Take her hand. She'll lead us where we need to go." So I did. Her fingers wrapped around mine, small, cool, surprisingly strong, and she guided us inside. The room beyond was dim, but alive. Men sat around polished tables playing blackjack, chess, poker, games of chance and control. Women drifted among them, stationed at each table. They wore silk lingerie, corsets, stockings, outfits almost identical to what Donnie and I wore. Masquerade masks concealed their faces, but their body language was confident, practiced, sensual. They belonged here. I wasn't sure I did. "I'm going over here to the poker table." Donnie slipped away, leaving me standing alone in the center of the room. Anger flared. She'd just abandoned me as if I knew what I was doing here, like this was normal for me. I stared in disbelief as a man in a tuxedo and black mask approached her immediately. Without a word exchanged, she let him pull her close and kiss her, as if they'd met 1,000 times before. Someone bumped my shoulder, snapping me out of it. I didn't dare look back to see who it was. I hurried away, terrified that whoever it was might expect me to let him get too familiar too fast, with no introduction and no boundaries. I headed toward the chess table, something familiar, something safe. Yet even there, nerves prickled under my skin. Standing half-dressed in a room full of strangers felt like a spotlight was burning straight through me. I felt eyes trail after me, and it was the most uncomfortable sensation I'd ever experienced. And if Donnie had been telling the truth, I was stuck here for at least a couple of hours. A thought that suddenly sounded less believable by the minute. The night had barely begun, and already I wished I could leave. I silently cursed myself for jumping into this for the money. For trusting Donnie. For letting curiosity outweigh common sense. This was a mistake. Donnie was involved in something far murkier than she'd let on. But I had no choice now. I had to play along. The unspoken rule was already painfully clear: let the men take the lead and act like you're fine with it. But how was I supposed to pull that off? This wasn't me. Not even close.
Nikolai.
I had watched the curvy blonde walk into the party with none other than Daniela Day, the daughter of Supreme Court Judge Vincent Day. Daniela had been a long-standing problem for the club, always weaving her way through crowds of wealthy men and dragging newcomers into her chaos. But the woman she brought tonight was different. More hesitant. More alert. Money didn't seem to impress her, and nothing about the environment put her at ease. It intrigued me more than it should have. Her small, curvy frame was stunning, and the red corset she wore only highlighted the softness of her features. I felt a pull toward her, strong, distracting, clouding my focus at the poker table. "Nick, you're drooling." "Get back in the game," Tom muttered. I shot him a warning look. He knew better than to say anyone's real name in this place. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her laughing nervously as John D. whispered something near her ear. She leaned away, clearly uncomfortable with how close he stood. A surge of irritation shot through me. I wanted to drag him away from her, and remind him that not every woman here was his to toy with. I was seconds from walking away from the game altogether. "You're out, Bill," the dealer called, snapping me back. I'd lost the hand, unsurprising since I hadn't been paying attention. I grabbed my drink and headed in her direction, only to find she'd disappeared into the crowd. John D. had already moved on to another woman, joking loudly as if nothing had happened. I scanned the hallway, lined with faded gold wallpaper and soft lamplight. A glow spilled from beneath the bathroom door, so I followed it. The faucet was running. I tried the knob, unlocked. Inside, she was bent over the sink, rinsing her face as if trying to wash off the entire night. She didn't notice me at first, too focused on steadying herself. I stayed quiet for a moment, observing the tension in her shoulders, the way she tried to compose herself. It made something in me tighten. "You're not planning to hide out in here all night, are you?" I asked. Her head snapped up, eyes meeting mine in the mirror, ice blue and wide with surprise. Maybe a little fear. Definitely, uncertainty. I was just rinsing my face. "Someone spilled a drink on me," she said quickly. Her nervousness was unexpectedly endearing, like she thought she owed me an explanation. "You look fine," I said, taking a sip of my drink. Her breathing picked up, her gaze shifting as if searching for an escape. "I should go. I didn't mean to take up the room." She started toward the door, but I stepped aside just enough to speak, firm but not blocking her path. "I wasn't finished talking to you." She froze. "Let me help you," I added more gently. "You don't have to handle this place alone." Her mask sat beside the sink, so I picked it up and placed it back against her face. "This suits you. And it keeps everyone else from seeing what I've already noticed." This had to be her first time at an event like this. I could feel it in the way she carried herself, uncertain but brave. And whether she realized it or not, she had my full attention. For the night. I intended to keep it that way.
Natasha.
I was almost speechless when the man from the poker table, the one whose stare felt like it could cut through walls, appeared in front of me. I hadn't even heard him enter the bathroom. His eyes, shadowed behind a Phantom of the Opera mask, were intense. His dark hair framed his face perfectly. He looked like trouble wrapped in elegance. He let out a low chuckle, clearly amused. "Your presence is striking," he said. My throat went dry at the sound of his voice. It carried a confidence that slipped under my skin. "I'll give you the room," I said as I moved toward the door, knowing my thoughts were spiraling into places they shouldn't. Before I reached it, his arm slid around me firm and sure. His breath smelled faintly of whiskey and mint. "I want to make you my business," he murmured. His hand brushed along my cheek, trailing downward, sending my pulse scattering. "I've seen you, but no one else should." He picked up the mask I'd set aside and tied it back into place for me. "Thank you," I whispered. "Do you know the rules, newbie?" he asked quietly. "My name is Natasha, but you can call?" He placed a finger against my lips. Natasha, then. Listen closely. You follow what Bill says, or you deal with the consequences. Understood? My conscience said no. My curiosity said yes. He was the kind of man I'd never have in my orbit in the real world. Here, hidden behind masks, anything felt possible. Yes, I breathed. I understand, Bill. Turn around. I obeyed, facing the wall. My mind screamed to leave. My body stayed rooted in place. He leaned close, his breath warm against my neck. For the next 24 hours, you belong to me. What I ask, you complete. Understand? What if I don't? I asked, half testing him, half afraid to know the answer. Then you'll face discipline. No arguments. No touching. No kissing unless I allow it. When I call for you, you come, no hesitation. His voice slid along my spine like a warning wrapped in silk. Do as I say, and you'll be rewarded. I felt him step closer, his presence unmistakably intense. Then a cool sensation touched my shoulder. What was that? I turned, startled. His eyes revealed nothing. I marked you. My symbol. So when you walk out there, they'll know who you're with. His hands glided to my waist. Tell me you accept this, and we continue. Did I accept giving him control for an entire day? My mind had no answer, but my voice did. I agree. He made a sound deep in his throat, almost a growl of approval. Before I realized it, I was lifted, pinned gently yet firmly against the cool marble wall. Take off my belt, he ordered. What I was doing made no logical sense, but logic had left the room 10 minutes ago. I unfastened the belt, sliding it free. Do you trust me? He asked, unexpectedly serious. I'm already in your hands, I replied. Trust is the only option. He chuckled softly and used the belt to secure my arms behind me, holding me steady with ease. His cologne enveloped me, dizzying and addictive. I closed my eyes, trying to process how far I'd let things go. His lips met mine suddenly, heated, skilled, demanding. The kiss alone nearly buckled my knees. It had been a long time since anyone made me feel like this. Too long. His hands moved with intention, shifting cloth aside with practiced ease. Open your eyes, he whispered. I did. The intensity in his gaze almost knocked the air out of me. He guided my body with deliberate, controlled movements, nothing explicit, yet everything about it pushed me to the edge of reason. Natasha, he groaned into my neck as he pressed me closer, the two of us locked in a rhythm that felt inevitable. I lost myself completely. Everything built hotter, faster, deeper. Bill? I gasped, my voice barely holding together. I tightened around him instinctively as the moment crested. He let out a low, rough sound of approval. You shouldn't talk like that, he whispered, almost smiling. Bad girl. When we finally stilled, we stayed there, breathing hard, bodies tangled. My legs remained hooked around him until he set me back down gently. You broke the rules, he said in a tone that made my stomach dip. I blinked at him, confused. You spoke when you shouldn't have. That means discipline. Before I could protest, he turned me around again. The sound of his palm made me gasp, not from pain but from shock. That's for the outburst, he murmured near my ear. Two more followed, light but purposeful. And those are for talking. His breath traced along my neck. One more, just because. By the time I looked back, he had already slipped out of the bathroom, leaving me standing there breathless, shaken, and entirely uncertain of what I'd just stepped into. My thoughts spun wildly. I'd just surrendered myself to a stranger. I didn't know his face. I didn't know his real name. I could pass him on the street tomorrow and never recognize him. And the worst part? For the next 24 hours, I was expected to follow every command he gave. I had midterms, a life, responsibilities. But none of that mattered in the next moment. Because when I stepped out of that bathroom, I realized he wasn't done with me, not by a long shot.
Nikolai.
I saw the spark in her eyes, the kind that made it impossible to look away. There was something about the way she carried herself, something fiercely rebellious, that drew me in more than anything else. I'd managed to get her ID when she adjusted her corset earlier. We had an agreement, and I intended to honor it. For the next 24 hours, she was under my protection and in my company, nothing more, nothing less. I ordered another drink and settled into a chair at the blackjack table, positioned where I could see everything. A few minutes later, she stepped out of the bathroom looking composed, as if nothing had rattled her all night. That alone told me a lot about who she was. She took a drink from a passing server and headed toward the poker table. She was clearly looking for Donnie. I'd already passed her friend's ID back to her, but Donnie was nowhere in sight. I knew exactly why. I'd seen her slip away into one of the private rooms with a man earlier. The room pulsed with energy, music, and voices blending into a constant rhythm. Some of the men noticed Natasha as she walked by, but the mark on her wrist kept them at a respectful distance. She held her head high, unbothered by the attention, moving with quiet confidence. A few strands of blonde hair had fallen from the loose bun on top of her head, softening her expression. I sipped my drink, placed another green chip on the table, and motioned for the server again. This time, I ordered a jackneat and handed the waitress a blue chip with a short note attached. I watched her walk it over to Natasha and whisper something to her. Natasha looked around, trying to see who had sent it, but she didn't spot me. Before the server walked away, Natasha stopped her gently and handed the chip back. No hesitation. No curiosity about the money. That alone intrigued me more than anything else tonight. Most people here never turn down a gift, not in this place. But she had, and calmly. That quiet refusal said more about her than any conversation could. Several men clearly wanted to approach her, but the mark kept them at bay. I already had plans for tomorrow, so I texted my assistant the information from her ID for the arrangements. My drink was empty, and I was up 6 million, so I turned my attention back to the game and let her go for now.
Natasha.
I could feel his gaze on me, steady and impossible to ignore, even though I couldn't spot him anywhere in the crowded room. Every man around me stared, but none dared approach. They must have seen the mark he left on me, the silent claim that made everyone step back. My wrists ached from the tight belt, and my stomach was still fluttering from the whirlwind of the night. I felt the echo of every moment we'd shared, warm, dizzying, impossible to forget. I wanted another glimpse of him, maybe even another moment alone before disappearing back into real life. But in the dim lighting, the men all blended together in their suits, and he didn't seem to be looking for me either, despite having marked me earlier. After a couple drinks, a waitress approached with a folded note and a chip. "You'll need rest. 24 hours of the unknown is ahead of you." I scanned the room again, but nothing. I handed the chip back. "Tell him no thank you," I said. She looked surprised. Most women kept everything they were offered. But he'd marked me, vanished, and now wanted to send gifts from the shadows? I didn't want money. I wanted answers, and maybe the chance to feel wanted by him again. But he was nowhere to be found. The alcohol was starting to hit me harder than it should have. I wasn't used to anything stronger than wine. It was definitely time to go home and get back to studying. I called a taxi and sent the driver my location. This would be the last BBC event I ever attended. Their world was too strange, too secretive. And I hoped he wouldn't come after me. Keeping someone for 24 hours wasn't romantic, it was illegal. After finishing my drink, I made my way toward the large red exit door. The same woman from earlier greeted me with a flashlight. "See you soon, Greenwell," she said, giving me a knowing grin. "That bill is something else." "You're lucky." I offered a half nod, though my thoughts were spinning too much to form a real response. I stumbled up the steps, steadying myself against the damp wall. A cold wind hit me, and I shivered. Then an arm wrapped around my waist. You had too many, too fast, a familiar voice murmured. I tried to respond, but dizziness rolled over me. The hallway blurred as we reached the second door. Cool night air rushed in. I'll take you home, he said, lifting me easily. I caught glimpses of streetlights through half-closed eyes before everything faded. The next morning, I woke up in my own bed, my head pounding. My memories were foggy, but I remembered leaving the party. The rest was a blur. Moving carefully, I slid out of bed and went to the bathroom. My clothes from the party were on the floor where they'd been dropped. After splashing water on my face and brushing my teeth, I barely recognized myself, pale, tired, and overwhelmed. I heard music from Danny's room and knocked. She opened the door with a bright smile. Good morning, she chirped, dancing around as she packed a small bag. Where are you going? I asked, lying down across her bed. To see a man about a dog, she joked. I groaned. You and your cryptic answers. I'm going to another party, she admitted. This one's in Boston. Well, have fun, I said, getting up. I need a shower and about 10 aspirin. Tasha, come with me, she urged, tugging at my robe. No. Last night was enough. I'm done with those events. She slipped my robe off my shoulder. Let me see the mark. Whose is it? He said his name was Bill. Bill? Which one? You tell me. You're the expert on these people. I paused. And who was that old guy you were with last night? John D. He's sweet. But he's never marked me. He's old enough to be your ancestor's ancestor, I muttered. She shrugged. He has more money than all of them combined. I rolled my eyes and left. Donnie always lived in a world made of money, parties, and secrets. Something had happened to her long before we met, something that changed her. But she never talked about it. I showered, and by the time I stepped out, Donnie was gone. The apartment was quiet, small, and mine again. I put on jogging pants, a tank top, and sneakers. Today was supposed to be all about studying. But just as I reached for my keys, I noticed a box on the table with my name on it. Inside was a note. Let the 24 hours begin. Take the mask and meet me at the BBC building at 1 p.m. Don't be late. Underneath lay a sleek black mask and a delicate outfit wrapped in gold tissue. A smile tugged at my lips. I knew exactly who it was from. Ignoring the question of how he got my address, and too caught up in the rush of anticipation, I carried everything to the bathroom. My mind said to forget him. My stomach fluttered wildly and said otherwise. I put on the new outfit, slipped into white jeans, a navy blouse, and matching heels. I brushed out my hair, added soft curls, and finished with light makeup. We'll see how this goes, I said to my reflection, winking faintly. I didn't know why I was doing this. I barely knew him. But something about that man, his confidence, his steadiness, the way he looked at me, pulled at me in a way I couldn't ignore. All I knew was that he wanted me there. And deep down, I wanted to go.
Nikolai.
My assistant, Jennifer, sat with a folder in front of her, with a photo of Natasha Greenwell and her life story in it. It seemed Natasha had grown up in Nantucket and moved to New York for college on a scholarship. Her father was an FBI agent. Little was known about her mother. She was attending New York University with a major in mechanical engineering. I knew just the tactic to get to her, and it was going to be a gamble at best but worth a try. But that plan was only if she tried to ditch me. So you're back at it again with these BBC newbies, Jennifer snickered. She was my younger cousin and assistant, and I loved her dearly. That's my business, Jen. I kissed her forehead as I took the folder and left her office. I put the folder inside my vault for safekeeping. Natasha worked in disguise, and I wanted her in every which way for my pleasures and desires. My watch read 12:30, so it was nearly time for us to meet at the BBC building. I left the office and headed to my town car, where my driver was waiting. It took all of an hour to get there due to New York traffic. I hated being late for anything, whether it was a business meeting or a pleasure meeting. "Josh, take the back way," I called out to my driver. He did as I said, and we drove up to find no car in sight. She should have been here by now. Moments later, my eyes landed on a white Toyota Camry pulling in. I was shocked a bit, as my heart skipped a beat when I saw her gorgeous face and knew she was there for me. I had been afraid she'd blow me off. I pulled on my mask as I got out of the car and pulled the keys to the club out of my pants pocket. No one else was there. We'd be all alone. She saw me coming, but waited by her car. After unlocking the door, I waved for her to come in and waited for her to put her mask on. She still had nervousness all over her, and I found it sensual that she was nervous. "Natasha, glad you made it." I smiled at her. "I almost didn't," she said as she walked past me. "I'm glad you did." I gave her a bigger smile, which she didn't seem to notice at all. We made our way down the stairwell in silence until we reached the red door. I opened it for her. The room looked untouched, nothing revealing what had happened the night before, except what still lived in my memory. I took her hand and guided her toward one of the rooms. "What am I doing here?" she asked. "You belong to me for 24 hours, Natasha. Remember?" I said, leading her to the bed. She glanced around, then met my eyes. "Don't talk to me like I'm clueless. I know what you wanted. I just don't understand why here." She stood beside the bed, tense but steady. I stepped closer, closing the space between us. "Because you belong to me right now." I gently eased her onto the mattress. She looked as if she wanted to argue. I removed my shirt and then slowly lifted hers just enough to trail soft kisses along her skin. Her breath shifted, and I could feel her trying to decide whether to resist or surrender. When her shirt came off, I noticed a small scar near her ribs. She instinctively covered it. "Don't," I said softly, moving her hands aside. I brushed my fingers over the old mark. "What happened?" "It's a long story with a bad ending," she murmured, no longer fighting my attention on the tiny imperfection she clearly hated. "Maybe you'll tell me next time," I said, kissing the scar. I continued exploring her gently, deliberately, never rushing. Her breathing deepened, her body reacting to every slow touch. She closed her eyes, fighting for composure. "Do you remember the rules?" I asked. She nodded, breathless. "Yes." "Say them." She hesitated, but my expression didn't waver. No touching. No passionate kissing. No talking. And no outbursts. But why no outbursts? "Because I said so." My voice was even and controlled. "Take off your mask." "You first." She pushed herself up on her elbows, but I laid a hand on her shoulder and guided her back. She huffed in frustration, which only amused me more. "Now, Natasha." She complied but added a dramatic, "There." "You will obey me today," I said, brushing her cheek. I wanted her to understand exactly how I intended to lead, without resistance or attitude. Her expression softened. She didn't speak, simply watched me with a vulnerable quietness I wasn't expecting. I stood and held my hand out. "Stand." She took my hand, letting me pull her up. Her mouth stayed in a neutral line, signaling that she was letting this happen, believing she still held some control though she didn't. "Walk over there," I said, pointing to the far corner. Before she could move, I took her chin gently. "Do you trust me?" "Yes," she whispered. I guided her to the corner. Arms out. As I lowered the holster mechanism, her eyes widened at the sight of the black leather straps. "Don't be afraid," I said, touching her cheek once more before securing her arms, then her legs. The tension in her eyes revealed both fear and anticipation. I raised the holster until she was slightly elevated. Then I fastened a strap over her mouth, not to silence her, but to prevent the uncontrolled reactions she had trouble with. Once she was positioned, her fear shifted into unmistakable desire. I teased her lightly with a feather, just enough to make her squirm in the restraints. "Do you want me?" I asked, taunting gently. She nodded. I stepped closer, keeping the pace slow, controlled, deliberate. Her reactions were strong, intense, rolling through her body in waves. I moved with purpose, savoring every soft sound she managed to release despite the mouthstrap. She arched toward me, her breath shuddering. I didn't give in immediately. I wanted her to ask without words. Her eyes pleaded, full of need and frustration. When she was trembling, on the edge of losing control, I unstrapped her and moved her to the wall. I secured her wrists above her head, letting her feel the shift in power once more. Are you ready? I asked. She nodded. I moved with more urgency this time, both of us already too far gone to slow down. Her body tensed, then melted, responding to every motion. When she reached that peak, her muffled cry filled the room as her whole body trembled. I followed her, my breath rough, holding her steady as the wave overtook us both. She was incredible.
Natasha.
I stood there in complete exhaustion, struggling to steady my breathing. He had pushed me to the edge, teasing and provoking me until I gave in and begged, something I hated doing. But he had made sure the reward for surrendering was enough to keep me from walking away. His warm, sweat-dampened body leaned against mine as I tried to catch my breath. My wrists ached from being held above my head where he had fastened them to the wall. Now that you've obeyed me, he said in a cool, matter-of-fact tone, you can move to the next level. Next level? There had never been any talk of levels. My mind spun. He unbuckled the strap from my mouth, and I opened and closed my jaw a few times, soreness pricking along it. I thought I belonged to you for 24 hours, I said. Then I go back to my life, and you go back to yours. I only went to the party as a fill-in. I'm not going to be one of those girls. Not ever. He let out a small laugh. This isn't about the club. This is about me finding my newcomer. You're my new recruit. I marked you, which gives me the right to you for as long as I want. And I want you, Natasha. Completely. My stomach dropped. I hadn't agreed to be anyone's recruit. I hadn't agreed to be marked. Donnie tricked me into going, didn't she? I shot back. She knew what you were going to do. She knew, and she didn't tell me. She set me up to be claimed by some control-obsessed billionaire who thinks he can do whatever he wants. Don't blame her. Donnie followed her contract, he said calmly. We all have our wants, and I always get what I want. If you want out, you'll have to find another member willing to take you, with my mark on you. His tone hardened. That almost never happens. Anger surged so hot I felt lightheaded. I wanted nothing to do with him or this twisted system. All because I helped a friend as a favor and needed extra money. But not this badly. If she'd told me the truth, I never would have set foot inside. This is ridiculous. I never agreed to any of this. Did you let me mark you? Did you let me have you? Twice he asked, his voice sharp with accusation. And did you agree to belong to me? He fired the questions one after another, giving me no time to think. My mind was foggy from the night before, from the drinks, from everything that followed. I couldn't remember what I'd agreed to or what I'd been swept into. The only thing I remembered clearly was agreeing, while sober, to go with him that day. That much was mine. When he touched my shoulder, I jerked away, disgust tightening my expression. Don't. Natasha, he said, reminding me of the rules he believed I was bound to. But I didn't care. Not about his rules, his dominance, his claims. I hated that I'd allowed myself to be pulled into all of this. He reached for me again, and I slapped his hand away. That's grounds for a punishment, he warned, though his tone softened slightly. And after everything we shared, I'd prefer not to punish you. He stepped closer. I tensed at the feel of his hand brushing my skin, but I didn't pull away this time. Fear crawled up my spine as the reality settled in. I was alone with him. Completely alone. And I just wanted him erased from the last 24 hours of my life. I don't care what you do, I said, my voice shaking more from anger than fear. Because I'm done playing your game, Bill, or whatever your name actually is. My words only seemed to amuse him. A slow smile curved his dark, caramel-colored lips. Have it your way. He turned and began gathering my clothes from the floor while I curled into myself on the bed, overwhelmed with shame and fury. I had let a stranger mark me, claim me. I had let myself be pulled into something I didn't understand, surrounded by people I didn't know, in a place I never should have been. And worst of all, I'd let him bring me back here. My whole body ached. My mouth throbbed with soreness from the strap. I watched him silently, not understanding what he planned as he piled my clothes beside me. Put your clothes on, he said simply, tossing them onto the bed. I pushed myself up, wincing as I pulled on my jeans and shirt, leaving the ruined underthings where they were. The raw spots at the corners of my mouth stung every time I moved. He watched me, quiet, unreadable, as I dressed and picked up my heels. When I reached the door and placed my hand on the knob, I hesitated. Surely he didn't intend to let me leave before the 24 hours were up. I half expected him to grab me from behind. But he didn't move. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him lie down on the bed, resting on his side, watching me behind that black mask. When he said nothing, I turned the knob and opened the door. I don't know why I didn't run. I should have. Instead, I looked back at him. He held my gaze, those dark eyes shining with something unreadable. Something dangerous. I wanted answers, 100 of them. But I knew he wasn't going to be that person. He wasn't the type of man who suddenly shifts into something gentle, safe, or stable. He was the kind of man my father would have thrown out of the house without a second thought. Or worse.
Nikolai.
As she left the room that day with obvious confusion, I felt as if maybe she wanted something more. Something I didn't have to give. Whatever it was she desired, I could only fulfill intimacy and control. But I had enjoyed the sassy beauty as she ranted about belonging to me. That night, I wanted to set the rules down, but I couldn't, or she would have definitely walked away before I really got to know her. Donnie had given me Natasha's cell number, but she wasn't responding to any of my messages or calls. I was beginning to think she liked to be punished. I let her leave that warehouse, but I had no intention of letting her go. I thought she understood that. With no other choices after a week without her, I went for my backup plan. Like I said, I wanted her. I get what I want, no matter what. Nikolai, are you listening? My father yelled across the board table. I hear you, father. I looked at him as I played with the ink pen, still thinking about Natasha. So you will close this account by the end of the month? Catch a flight to Bangkok first thing, he shouted, pushing the client portfolio to me as he got up and walked out of the boardroom with his stakeholders behind him. My assistant sat at my side as everyone else left the boardroom. Jen, get a list of interns so I can have some help around here. We need some fresh faces. Make sure this one is at the top of the list. I handed her a sheet with a list of names, and Natasha Greenwell was the top priority. I wanted her. I wanted her right under my nose. I sat making business calls the rest of the day before going down to the warehouse for the company. Grim Defense and Technology was my family-owned company, and I had been elected as CEO just a year after graduating. I hated working for my family, and I hated the business we were in. I put on my hard hat to walk through the warehouse with the supervisor and line manager. We'll have the back orders out by the end of the quarter, but we have another problem, Chris, the warehouse supervisor said, turning toward me. Yeah, what's that? I asked. They both looked at one another, and then Chris said, the FBI has been lurking around here. So it seemed we had fallen under the FBI's radar for the umpteenth time. All right, I'll handle it. Just don't make that the gossip of the warehouse, I said sternly, giving them back the hard hat before I left. I had an idea of who was lurking around the property, and I would be paying them a visit as soon as I had the time to do that. My father didn't need to get wind of any of that. He'd blame me for certain. He always found some reason for things to be my fault. My father, Nicholas Grimm, was a hard, controlling man, and as much as I couldn't stand him for it, I found myself being that way many times too. I grew up under his rule, and it wasn't the best, as my mother was a definite mute when it came to him. When I began working at the company my grandfather, my father's father, had started when he came here from Germany, I became a part of the BBC, which was a club my grandfather helped orchestrate. I found out about my father's many affairs. I loved my mother, no matter how my father felt about her trapping him, as she was a BBC newbie he'd never planned to marry. My father was anything but faithful to my mother. He told me many times monogamy was not a human way. I had begun to believe him, as I'd yet to find one woman who could hold my attention for any length of time. It was Natasha who already filled my head more than any other ever had. I knew I needed to get her out of my system, and fast. There was no other way to handle it.
Natasha.
It had been almost 2 weeks since I'd seen Bill, or whatever his name was, and I was kind of tossing up the idea of giving in to him. He had been calling and texting, which I'd ignored. He also sent gifts with messages that spoke of how I belonged to him. One message was attached to a gorgeous flower arrangement in a very expensive vase. It was explicit, with details of how he'd make me cry with a need for him to fill me again, which I did feel when I read the words. But I'd yet to indulge in anything with him, as bad as my body was in need of his rapture. Donnie explained to me what was in her contract, and how she had fallen into such a ridiculous agreement. But some part of me still felt like she should have warned me about what it was I'd be getting myself into by going, including the branding rule. Maybe she was just doing what was demanded of her, and it was all a part of her contractual arrangement. I didn't care at that point. I had effectively gotten away from the spoiled man. I grabbed a piece of toast as I headed out that day. Headed to class to turn in a research paper. It was my last year, and I was ready to be done with the tedious workload. I had found another box sitting on the counter when I ventured out of my bedroom. The resident hall manager had to be on the man's payroll, as he secretly delivered the boxes to our dorm suite every single day. Instead of opening it, I took it to my room and hid it away in the closet. I would go through the boxes and see what he had sent me eventually. As far as I was concerned, he was still on my bad side, and no gift would change that. When I got on campus, I noticed a job fair was going on and a recruiter was scouting for interns. I had a few minutes until my class started, so I went to see what companies were there. There weren't any I was interested in, so I walked through the crowd of students and headed on to class. Once I got to class and took a seat, I looked through my emails, noticing 3 more came during the night from Bill. I deleted them without opening any of them. Professor O'Hara came into his classroom and made a beeline for me. "Hi, Professor O'Hara." I gave him a smile as I put away my cell. "Good morning, Miss Greenwell. I'm guessing you brought your research paper." He took a seat a few chairs away. "Yes, this time I finished it." I chuckled at him because that midterm paper was never turned in, and this was a makeup paper. "I wanted to see you because you have an internship offer, and I gave them a recommendation for you. It's not my ideal company, but it gives you at least something since you need experience," he told me. I knew I had to find an internship before graduation. But none of the companies I saw outside stood out as anything that would help my future career. "Where?" I asked after a moment of thinking. He cleared his throat. "Grimm Defense and Technology. Here is the internship application and a little background on the company." He sat it on the desk and walked back down to the front of the class. I ran my eyes over the application as a girl named Sarah sat next to me. "Hey, I just spoke to the recruiter for that company you're holding an application for. Are you going to apply for the internship?" I had barely paid any attention to it until then. "I don't know. I never considered the defense industry. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, I hope you do, so I'll at least know someone there, she whispered as the lecture began. The recruiters signed me up already. I'll apply then. What department did you get assigned to? I asked her. The IT department, so apply for that one too. At the end of class, I turned in my internship application to the professor and headed to my next class. The damn boxes kept coming to my mind for some reason. All throughout that day, they kept popping into my head, so I made a decision to end the curiosity and open them all when I got home. When I got home that afternoon, I put a frozen TV dinner in the oven and changed into a pair of pajama pants and a t-shirt. After I pulled all the boxes out of the closet, I sat Indian style on the floor in my bedroom and went through the things. In the first box were what looked to be crotchless panties and a matching bra set with a note, "You belong to me. So I'll wait, Natasha, until you make the move. But every ignored letter will result in a punishment." I balled the letter up and then tossed it into the trash can. By the time I finished opening the boxes and finding naughty pieces of near nothing, I wanted him in the worst way, with an empty bottle of wine next to me and my dinner burning in the oven. After cleaning up the ruined dinner, I made a decision, one I'd been avoiding for days. I was done pretending I didn't want him. Maybe it was the wine, maybe the frustration from the evening, or maybe the truth I'd been trying to outrun, but the need to see him again hit me hard. I knew showing up unannounced wouldn't go without consequences. He didn't like being ignored, and I had done nothing but ignore him. But then there was the brand on my shoulder. Every night after my shower, I'd catch sight of it, dark against my skin, stubbornly refusing to fade. Maybe the ink was mixed with henna, or maybe it just wasn't meant to wash away. Either way, every time I looked at it, something inside me shifted. Something that made me stop caring about whatever punishments he thought I deserved. I just wanted to be near him again. I opened my closet and searched for something bold enough to match the storm inside me. A red bandage dress caught my eye, and I paired it with simple black heels. Underneath, I chose a nude set. Nothing elaborate, just enough to make me feel confident. I did smoky eye makeup, added a candy apple lip stain, and finished with the Venetian mask he had once sent me, tucked away in one of his mysterious boxes. I straightened my hair until it fell sleek and smooth down my back. By the time I was finished, I barely recognized the woman in the mirror, steady, determined, and completely done pretending she didn't know what she wanted. I grabbed my keys. It was Friday, the same night I had met him the first time. And I knew, without a single doubt, that he would be at the warehouse. I was going back to him. Back to the place I'd run from. Back to the man I wasn't sure I understood, but couldn't stop thinking about. I told myself I was ready to face him, to face whatever reaction he had, to face the pull I still felt. But the truth was, I had no idea what I was walking into.
End of sneak peek for the Billionaire Bad Boy Club, a bad boy BDSM holiday romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.